Welcome. Chat rules. No doxing. No homophobic bullcrap. No racial bullcrap. If you don't like someone in chat, click on their name and select block. And then select block again. Done. If you ever feel like it's all too much, log off and contact the number below for help. To be eligible for gifted memberships, click the $sign and select membership. Then hit gift settings and slide to on to allow gifts. Turn off gift settings the same way. My email, ConnieKR68@gmail.com. Tips are appreciated, never expected. Cash App, $sign, capital CONNIEKR. PayPal me at ConnieKR68. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Thanks.
Per Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism and commenting.
Get ready, because Constant Sue has something to say, like it or not. Good afternoon. How is everybody today? We are getting storms as usual. In fact, the tornado alarm just went off. Oh no, give me a heart attack. It's noon. Oh my goodness, I'm a dum-dum. I hate this season. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's what my nightmares are made of. But yeah, the whistle goes off at noon every day. Sheesh. I was like, I was prepared for them at 5 o'clock. Supposed to be here about 5 o'clock. Now it's supposed to be here at noon. Yeah, it's the same whistle for tornado as it is for the noon whistle every day. Okay, well, I'll collect my breath and don't have a fit. Hi, Night Owl. Hamburglar, Undercover Mermaid, Easy, Kentucky, Sue, Freeside, Doohickey. This might be a really long one today, depending on how fast I can speed up the lives. So we get through them. This will probably be the nicest review, reaction, whatever you want to call it, to Ernie Shell that you'll ever see me do. And that's because of who the clips are that we're reviewing. I don't know how many of you remember Alisha Turner, but Alisha was a really good friend to Ernie. And of course, in typical Ernie style, he used her up and threw her away when she couldn't be of no more use to him. Hey, Dodie. I guess it's just best that I let Alisha say who she is on the video and how she came to meet Ernie instead of me telling you. She was really, really, really kind. That's what I want to say, kind. Hey, the shady spot. She wanted to see the best in Ernie. She never did badmouth him. I mean, like, badmouth him like you would think badmouthing of him. She never did that. She told her truth. And once she told her truth, Ernie Shell lied about her, put her in a whole bunch of positions, made her feel afraid, uncertain, just many things. And a whole bunch of things accumulated after that. And she said, fuck it, and left. She said she may come back one day. She don't know. But she was a very, 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 hey, Kentucky, sweet lady. Yes, she even put a business for him in her name. Rescue Our Children. She'll tell you about that in this video we're going to watch. She sure did. And she caught hell for it all over YouTube. In fact, that's kind of how her and I started talking. I emailed her and I said, did you know that your name is, on this business listed as, I forget what it was. And she goes, yeah. He said he needed a board member to put it down there. So that's what I thought it was. She'll tell you about it in the video. And I said, oh, okay, I just want to let you know. And then I found another place where it was listed. And she said, geez, she was real nice. Hey, New York LA. She was very kind to Ernie. Very kind. She's very kind to everybody. She was. She was. This is her page. Not much on there. But she does have a very interesting series on narcissists. And that's how she chose to broach the subject of things that were wrong with Ernie. She knew if she came at things like I did, just barreling through the door and, about forcing my opinion on people, like, think of it this way. Don't you see what the problem is? What the hell's wrong with you? She knew that wouldn't work. But she wanted to say something. So she started out with this series on narcissist, sociopath, what to look for. 7 types of narcissists, part 1, grandiose narcissism. 7 types of narcissists, part 2, covert narcissists. 7 types of narcissists, part 3, malignant narcissists. Part 4, communal narcissist. And then breaking free from a narcissist. The subject of child trafficking was dear to her heart because her cousin was almost trafficked. Here's the video of her story. She was always part of the giveaway. She was very generous and she wanted to help everybody. She didn't want to see anybody suffer. She was real religious. And after she did this 7-part series, it came down to where she said what I call her piece. And this is where we're going to start it. I'm going to try to speed it up so we're not here all day. Hey, Creative Witch. But this is the kindest criticism you're going to hear to Ernie Shell. And when it was coming from Alisha, it was coming from her heart. She didn't want, still doesn't, I'm sure, doesn't want anything bad to happen to Ernie. She just knew that continuing on with Ernie the way it was not helpful. He called her his publicist. She was a sort of a publicist for entertainment, musicians and things like that. But she wasn't his publicist. But he told everybody that. It caused a lot of problems between him and Tina and Xander and all of his old gang because they thought this new lady was coming in, grooming him to be a Hollywood star and said, like, hey, baby, stick by me and I'll take you far. And that was furthest from the truth. But nobody asked anybody anything. They just assumed each other was the bad person. And it eventually got talked out. We'll play that too. But Alisha was just a gal Ernie met in his chat. Once he found out what he could do for her, he used it all up. Hey, TCB. Thank you for being here. So let's just get into this so it gets done. I questioned myself whether I should play this. I was thinking, would Alisha want me to play this? And I'm thinking, well, I think she would, because it was done Night Owl. She'll tell you she didn't write those, and we'll watch a video on it. Xander and Tina wrote Ernie tried to write them and couldn't do it. Xander and Tina did it, but that's in this video. We'll see. There was a lot of things that Ernie said she did that she didn't do. It's a really good one. I wish I could find Charlie K's live stream where Charlie K and Ernie confront Alisha on a live stream, and they were horrid to her. Probably why I can't find it. But it was right in the same time here. Okay, here we go. The first movie, or the first video is, should we keep the movie going? Because Ernie said it was all a movie. Here's the link to it. If you want to bounce over and give her a like. And a thumbs up. Maybe tell her I sent you. Okay, here we go.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? If there's anyone in here. I'm on my phone tonight. Bella we turned my office into her nursery. So
I'm going to skip through the baby talk. Bella's her baby.
Hey, Alisha. Never Silent. Daisy Joe. So why is it displaying that? This is new on my phone here. Okay. Everybody can hear me, right? So I made a little video that I posted on my channel. It's from the Sims game. I wish I knew how to do like real like animation and stuff, because I have like ideas for little comics and stuff, little skits to do. Okay, cool. Thank you, Never Silent. And but I don't know how to do that, so I thought the best way would be to do it with the Sims game. I made a little Jimbo and little Ernie character and put Rap in there, and even made a little marshmallow head for Rap. Hey, just for you, with the characters. And I want to include like everybody who, to make anybody mad, you know. I'll do my best to add you if I know things that's happened over the past year that it was like comical, like funny things. I'm going to throw them into like a little movie segment, and then hi Debbie, and then we'll like put them all together and make like a movie out of it. So I thought that would be fun, and then I can include all you guys. Throw me in holding a sign protesting for peace. I can do that, Never Silent. You can actually protest in the game. Like there's an option for that, and you can pick what you're protesting for, and peace is one of them. So I could do that. Is you working on now whenever I have free time. And then Rap come in and do his, you know, that was funny. And so I'm just gonna add little clips here and there, and then maybe end up making like a movie out of it, or like do like short little 10-minute videos. Oh, you have lives with you on cam? Okay, I'll look those up then. Whenever you take the marshmallow head off of Rap, I put the long blonde flowing hair. So I'm gonna have to show you guys that later. But also, like, I put on that video that if you want to comment a scenario that you would like to see, just let me know and I'll do my best to make it. So that way everybody can get a kick out of it. I'm working on Gypsy right now. I'm gonna add her in. I already came up with a little scenario, so I'm working on making her. But I wish I had more time. But between work and the family and the baby, you know, I haven't even really been able to be on YouTube that much. Like I used to listen to people while I was working during the day and kind of stay caught up on everything. But having a new baby in the home who wants a lot of attention, she is attached to my hip, and you know, she has abandonment issues for what she went through. So if I even like walk out of the room that she's in, she starts to whine. And if one of the other kids in the house or my husband or something takes her before she's so I'm kind of behind on some of the things. You guys are gonna have to catch me up on any big news that's happened that I may have missed. I did see that Ernie went live earlier and said that for the upteenth time that he's leaving YouTube. That was his last live. And yes, Debbie, she does. Spoiled her rotten whenever we first got her, and just spent a lot of attention, and time. Give her a lot of attention, spent a lot of time with her. She was 9 months when we first got her, and she didn't even know how to sit up yet.
Is that too fast?
The back of her head is like flat, and she has no hair. Like she has hair all on the sides and the front, but it's real in the back of her head. It's like that was from her being left in to get strong and be even though like mentally she shows numb stuff. So I have 2 weeks to stand her up. Granddaughter was shaken by her mom's body up like he's an infant stuff, and put him on she can't crawl yet. Very young. She grew and in doing that she's ran into a lot of the wrong guys. And this last all the things that he knew from classes, she could go get help that she needed for her mental focus on baby girl and make her life. Connection to my mic. I've never seen that happen before. This is a lot different on your phone. Okay, good. You can hear me now. So if I get to talking about, well, I can talk and talk and talk. So I have to get off of talking about her. Hey, Fluffy. She's my little world right now. But before I started talking about her, I was talking about how I heard Ernie's video today about, him saying that he was leaving YouTube again. It was his last live, and he was asking if anybody wanted to come up, and then a few people came up and asked him questions he didn't want to answer. He avoids talking about that warrant as much as he possibly can. But I heard him saying that he's saying with
Kathy, she left YouTube after all this Ernie drama, and then some drama that went down a little bit after that. She just left YouTube and spent more time with the baby.
Saying with somebody new now, someone who's always been there for him right in front of his face or something like that, and he's got a happy life now, a bunch of great things coming. Is he in total denial that there's a warrant out for his arrest and he's facing a lot of jail time? Everyone is saying he is with Izzy. I don't really know who she is, but wasn't she always like one of his biggest haters? I've heard some people speculate that like he could be with Lisa too, but then I heard that Lisa's with another guy in another state living in a camper or something. So yeah, Debbie, he probably is still with MAGA. I mean, he's got to throw people off of the fact of him being with MAGA, because if everybody knew that that's who he's with, then everybody knows where he's at. Hey, Constance. Yeah, I mean, why would he give MAGA up? Like she's taken care of him. She's shown him a whole new life that he hadn't had before. She stood by him through everything. I mean, he likes to pretend like YouTube ruined his relationship with her, but we really haven't. So I think he's still with her, and he doesn't want people to know that, because
in fact, we've seen just the opposite, that they had marital or relationship issues, and she booted his ass out.
Because she's so easy to look up and know exactly where she is, and then he's busted. I'm convinced that he's still with MAGA, and he's just trying to make everyone think otherwise because of the warrant. He thinks everyone's dumb. Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure if she hates him or not, but that is the word around the streets. He was saying how things went bad with MAGA and his life is better because he deserves it. Yeah, never silent. I think that it's all a lie. He just wants people to believe that because he knows that there's bounty out on him. I'm sure he went on somebody's panel tonight. Well, he said that he was still going to panel hop, that he would pop up here and there and let people know that he's doing good and stuff. He's not going to completely leave YouTube. He's addicted to it. And that's, every time he hops on, he makes money. Bounty on the bounty hunter. Isn't it crazy? I mean, Constance knows because I told her. But, during following Summer's case, when I came across him, and, I had no reason not to believe him at first. I watched a few of his videos, and he was talking about how he just had this conversation with Dawn that was going to be coming out soon. And, he was going to bust his case wide open with things that he had learned. He was this bounty hunter. He had a license in like 12 different states and 1,156 arrests underneath him. And, he had these anti-human trafficking orgs that he was partnered with. Trying to remember all of the stuff that he was putting out there. But
now I know that's hard for us to understand, some of us to understand. But as I was putting this together, no, I don't think I heard about. I don't think I've heard about that at all. She might, and I might have missed it, but I don't remember hearing that at all. But as I was putting this together and I'm going through these clips and I look at all of them and see how this all started with Summer Wells. People wanted Summer Wells found. It just so happened at the same time, Tina, Xander, and Ernie, and a guy named, I think, Dalton, were trying to get a TV show off the ground. A pilot for Predator Hunter Nation, a TV show to catch predators. Tina had come into some money, so she footed the bill for all of it. Ernie talked a good talk, walked a good walk, was, in her words, their front man. He played the role. It was a movie, that's exactly what it was going to be. So when you see Ernie have predator catches, it was absolutely White Rabbit. When you hear Ernie say it's a movie, or you see those predator catches, those were all pilots for a movie. Not saying that they weren't legit. Hey, Wimbles, thank you for being a member for 6 months. But it was all done as the set to a pilot. That's why Ernie's saying now he's got to get his boots right, he's got to get his shirts right, he's got to get his hat right to play the part of the Predator Hunter. So Alicia's saying, just like everybody else, she believed Ernie. Why would he lie? Thank you for being a member for 8 months, Easy. White Rabbit said it went from Benny and Ernie fighting to people doxing each other in chats, etc. It's wild. Yep. And as I'm watching these clips in chronological order and some of the stuff that happened before me, I'm just like, man. Night Owl said, it's weird. I asked a real life friend if she has run into this true crime community because she likes true crime and she didn't know what the heck I was talking about. I know. My husband tries to explain it to other people and they just look at him like he's crazy and he looks at me like I'm crazy. I was like, never mind. Never mind. Hey, Buttercup baby. Thanks for being a member for 11 months. Okay, back to Alisha.
He dressed the part. When you did a basic Google search on him, those organizations and stuff did come up with his name on it. I think one thing that really kind of made me feel like that he was telling the truth is a video that I had found on YouTube through Google of him talking with some.
The agencies came up with his name under it, but when you ask him what it entailed, what does the executive director of ROC do? What does the executive director of Special Forces of Liberty do? There's no meat to it. Nothing. There was nothing. All these titles. There was a t-shirt behind it, I can guarantee you.
Some lady who did run an organization, and the conversation sounded really legit. She sounded very intelligent. She asked good questions. He answered with basic knowledge. So I really, at that point,
I have that Google interview. We can play it later. I don't know if I played it or not, if I just put the link in my community tab, but it was the one where a radio host lady, she paid for a blog spot. And she basically did, what we do here, only she just did it on the radio and she interviewed Ernie.
Didn't have a reason to believe that he was lying. I actually even ran a background check on him through Truthfinder, and it showed clean. It showed that he didn't have any record, and I didn't know at that time that people could pay and have things removed off of Truthfinder. I've learned that now. And I also only looked at him through Everett's, Kentucky, and I didn't look at Virginia and all of that, because normally you don't have, 3 or 4 background records. You only have one, but he has multiple ones for different states, which is really weird. So
that's the truth.
I thought, okay, well, this guy, he must be legit about what he does, you know. And then I had only watched maybe 3 or 4 shows when I saw that he was in my county. And I looked him up on Facebook at that point, and I found him, and I added him, and he added me pretty fast. And I told him, I said, you're in my county. Matter of fact, if you're at the sheriff's office, then you're only like 20 minutes from me. And he's like, oh, yeah, you know, and then he's like, well, who are you? What do you do? I've seen you in my chat. So I told him a little bit about me and what I do, and I sent him some links to check out and everything. And then he's like, well, I'd sure love to meet you. And then I said, okay, well, you know, let's meet up. And we were just talking, and he was on speaker, and my husband was listening to.
In fact, I have that video that he did that day. Let me get it. It's probably over in here. We'll watch it real quick. Ernie Shell deleted live. Polk County, Florida Sheriff J.D. Judd. This is about Alisha Turner, Publicist. Now, this was February 9th of 2022.
There we go.
Oh, wait, wrong one. I'll find it later. We'll keep playing this. I've got it, but I'll play it later. She was real normal. Which on the surface looks fine, but when you look at the cards, most have expired in 2013, except for his bounty hunter license that I did say I verified till 2023 on his birthday. But when you look at the license, you say, well, what does this license get you? What does an executive specialist get you? What job did you do? There's nothing. So he had all the licenses, various licenses, but you could have a light, like I said. I went to beauty school. That does not mean I know how to cut hair. I worked for a while. I suppose I can cut hair, I had the license to cut hair, but never worked as a beautician because I hated it. It took me over an hour to roll a perm. You cannot care less. Amen, Jody. Now, who remembers the story of what supposedly happened at Busch Gardens? Hey, Buttercup baby. Does anybody remember what supposedly happened at Busch Gardens when Alisha and him went? Yeah, Jody, she just told us. She said how she met him. She's seen him and said, "Oh, if you're down by Grady Judd, you're not very far from my house." And he came up to meet her in Florida. And then said he didn't get his per diem, didn't get no money, had a shitty motel. So her and her husband said, "Well, why don't you stay here?" Thinking he'd be gone the next day. Does anybody remember what happened at Busch Gardens? Hey, Pink Boberto, it's quite funny because you tell the most lies to these people about Ernie that aren't even true. But here you are going on and on about him as always. So maybe y'all should be the same ones to move on he has. Oh, I'm sure he has, Pink Birdo. I'm sure he wishes we would move on. It's not going to happen. But thanks for the engagement. No. Ernie said that the trolls called Busch Gardens and said that he was a predator or a pedo or something. And he said the trolls got him kicked out of Busch Gardens. That never happened. That never happened, Night Owl. You're going to hear Alisha tell you what really happened. Maybe I should just shut up and let her do that. Oh, good.
Everyone's saying he's with Izzy. I don't really know who she is, but wasn't she always like one of his biggest haters?
Try this again.
I've heard some people speculate that like he could be with Lisa too, but then I heard that Lisa's with another guy in another state, dressed the part. When you did a basic Google search on him, I'm sure he went on somebody's panel tonight. Well, he said that he was still going to panel hop, you know, that he would pop up here and there and let people know that he's doing good and stuff. He's not going to completely leave YouTube. He's addicted to it. And that's, you know, every time he hops on, he makes money. Bounty on the bounty hunter. Isn't it crazy? I mean, Constance knows because I told her. But, you know, during following Summer's case, when I came across him, and, you know, I had no reason not to believe him at first. You know, I watched a few of his videos, and he was talking about how he just had this conversation with Dawn that was going to be coming out soon. And, you know, he was going to bust his case wide open with things that he had learned. He was this bounty hunter. He had a license in like 12 different states and 1,156 arrests underneath him. And, you know, he had these anti-human trafficking orgs that he was partnered with. Trying to remember all of the stuff that he was putting out there. But, you know, he dressed the part. When you did a basic Google search on him, those organizations and stuff did come up with his name on it. I think one thing that really kind of made me feel like that he was telling the truth is a video that I had found on YouTube through Google of him talking with some lady who did run an organization, and the conversation sounded really legit. She sounded very intelligent. She asked good questions. You know, he answered with basic knowledge. So I really, at that point, you know, didn't have a reason to believe that he was lying. I actually even ran a background check on him through Truthfinder, and it showed clean. It showed that he didn't have any record, you know. And I didn't know at that time that people could pay and have things removed off of Truthfinder. I've learned that now. And I also only looked at him through Everett's, Kentucky, and I didn't look at Virginia and all of that, which, because normally you don't have, you know, 3 or 4 background records. You only have one, but he has multiple ones for different states, which is really weird. So, and, you know, I thought, okay, well, this guy, he must be legit about what he does, you know. And then I had only watched maybe 3 or 4 shows when I saw that he was in my county. And I looked him up on Facebook at that point, and I found him, and I added him, and he added me pretty fast. And I told him, I said, you're in my county. Matter of fact, if you're at the sheriff's office, then you're only like 20 minutes from me. And he's like, oh, yeah, you know, and then he's like, well, who are you? What do you do? I've seen you in my chat. So I told him a little bit about me and what I do, and I sent him some links to check out and everything. And then he's like, well, I'd sure love to meet you. And then I said, okay, well, you know, let's meet up. And we were just talking, and he was on speaker, and my husband was listening to everything. And then he tells me that the task force that he's working for sent him down here on a mission to recover some children. Okay. However, they put him in a rat hotel in Lakeland, is what he said. And he said that he had recently went and looked at this place, and it's nasty. He said, no way is he going to sleep there. So he started, I guess I'll just sleep in my car tonight, you know, before I'm going to sleep somewhere like that. And it was kind of that like guilt trip type thing, you know. So I was like, oh my goodness. I looked at my husband. I'm like, you know how you give your spouse that look, like, help me out here. Are we going to let this guy stay in his car all night? And so my husband then said, oh, well, you know, let's meet up and stuff and everything. And he's like, you can just stay here for the night. He's like, that's ridiculous. Here you are doing something, you know, good. And that's the kind of treatment that they give you. You know, we felt bad for him. So at that point, I gave him my address, and within 30 minutes, he showed up. And, you know, we all went out to meet him, the whole family. And, you know, he showed us his car and all of that, you know, brought the hat out to show the kids the hat. And then came in, and he was like, I said, do you want to go out to dinner or anything like that? And he's like, well, you know, I get per diem, but he's like, I haven't received that yet. And he's like, so I'm waiting on that. So pretty much, in other words, he's saying I'm broke. So I'm like, my goodness, they put this guy in a rat hotel. They haven't given him his per diem. You know, he's already down here on his job, you know, and they haven't even taken care of him. Like, this is ridiculous. So I had leftover roast and stuff from the night before, and I gave him that. And we just sat around and talked for a while. And he, you know, how he rambles, he's like, goes on and on and on about everything. He's telling me all these missions that he's done, all these things that, you know, he's involved in, just story after story after story, which is like highly impressive. I mean, even my kids were like, wow, this guy's like Dog the Bounty Hunter or something, you know? Hold on, I got a text, sorry. So he then goes out to his car and comes back in, and he has this like little black like briefcase type thing. And in there he had certificates and things. And in his wallet, he had these like little license cards that he showed me. Now, it wasn't like he handed them over to me so I could sit there and look over them and all of that and read it all. It was more like he just kind of showed them to me and was like, see, this is my blah, blah, blah license, and this is this and this and this. And, you know, they never like went into my hands. I never held them or even really got a good look at them. He just kind of briefly showed me. So he went, like, you know, he was showing me his credentials. So I'm like, okay, all right, wow. And of course, you know, sitting there, just meeting the guy, surrounded by my family, I'm not going to be like, you know, hey, I want to get a good look at that. Or hold on, let me take a picture so I can verify this later. You know, that was awkward. So then I took him to the guest room, you know, and he brought stuff up to the room. I asked him if he wanted to take a shower. but he didn't. He said he had already had one earlier, so I was like, okay. And I let him do his thing for the night, which I think he ended up going live that night from the room. And he kind of kept to himself. And then the next day, I thought that he was going to leave, that he was going to go off and do what he was here for, do his job.
Berto, honey, she said, here's the thing. Y'all haven't accomplished any of the things like Ernie has, period. So you all are jealous, wanting to destroy his reputation. But guess what? It's not working because we come back stronger. Okay, keep thinking that, Pink Berto, okay? But just listen, you might learn something. Above all else, I want you to know what a sweet Christian woman Alisha Turner was. So you can call me all the vile things you want and say that I'm just jealous and I'm just to destroy him. But Alisha was a saint to this man. If you haven't already heard, the first night that she met him, he gave her a line of shit saying his company didn't send him the right motel, he didn't get money, and she felt sorry for him. So her husband and she took Ernie Shell into their house and served him dinner and gave him a warm bed to lay on. Now you can say a lot about a lot of people out here, but you're not going to say it about Alisha because she was next to a saint, especially with Ernie. She tried hard to get him to do the right thing. She had she could have guided him into the right thing if he would have just listened. He didn't listen. And when he used her all up, he threw her away, treated her like shit.
But he didn't. He just kind of got up and hung around with us. And, so we were like, well, let's go to Busch Gardens because I have passes all year round and I have free guest passes, that we get. And it was something to do. And so he was like, oh, yeah, let's go. So we all got, dressed and stuff and we went to Busch Gardens. And he put on a show for us because he was like fully dressed out in like this bounty hunter type clothes, and he's like looking all around and everything. He's watching everybody, and my husband's all like, Ernie, just have fun, dude. You're obviously not working today. You're off duty, just have fun, enjoy yourself. And he's like, oh, it's hard. There's a lot of people around, and he's like, a bunch of kids and stuff too. You never know. Somebody just snatch one just like that. You got to have your eyes and ears open, and that's just how he just kind of like walks at this fast pace, and he just like scans the crowd constantly. And he's got his phones, he's videotaping everything. Like he's just ready to catch something if it was to go down. Oh, there's Sarah.
Thank you to Swan.
Once he started going to the Busch Gardens part, I'm like, oh, this is like never released stories of Alisha Turner and Ern. So I had to come up for commentary. Yeah, something with Busch Gardens, but I didn't.
And now Sarah joins Alisha. Sarah was somebody I talked to first about Ernie, but I went about it the wrong way. I was overbearing and pushy, and like Sarah never came back at me. Sarah never fought with me. If anything, I fought with Sarah. But Sarah was the first one I kind of fought with Ernie, and then kind of the first one that I got along with Ernie. And then Alisha and I never fought because I learned with Sarah not to be pushy. And Alisha and I just text messages back and forth. And then we became friends. But Alisha, I don't think treated anybody badly ever.
I didn't know about the house and stuff like that.
Oh, you didn't know he stayed here and everything?
No.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So did you hear I was saying that, he was like scouting around Busch Gardens, right? He's like, just asking for something to happen,
Something happened?
No, nothing ended up happening. And so my kids at that point and stuff, like we stopped and looked at some of the animals and, showed him the alligators and cheetahs and all that. But my kids were like, they've been there so many times, they've seen the animals over and over. They want to ride rides,
Yeah.
So we go to like the first like roller coaster. He's like, oh man, I don't know about this. He's like, I haven't rolled a roller coaster in a really long time, and I'm afraid of heights, and I don't like to spin. I don't like going upside down. All this. And my husband's like, come on, man, you're the big bounty hunter dude. Come on, you're not scared of nothing, right? So he wasn't gonna do the roller coaster at first.
You got him on
it? Huh?
You got him on the roller coaster?
He wasn't going to. Like we ended up leaving the line, and instead we went over to the rapids where you like get in this big like round raft thing. It holds like 10 people, and you go like it's the river rapids,
Yeah.
Go down it. And he wasn't afraid to do that, so we did that first to kind of get him, having fun, not being so paranoid. And he did do that. And then after we got off that, the next ride we come to was the Cheetah, which is a fast roller coaster.
No, this was Alisha Turner, not Alisha. This was Alisha Turner. She was just a subscriber of Ernie's, And then it grew into more. And she, you heard her say that she offered him to stay there a night because his room was crappy and blah, 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 blah. Some cannot understand. This is a review of things that happened long before they arrived. That's why I put the date in there. This was February 4th, 2023. So a little over a year ago. Yeah. A little over a year ago. And Alicia's telling her story of how she met Ernie and how she left Ernie. Truth, not much. Nothing like what he churches it up.
And my kids are come on, Ernie, write it. And he was like, I don't know about that. And so my husband's like, come on, man up, let's do this. I got you, And it took a lot of coaxing, like through the entire line. He was getting nervous.
She did that.
Was he tall enough to ride the ride? Just barely, Constance, just barely.
Requirements. Oh shit.
That's another thing I will tell you. You look at him on YouTube and his pictures that he makes, and you're expecting that you're going to see this buff, bigger dude. And when you meet him, I'm 5'1", okay? My husband's 5'8". Ernie is like somewhere in between the both of us. Like, he's taller than me, but he's a little shorter than my husband. And
Jody, wasn't that Dalton? Wasn't that Dalton that approached him about making a pilot? And they got all that equipment and went to New York.
He's little, like his arms are little, his hands are little, everything is little, I was not expecting that at all. Like, it shocked me. And I'm like, where is all those muscles and that chest that you see in all those photos,
Yeah, like Superman. Hello.
Yeah, I mean, my 15-year-old son is almost the same size.
Ernie is Prince.
Right.
Rain, purple rain.
Right. And then also, there's a lot of like scars and bruises and like these dark spots, and it looks like rough life living that you do not see in any of those photos or when he goes live. And I know
Phil's before he got to your house.
He what?
He might have came from Phil's before he got to your house. You never know.
I heard that before he came to my house, I heard that he was like in Mar-a-Lago or something.
Of course.
Yeah, because he told me how he went down there to meet Trump Jr. And they were supposed to have this like big dinner and gathering meeting thing or whatever. It was important business, but something big happened. I don't remember what all it was, and they had to shut it down real quick. Some kind of security breach or something.
Yes.
So, but anyways, we finally got him on the roller coaster, and then that is all he talked about afterwards. He was just like, I did it. He was so proud of himself that he made it on that roller coaster.
Was he scared?
Oh yeah, it was hilarious though, Oh, Gypsy said, how did I meet him? She missed that part. I was watching his Summer Wells videos, and then I saw that he was in my county. So I found him on Facebook, and I told him, and then he wanted to meet me. So we met up. But so I dropped my phone on the roller coaster, on that cheetah roller coaster, and I secured it like in my shirt, into my bra, but somehow or another it slipped out, and I dropped it, and I realized it once we got off the ride, and we were looking everywhere for it. And then I went back to the ride people, and I told them, and they said, well, we can't stop it right now to look for it. I'm like, obviously. And they said, most likely it's going to be completely damaged anyways. So they told me to go to the Lost and Found, file a report. And, if they find it, they'll call me and let me know. I had to tell them what it looks like, all that kind of stuff. So I was bummed at that point because I have to have a phone, because I'm on, my clients call me, text me, at any time I have to work, So I said, well, let's just go ahead and leave, and we'll go to the Verizon office, and I will try to get another phone. I got to have one, I can't miss my clients' calls and stuff. So we left from there and started heading to Verizon, where I live, which is an hour away from where Busch Gardens is. And they called me and told me that someone found it, and there was nothing wrong with it. It didn't have a scratch on it. So I was like, oh my goodness. So we didn't end up having to go to Verizon. But so we start to head back, and that's when Ernie's in the back seat of the car going live, and he's starts talking to everybody, and then how he sits and waits for people to come in to his live, and he taps me on the shoulder and he says, y'all remember that everything that I do on YouTube is all a movie. It's all for entertainment, reality entertainment.
Did you hear that? He tapped Alisha on her shoulder, and he said, now remember, everything I do on YouTube is for a movie. It's for entertainment. So he's setting up the lie right there. So when he goes to lying here in a minute, he's going to say, well, I told you it's because it was a movie. Remember that.
He's like, it's just a movie. So anything that you hear or anything, just go along with it. They all know what I'm doing. And I'm like, okay. My husband looks over at me like, what in the world is he talking about? So we just let him do his thing, and next thing we hear, he's telling everybody we got kicked out of Busch Gardens. We were escorted out.
Wait, so before he went live, he told you guys it was just a movie, or everybody in the audience on YouTube?
No, he just told me and my husband.
Hey,
He could have at least told you what he was going to tell them.
Now, he did tell us the night before when we were all sitting around talking, and he told his whole entire life story.
That just loses credibility. Like, then you know, because you know where he stayed with you and everything, that when he goes live, things are not real.
Now, he did tell us the night before when we were all sitting around talking, and he told his whole.
She kind of went by that real quick, so we'll go over it again.
Live, he told you guys it was just a movie, or everybody
we got kicked out of Busch Gardens. We were escorted out. Reality entertainment. Y'all remember that everything that, and then you know how he sits and waits for people to come in to his life, and he taps me on the shoulder and he says, y'all remember that everything that I do on YouTube is all a movie. It's all for entertainment, reality entertainment. You know, he's like, it's just a movie. So anything that you hear or anything, just go along with it. They all know what I'm doing. And I'm like, okay. My husband looks over at me like, what in the world is he talking about? You know? So we just let him do his thing, you know. And next thing we hear, he's telling everybody we got kicked out of Busch Gardens. We were escorted out.
Wait.
That never happened. He told you all that he was kicked out of Busch Gardens, but it never happened. That was all a lie. So all these times y'all say, Ernie's been done this way by a troll, done this way by a troll, done this way by a troll. No. Through these clips that I'm going to play, you know, from other people, you're going to see most of them were Ernie saying a troll did something to him. Remember last time we seen him stopped, the police officer stopped him, and he was like, oh, God damn, blah, 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 cussing. And the cop comes up to the car and goes, well, we stopped you because you were going so slow. He didn't expect for that to come out. Now, that's something I can't lie about. That was an officer of the law that we seen on video walk up to Ernie's car and say, we stopped you because you were going so slow. Not because a troll called in, like Ernie said. Now here we have Alisha, who was at Busch Gardens with Ernie. And Ernie told everybody that somebody called him in and got him kicked out of Busch Gardens. Trolls got him kicked out of Busch Gardens. Alisha said that never happened. And she's laughing about it. She said, Ernie said, oh, just go along with it because everything's a movie.
So before he went live, he told you guys it was just a movie, or everybody in the audience on YouTube?
No, he just told me and my husband.
Oh, good Lord. He could have at least told you what he was going to tell them.
Now, he did tell us the night before when we were all sitting around talking, and he told his whole entire life story.
That just loses credibility. Like, then you know, because you know where he stayed with you and everything, that when he goes live, things are not real. That he says, you know, that means you got to witness it. And I just wanted to say, Gypsy, before you came in, she told a part that I never knew about, and you might not have either, that they met Ernie and he stayed the night at their house in their guest room. You might be interested in that part of the story, because I never knew that either before they went to Busch Gardens. Yeah,
Love and Grace fell for it too, she said.
Love and Grace.
I think she talks about it, Genevieve. I think she talks about it in this video.
In another chat last night said to me, you know, Sarah Smiles, I think I modded with you and Ernie's. And I said, yeah, you sound familiar. And she says, tell Jimbo to tell you my real name. And I forgot to ask Jimbo. So, I mean, do you think I know who it is? Like, not in the chat. You don't tell me here, but like she said in the chat for Jimbo to like text me and tell me who it is. You know what I mean? Like, I was trying to guess. I'm like, who could that be? So many options, but I'll figure it out. It's like a mystery to me now. I'll figure you out, Love and Grace.
I don't even try to like know who everybody is. I just know them by their picture and their screen name, and that's good enough for me. But
yeah.
But yeah, so he did tell us the night before that his YouTube channel was really popular, and even though he does actually work cases on there, that's what he told us. He also has a lot of trolls and drama that's all for just entertainment purposes. The majority of it's manufactured. It's all a movie. Mm-hmm. So be expecting that too in between his true crime stuff, and solving cases and all that kind of stuff. So
Night Owl, I'm not sure what you think you saw, but did you see Busch Gardens get a call? Or did you see Ernie get a call? Did you see the Busch Gardens people escort them out? No, it never happened. He might have played it where it looked like it. It might have been, good acting, but it didn't happen because Alicia's saying that, no, there was no problem at Busch Gardens. Now, like I said, people can cuss me and cuss a lot of people, but Alisha is one that you really can't cuss. She was a good Christian woman. She wanted the best for Ernie. She would not just be making stuff up to hurt Ernie. Jody, thank you for the $30 super chat. You're welcome. And thank you, Frankie, for gifting one membership. You just can't almost fault Alisha. She was a good woman. Yeah, he tried to tell us she worked for Grady Judd. She'll discuss this too in another video that I'm going to play. I've got 4 parts of her video and then a part for when she was on Miss Daisy's panel. Why has no woman ever beat the crap out of Ernie? I don't know. Does she feel bad maybe? I don't know. Did you see the Busch Gardens people get a phone call, Night Owl? Okay. Yeah. Alicia said he jumped over some kind of fence or something. Yeah. Alicia said it never happened. They never got kicked out of Busch Gardens. Hey, Tammy. She really did try to help him. A stunt, maybe, yes. Oh, Berto, honey. Apparently you need Ernie for content. I do, Berto. He's my content. And YouTube told me when you get in a niche and you find what people want to hear from you, keep in that content. So as long as Ernie's going to be ridiculous, he's going to be my content. No big deal about that. You wouldn't be sitting here talking about this so clearly. You're doing all this for money, which is shameful. Like you go out and make your own money, please. I do. I work a job. 6, sometimes 7 days a week. Most days 5, some days 4, but I work. And if people want to pay me to talk about Ernie, they're sure welcome to, because I'm well versed on the subject. Sit down, you might learn something. Kathy said he wished he worked for Grady Judd. Okay, now we're gonna play it.
So before he went live and told this complete bullcrap story, he reminded me to not say anything because it was all part of his narrative, his little story. So after he finished that live, he then told us again, he starts laughing and all that. He's like, oh, they're going to run with this. It's going to go wild. There'll be 20 videos made out of it, and he's like, they'll be talking about it for days. And he's like,
funny to lie to us and get the subs talking about all of it. So that's pretty much what that says.
And so my husband said, well, what's the point? Why?
Okay, now that I can believe. Tamori called on a live when he was at Busch Gardens. Okay, but they never got kicked out about that. Ernie ran with that and said they got kicked out, but they never did really get kicked out. See, I wasn't around for Tamori and all that, but I do know that when I first started, investigating what Ernie told me to look at, my job was 2 times harder because I had to go through shit like that. Them being ridiculous and calling like a Busch Gardens, but they never did get kicked out of Busch Gardens because of it. Ernie just knew it'd be a good way to church up the trolls, Frankie, thank you for the $5 super chat. This is for more content of Ernie. Coming soon. Jody said, Pink Birdo, please show you have some home training and respect Connie's presentation. Thank you. Yes, the t-shirt money was due Monday.
What is the point of getting on there and just making up a whole bunch of stories and getting people all riled up? And, he's like, what do you get out of it? And he's like, it's my living. I make a living off of it. He's like, the task force stuff don't pay me well. And I have to wait in between jobs. He's like, I do security here and there, and I do these missions and stuff, but it's not great pay. And he's like, you see, they put me up in a rat hotel, so I'm having to stay with you guys. He's like, I'm doing, and he's like, the task force stuff don't pay me well. And there'll be 20 videos made out of it, and he's like, they'll be talking about.
Alicia says, why do you do all this? Why do you do all the fighting and arguing? And he says, because it pays my bills.
For days. And
like, funny to lie to us and get the subs talking about all of it. So that's pretty much what that says.
And so my husband said, well, what's the point? Why? What is the point of getting on there and just making up a whole bunch of stories and getting people all riled up? And he's like, what do you get out of it? And he's like, it's my living. I make a living off of it. He's like, the task force stuff don't pay me well, and I have to wait in between jobs. He's like, I do security here and there, and I do these missions and stuff, but it's not great pay. And he's like, you see, they put me up in a rat hotel, so I'm having to stay with you guys. He's like, I'm doing, how did he say it? Something like a soldier's work or something on something pay. I don't know, one of those old like hillbilly sayings,
So, but just the fact it's getting mind blowing to me now that you're saying, I've never heard this story after all this time. I don't know how I missed this story, but I feel like even more mad now because that's like flat out. I mean, I get the movie stuff and everything and the entertainment, but he just could have just as well said, we're going on a roller coaster with Alisha Turner and made a little clip and did some roller coaster shots on the phone and talked about Busch Gardens and walking around with animals, and that would have been just as entertaining without lying to everybody.
Well, I think what made it happen is that because he's got a few phones that he carries with him. So if it goes dead, there's another, and then the other I think he just keeps for like storing all of his stuff that he takes on everybody, all the information he gets from everybody.
Yeah.
But while he was using one to go live and stuff, he's got another that he's looking to see what people are posting about him or what other people are saying about him.
Yeah.
So he saw that what's her name? The one who got busted for being a scammer. Tamari. Yeah. He saw her talking about, y'all call Busch Gardens and tell him there's a predator there, you know, and he doesn't need to be around kids. Busch Gardens has a lot of kids. He saw that, and that's what made him lie.
Idea.
Yeah.
To make it sound like drama so that it would all be linked to her, so people would be like, Tamari got him kicked out, basically.
Let me see this comments. I missed a couple here.
What the hell?
Gypsy said she told me he never bathed. Nope, he did it the whole time he was here. He never took a shower.
He declined the first night. Oh, none?
The whole time he never did. And I thought once he finally left, you know, my husband brought that up that he never showered, and I thought, well, once we kind of got to know him and we're around him for a few days, he's very paranoid. You know, I thought he doesn't know us that well. For all he knows, you know, we could be some crazy people who have like cameras in the showers or something. You know, like when you're paranoid like that, you think of all kinds of crazy scenarios. You know, like we could bust in on him. You know, just, you never know. So I just thought maybe it was his paranoia, the reason why he didn't want to shower while he was here.
Dirty tiger.
But then I find out from others that he just doesn't shower often. Constance, Alisha, tell them how you got to be his publicist. Okay, so he found out what I do, you know, and my job is I'm a PR, I'm a publicist, I'm a manager, I'm a gopher, you know, anything that someone like in the entertainment industry needs that I can provide, I do it, you know. When he found out who all I work for and what it is I do, he asked me if I could put out some articles for him. Well, you know, talking about what he is and who he is and Predator Her Nation and all of that. And I told him, yeah, sure, you know, I'll draw him up something. I had a brand new computer in the room that he was staying in. I had not done anything on that computer yet, so there was no information on there that he could get or anything, you know. It was just newly set up. And I opened up the WordPress for him, and I showed him how to use WordPress, and I told him to write up, you know, whatever it is that he wanted to say. And then I'll go through and edit it out for him and stuff, and add some photos to it, and we will pay my distribution company the fee, you know, and it'll go out to a bunch of different blogs and Google News and things like that. And so he wrote all of that pretty much himself, you know, and I heard later on that he had Tina help him with it too. Ernie says that she never did. She claims that she did. I think she said that Xander actually wrote it. I don't know. But anyways, I know I left him alone to do all of that.
So they could have wrote it, emailed it to him on that computer, and then he saved it for printing or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know how that ended up working. He told me that he wrote it all himself. Had me come in there and read it all. And then, you know, we edited it and we added the photos to it. And then he paid the fee to have it sent out. The next thing I know, he's on telling everybody that I'm his publicist. So.
You got the job. You got the job.
Yeah.
You didn't even apply.
And there was no contract. There was no, you know, nothing that you go through to actually become someone's publicist, you know, or be a client of mine. I just helped him out, and then boom, I was his publicist.
Wow. So he acted paranoid at your house too?
Yeah, but not as paranoid as he was up in Georgia.
And then you said at Busch Gardens when you were with the crowd?
Yeah, you could tell that being surrounded by a lot of people, you know, it bothered him. He was not comfortable.
Okay. Wow, that's interesting. I'm just wondering if some of his symptoms were, you know, with the crowds made it worse.
Yeah, well, I do believe, and I've said it a ton of times, that he has schizophrenia.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm thinking the crowds and stuff brought out some of the problems. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I do think that, you know, stuff like that, all the screaming, you know, at those parks, you have people screaming and, you know, loud music and everything. I do think it bothered him, but he was in a good mood. You know, he was happy that he had free content that day. You know, we bought his food. You know, he was in good spirits, so he managed to get through it pretty well. And then we got back home, you know, and we set up, you know, for him to have that article go out, and then he stayed again that night. And then on the third day, we didn't really do a whole lot. Just talked, sat around stuff. I showed him some things, and then when we sat down to eat, that is when he got the call that he told me was Tina. Well, at first he said he got a call from Ricky. Then he said that someone called in and said that was Tina. And I said, okay. And he sat there at the table in front of everybody, and they were talking about the van job, you know. And
he was at your house for that?
Yeah, we were all sitting at the table eating when that call came in. And then I heard him say, well, yeah, that sounds perfect. I can do that. But how am I going to put this stuff in my car? You know? And then he says, oh, okay. So there's a van for me to pick up then? That's how I'll do it? And he's like, oh, okay, that makes it a lot easier then. And he's like, all right, well, when do I need to do this?
And that was the start of the Bolt van incident. So when people say Benny set it up, oh, I suppose he could have went through the trouble of finding a stolen Bolt van down in southern USA, putting it out on Craigslist, hoping Ernie would see it, Ernie applying for it through Tina, and then getting the job, and then stressing Ernie out enough to where Ernie left the van in the middle of the parking lot. I suppose it could happen. It's not likely to happen. I agree with you, Genevieve.
And he's like, oh, man. He's like, well, I'm down here in Central Florida. And then, you just kind of hear him like going back and forth talking with a person. And then he gets off the phone and he tells me, he says, Tina just got me a great job driving and delivering, which is really easy for me. And he's like, I've been down here for a few days and the task force still hasn't given me my per diem or anything. So I'm about to say, screw this job.
Yes.
Like, I'll probably just take off and head out up there. He says, like, I have to go to Tina's house and then leave from, somebody's going to get, and I'm pretty sure he said Melissa, but it's been a long time, so I could be wrong, but I think he said Melissa was going to take him to go pick up the van. And then from there, he would go do the job. And so I'm like, okay, so he wants to take a nap at that point and he sleeps, and stuff. And then he gets up and he's like, thank you guys, had a great time, see you again soon, blah, blah, blah. And he heads out up there to, go to get that van and stuff. And I didn't hear from him for a couple of days. And the next thing I got from him were these videos of him with, he says he's in Texas and he's showing the van.
Nope.
And he's like, this is the van that they hooked me up with. And like, almost like he forgot that he just sat here and talked about this just being a delivery job. And now he was telling me that it was another thing that the task force had sent him on.
Wow.
Yeah. And they hooked him up with this van.
Busted.
And he's in Texas and he's watching these families and these children cross the border over the river.
I remember that.
Yeah. And he sends me these videos and he's like, look, this is awful. It's so cold out here. And these kids are walking through this water,
Yeah, he posted footage and then he would show a clip of the van and then footage that was from something else.
And I'm like,
he never was in Texas, right?
No. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like, what is going on here? Because, he left here to go up and pick up some van and do this delivery job that was only supposed to be, a couple of days and great pay. And now all of a sudden he's in Texas working a mission that the task force sent him on, and delivering, he was there to give out supplies to help these people who were crossing the border.
How can I not ever know all this fit in together? I'm still pissed about the lies to the people, to the subs and stuff. I'm not trying to go backwards so much, but I'm stuck on the part where he told people you guys were kicked out of Busch Gardens, because me being in the chat back then, I would have felt very angry and it causes a stir within the subs, and then the subs fight. And we would have been like, I'm sure some of the people I was in chat with were probably blaming it on Tamori. It's Tamori's fault.
And that right there is one of the issues I have with the movie part. What's a movie to him is not a movie to his audience. When he would say blocked means blocked, and Sarah and the other mods would spend the whole chat blocking people just for Ernie to go unblock them, it was stressful to him. When they seen Ernie getting air quoted bullied, these ladies cared about him. I'm going to play a clip of when Alisha is talking about when Ernie got tased. Alicia's in full tears. That's not entertaining. That's not a movie. Obviously, and this is before Alisha did all this. When she was crying about it, she still believed everything Ernie said. This came later, about 6 months later. Pink Birdo, I just had somebody on here, 3 somebodies in fact, saying they missed me. Where had I been? So don't talk about what you don't know. I know when my feet and my back hurt every day, I go somewhere. Somewhere I leave this house, make someone else's house look wonderful, and come home and don't just shit in my own house. I do that every day. Well, not every day. 4 to 6 times a week. Sometimes 7. Not often. And no one's trying to tell you not to like Ernie. Well, there's just some people we know they ain't going to. You ain't going to see the light. This is for the other people that have half a brain and that are wondering and that might be wondering what's up, seeing the past combined with the future, the current and the future.
And it was his fault. He made it all up, and that's making me really pissed. So I can't stop thinking about all that, all these tricking everybody, the van stuff, being in Texas.
And what's crazy about it is that it happens so fast. Like, here he is just having a great time, riding roller coasters, having the time of his life. And then he looks down on his phone and he sees, Tamori say whatever it was that she said about him being a predator and people call Busch Gardens or whatever. And he gets all mad and then goes live. And instantly, like it was rolled off of his tongue, comes up with this whole story about us getting all escorted out of there. And, because all these calls kept coming in and they hunted us down and found us and kicked us out of the park. It just came out like nothing.
And what was the reason for being kicked out of the park? That people called in and said he was a predator?
Yeah, that so many people called in saying that he was a predator. They hunted us down, found us, and kicked us out.
Because I think I missed this actual, I guess you would call it episode when this took place. I only heard the after talk of it, so that's why I don't really know all of it, Yeah. I saw the van stuff, but not the Busch Gardens incident. Jeez, what the fuck? These are all unnecessary lies.
Yeah. And, what I was saying, though, it's just insane because there was no plotting. There was no planning. There was no, let me think of this story. It just rolled off the tongue. So easy.
I know people like that. They believe it. Sometimes seems like they believe it, and then they don't even need to lie sometimes, but they're so used to doing it that they'll throw out some when they don't need to. It becomes a habit. Scary.
And Pat said, I've known all this, but
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, would have believed me at the time.
Probably not.
And Gypsy, I totally believe that he's sick, and that this is something that does run in his family, all the way back to that.
Oh my God,
that he talked about.
The Kennedys. That's somebody I know the same way. Gypsy. Oh my goodness, the same thing with the Kennedys. Holy crap, that is weird.
I don't know, Never Silent, if he told her to make.
That dude said it was proven in a court of law all his documents were fake. That's a fact. In his brother's trial, he got caught with a computer of templates for all these licenses and stuff, and none of them were current. Now, I did verify his bounty hunting license, but that probably came after the court. And something insurance, like he had insurance to carry that license, something like that. But yeah.
To make that post or not, because he was really busy. I mean, if he did, he would have had to do it like on the drive there, when he was in the back seat,
Text on one of his phones, yeah, because these people, I guess, apparently work together. People are working together that we don't know about. We'd always suspect certain people are and say they are, but like, do we ever really know? It's all speculation.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe some of them work together, and then some of it is just, people really just trolling him and throwing things out there, and then he just feeds off of it and runs with stories.
Yeah.
Hey, Stormy Skies.
What's up, everyone? Yeah, I think that's where the psych ward idea came to that he threw out today. Was that today or yesterday? I think he saw that in the chat because people have been. This goes back to what he does. Other people have said that he watches the chat and gets ideas. Like he said, when he has a couple phones, he watches the chat with one phone, and that's where he gets ideas for his, shows or his next plots.
Mm-hmm.
We were all talking about that in chat. Oh, maybe he's in a psych ward. All it takes is, that one thing he sees, and then he's going to hone in on it and create a story around it.
Yeah, and he can do it at the drop of a dime too. His problem is he can't remember everything that he says.
Yeah, to who?
Just like he did with me. I mean, he left here telling what job he was going to do, and then a couple days later, totally forgot that he even, had that conversation in front of us all and was telling me that he was in Texas on a mission.
In the van that he picked up that he already told you he was getting for deliveries.
Right.
He showed us a picture of this FBI van with all this hardware and computer systems, and a picture that was like his cover photo when he was on the supposed mission. Because I remember all the trolls coming in and laughing at him. It was just an empty van.
Yeah. And then also, once I started waking up to things, I found that same video on, I don't know if it was TikTok that I found it on, or Reddit. I can't remember, because I found some things that he posted on TikTok, and I found some things he posted on Reddit. So, or he got, from TikTok and Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
So it was stolen, material that was used as his own.
Many people did love and grace in there. Unfortunately, some people still do.
But that's when I started thinking, this guy, he has mental issues.
Love and Grace said, I feel so dumb. I believed at first he was out there helping children. And Sarah said, don't feel bad. Many people do.
I believed that he meant well and that he really wanted to raise awareness about children and human trafficking, and I knew he was in talks with Dawn and Candace, and I told him that I would like to talk to Candace and ask her some questions too, and not come at her all pointing fingers and blaming his mother, And so he was talking to Candace, and so I was like, well, that was awesome for him to do, and Candace was opening up to me, and she was, talking to me, and we were FaceTiming with each other. And so, I thought, well, maybe if I help this guy and put him in the right direction, get him away from all this drama stuff and all these fake stories, and tell him that that's hurting you, dude. Like all this hate that you have is all coming from the drama stuff that you create. Let's move away from that and let's do general awareness. Let's talk about what's really going on in the world and statistics and, cases of missing children and, real, trafficking stuff, and let people know resources of who to call when you see something, things like that. Mm-hmm. And I spent a lot of time writing up these like scripts of this story and what happened over here and, and then put.
She what? She wrote the scripts, not to be confused with a script for fighting. She was writing up general awareness scripts. Hey, if you see this, if this happens, Alisha was doing all the writing. Ernie couldn't even come up with his own general awareness. Did he take her advice? Had he done that, had he moved away from the drama and got into general awareness like he said he wanted to, and she was doing the work for him, she was going to get him on the right path to doing it. Did he do it? Nope.
And putting all the resources in there, different organizations that help for different people's areas. And I sent that all over to him. And he went live telling everybody that he was going to do general awareness courses, And then that's when he was all like, well, I need a website to put all this information and stuff on. And, where everybody can kind of go and find everything. He's like, I want people to Google me, find the site, and see all the information that I provide. And I was like, okay, yeah, we can do that, So I help him, to get the website stuff started. He, in turn, makes it all about memberships and a money-making thing. And I told him, I said, Ernie, you can't do what you're saying you want to do. Like, you would have to have way more bandwidth, You can't, because he was like, I want to go live on YouTube sometimes, and then sometimes I want to do it on just my website only. And I'm like, okay, well, you need a whole lot more bandwidth for what you're talking about. That's like a much bigger site than just this little Wix site, And I'm trying to explain to him how things work, but he's not listening. He's going live and he's telling everybody that this is what he's got coming. This is what he's going to be doing. He needs all this money for it,
Yep. And he went big. His memberships, the top tier was pretty expensive.
Yeah. And then he is telling me that he's got this guy who loves what he's doing with his, new general awareness courses, and that he wants to sponsor him. And one of the things that he's going to do is make all these medallions for him.
Yeah.
And I was, I'm thinking to myself, because I've been, doing PR work and stuff and working for entertainment industry for 21 years. And I know nothing ever happens like that overnight so quickly, like very rare. And I'm like, okay, we've done one live where we talked about the general awareness stuff, and that one live that had 136 viewers, at the time. I'll never forget how many I had, because it was going over my head, like he had 136 viewers, and somebody decided to sponsor him, and they're going to give him medallions and possibly action figures. And, I was like, this is insane. It can't be true. But at the same time, I'm like, well, maybe he's more popular than I thought that he was, I don't know.
I always wondered where the action figure, like I would always hear them making fun of him, talking about him. I'm like, you guys are mean, that's what I thought. And I'm like, where are they getting this? Because I somehow missed the action figure thing. And I was like, why are they always saying that? I've never heard him say that. So you did hear him say that?
Yeah. So
look at Love and Grace. She said when he called me wanting a ride, he said he had Candace on the other line. He said she was getting ready to tell him what happened to Summer, so we needed a ride to Tennessee. So it sounds like you got manipulated into that, like you were needed because if you didn't respond and give him that ride, then he wouldn't find out what happens to Summer, kind of situation. That's what it sounds like to me. And did you give him a ride? That's my next question.
Did you hear that? Love and Grace said when he called me, he wanted a ride. He said he had Candace on the other line. He said she was getting ready to tell him what happened to Summer, so he needed a ride to Tennessee.
She said earlier that her husband told her no.
Oh, okay. That's probably good.
Yeah. And I don't believe for a second that Candace was ever about ready to tell him what happened to Summer.
No, he's using that as an opportunity for the ride.
Yes. Because, I spoke with Candace many times. We had some decent conversations, face to face, through FaceTime. And I don't believe that.
Bridget, I can kind of see that point if I hadn't known Alisha. But having known Alisha and talked to Alisha and, talked quite a bit while she was still in Ernie's corner, she really cared. She really wanted to help him do the right thing. She was really hoping he would do the right thing. It wouldn't have been very hard for him to do the right thing. And she just always had hope. And it got to a point where she couldn't do it anymore. But I don't think she was ever nefarious in anything she did.
That she knows what happened to Summer. I don't. And I know that a lot of people hate to hear that, because they want to blame her,
No, I think it's more about being respectful. And the way I look at it is like we all have our own thoughts, and you should be able to conversate and have your own opinions without getting pissed and hating one another, because that's the way it should be. Like me and Constance, for instance, we have a lot of the same opinions now, but that one we have a different opinion. That doesn't mean I'm going to say screw you, I hate you, you're stupid.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, oh, that's cool, that's your opinion, and I have supporting reasons why I think it's different for me, and you have supporting reasons why you both think different, and that's okay.
I mean, I'm obviously somewhat naive because I fell for Ernie stuff for a little while. Even when I saw red flags, I tried to make excuses for it or whatever. I try to see the good in everybody as much as I can,
Yeah.
But I spoke with her on nights where she was pretty blistered, and I spoke with her on nights where she was completely sober, and she doesn't wave, and she, unlike on YouTube where you see her be very hard and she doesn't really get very emotional, and people get upset because they want to see a lot more emotion out of her. In our conversations, I saw her get emotional. I saw her break down and cry on a few occasions and say, I just don't know. If I knew anything, I would tell it,
I think Constance is right. Her last comment, which is weird because my upbringing is probably, a lot more, I think because of a lot of the trauma and stuff that I've gone through, I tend to, I don't know, I think that's why I see it different, because I've been on that side and watched people be that kind of, like you're describing him with the manipulation and all that, even though I fell for it. I just have a background of that happening and seeing people be able to, at the snap of a dime, tell one story when I know it's not true, and I'm sitting there like dumbfounded, like, what? I've lived that, so it's kind of hard for me to be tricked by that at the same time. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I should, with my dad, that raised me, my stepdad that raised me, being such a narcissist, pathological liar that he was, I should have saw it a lot sooner than I did. But
Go
ahead.
It's kind of funny how that can happen to us, huh?
Yeah. I think I just didn't pay enough attention, really, or maybe I just didn't care enough, because I have a lot going on. I have my husband to take care of. I have my kids. I have all my other clients, that I have, and I'm go a lot of the time during the day. And I'm not sitting on watching everything that he says, listening to everything, like some people do. So I think I just didn't give it enough time. If I would have saw it a lot sooner,
Yeah. Well, I think it a lot boils down to knowing the person too, and just, like, spending the time, and you got to witness it, like you said with the van thing where he forgot that he told you that. That's your first, like, little flag there that you probably saw, like, wait a minute, you just told me that and that, you know what I mean? And that comes down to experience and living. Like, if you had known him for years or something, then you would know and learn how quick those things roll out the tongue, You would know. And it just shows that when you don't know somebody and you do see good, there's still a chance that you can be manipulated, I guess.
Right. Well, after the arrest thing happened, and I was like, oh my goodness, like he lied about everything. He took that off with that van and didn't bring it back. And, when that happened, I was just floored.
I never still understood that.
Yeah. And I think it was because this is my personal opinion, I could be totally wrong, but I think he got so caught up in that story that he created about being on a mission and being supplied this, stakeout van and all this kind of stuff. And he was having so fun with that storyline. I think he didn't want to give it back.
He didn't want to give up that part he was living, you mean, kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to give up being on the mission.
Right.
Wow.
And then when he realized how much trouble that he was in, because the owner starts calling and, threatening and, that he's going to report it and all that, then he realized, oh crap, but then he's stuck in that, like, part of him wants to keep it and stay on his storyline, and then the other part knows he's about to be in big trouble. And I think that's when he had his breakdown, and we all seen the live where he's acting like the van's gonna explode at any time or something,
Mm-hmm.
But when I saw all of that, that's when I really started thinking, wow, like this is insane. I don't know if I want to be a part of this. And I reached out to Jimbo and Kemper at that point and said, all right, what's going on with this guy? This is really weird. He's been to my house, he's been around my kids. Should I be?
That right there might have been the final straw in the camel's back. Whoever asked that, because later I'll play a video of Alisha on Miss Daisy's panel. It's Miss Daisy, Jimbo and Tina, and they're all sitting there as Ernie's friends right after he got tased, and Alisha was in tears. And she just said, and that's when she went to Jimbo, to Kemper, and said, hey, what's up with this guy? Then she did go over to Jimbo's. Then she did kind of, in my opinion, try to help Jimbo clean up his act. Stop the cuss words, stop the dragging of women, have a more family-friendly show. That was before my time with Jimbo, though.
I'd be worried,
Mm-hmm.
They were very helpful, and neither one of them came at me like bashing Ernie,
Mm-hmm.
like, oh yeah, he's a horrible dude, stay clear. They weren't like that. They answered me like, we don't think you really have anything to worry about. He hops around from place to place. Anybody who will give him a place to lay his head or a free meal, but he loves to make stories up, and he lives in this fantasy world, and he tells a lot of lies. So they just kind of said what I was starting to realize about him.
Yeah, they confirmed it.
Mm-hmm. So I was like, okay. And then I started watching Jimbo's channel and finding out more and more. Constance said, Alisha, how did you get into the LLC? Okay, so what happened with that was soon after he left, he admitted.
Now, this is when I first contacted Alisha. I messaged her and I said, hey, do you realize that your name is on an LLC in Florida for Ernie Shell Rescue Our Children? And she goes, yeah. And now she's going to tell you the story of how she got put on Ernie's LLC Rescue Our Children.
To me that he does have some mental issues, post-traumatic stress disorder, all that. I heard the story at that point that a lot of you probably heard by now about his upbringing and all the abuse and everything. He really played on my heartstrings with all of that, and said that was his reason why he wanted to help save children the best that he could and raise awareness for them, and that he wanted my help in doing the general awareness stuff, and putting the information out there.
Absolutely.
And making women not be afraid to speak up if they're being abused, And he had all these people that he was talking to that were going to partner with him to make the organization big, but he had to have an LLC first, for all of that to happen. He starts naming off all of these names of all these people that he knows that are going to help him, once he's got this LLC.
Oh.
So he said he wants to do this, rescue our children, and it was mainly going to be just general awareness and helping provide people with resources. And all these people were going to help him do it. Well, at that time, I was, part of me is really wanting to believe that he does have this big heart. He has been through all this trauma, and he's trying to make a good name for himself because of, his family's name is pretty much in the mud, and he wants to do good. And then the other part of me is like, well, I've been told he's a liar and he's a scammer, so I don't know. So I just told him, put Alisha Turner on there, because you have to have people to be able to do it. Like, you can't all have it in your name only, you know?
Oh, right.
So I just told him to put the Alisha Turner name on there.
Oh, boy.
Because Alisha Turner wasn't Alicia's real name. That was a name she just went by on YouTube.
Yep. And I mean, I wish I wouldn't have even done it at that point, because he never did go along with the courses that I gave him or the classes or anything. And he didn't obviously have any of these people that he said that was going to help him. And he really never even did anything with it at all.
Does he still have it?
I think it doesn't expire until March.
And are you linked to it still?
No. But, I mean, the Alisha Turner name's on there, but y'all know that's not my name. So
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, true.
yeah. But so I don't know. I mean, I thought that I was going to be able to help him. You know, I thought he has this nice audience. He has, you know, a fan base. So you say he's very charismatic. He can be funny at times. When he talks about something that he seems passionate about, you know, people listen. And I thought, you know, he could be a great voice for raising awareness and talking about these kids' cases and giving people resources and helping out. I just got to push him in the right direction and help him out, you know. But he's too impulsive, and he's all over the place, and he can't stop with the drama stuff. So he can't stay on task.
Right. It must be hard to live one. I would imagine, I've thought of this before, and this is not me being mean, just, you know, from a person thinking about another person, how do they live? You know, the stability I have, for instance, that I didn't have when I was little. I couldn't imagine not having the stability of having the same bed to go to every night, the same house that I live in. You know what I mean? Like, that's got to be drive me effing insane. Like, imagine just never knowing where you're going to be the next week for months and years. Like, never know which bed you're going to lay on and where you're going to sleep, if you're going to be in a hotel, which car you're going to rent, because you don't want to buy a car. You just buy like a couple hundred, you know, like a couple $1,000 car. You just keep renting them and throwing your money away. I don't know. I feel stressed out about it.
I think it's the opposite for him. I think because of his paranoia and stuff, that he likes being at different places all the time, because he really does think that people are, well, right now people really are trying to find him. But
yeah.
Beforehand, you know, he always thought people are trying to track him down and find him. So if he stays on the move,
is that what it is?
Yeah.
So it's like being in fear all the time, because that's completely horrible too.
I saw that more in Georgia, which I think I told you about. The second time, you know, that I saw him is when I had, you know, we have the yearly meet and greet with different clients of mine, you know.
Oh, right. Is that when you were out at the bar?
Yes, that was at not Hooters, but what's the other place that's like Hooters? Twin Peaks.
I kept thinking somebody was going to put, at the time I was one of his, you know, Sod's mod, and I kept thinking, oh my gosh, watch your drink. Somebody's going to put, I felt like something bad was going to happen that night episode, or somebody was going to slip something in his drink. I have no idea why. I got scared for that evening.
Yeah. Well, we went to Twin Peaks in Atlanta to have the meet and greet, and when he showed up, you know, I hadn't seen him in a long time at that point, you know, and he came to it and he showed.
Y'all remember when Ernie took the pictures with him and the rappers? That was this time.
He was very late to the time that he was supposed to arrive, you know? And he said that's because he told me that he stopped by Tina's to get his hat. And I told him, I'm like, well, majority of my clients that are coming to this meet and greet are my Atlanta rappers. So I don't know how well they're going to do with the whole Crocodile Dundee look, you know, in downtown Atlanta. But you do you, you know? And so, but anyways, he shows up late. And then when he arrives, he's like, he looks bad. Like, I was worried about him. He looks really bad. He was like somewhat pale, you know, dark circles under his eyes. He's sweaty. He's all bruised up and scratched up. His elbows are all scratched up. He looked like he had taken a beating and was possibly like internally bleeding or something. You know, like he looked bad.
He played it off at the he did a clip in the beginning, you know, hanging out and joking around. He played it off well on the shows he did. He did 2 shows, I think. You know, introducing everybody, and you know, because I remember watching it. You wouldn't have guessed it from watching the show.
I was worried about him, so I took pictures, and I still have those pictures.
Wow.
Of his arms and his elbows and everything and stuff. This was way before the taser incident, Constance. Hey, Jimmy.
Before you said anything about scratches, what you were describing to me sounded like somebody going through withdrawal, but I don't know what the scratches would be from.
Well, he had, which I've said before, you know, he had these gummies with him in this package. He kept them in his pocket. The whole drive there, he's popping these gummies. I mean, it took us an hour and a half to get there from where we were at. And we also stopped and picked up my old partner, which was Randall. And he's like, every 15 minutes, he's popping these gummies. And I asked him what they were, and he said they were CBD, and that they just kind of help keep him calm, you know?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, well, how stressed out are you that, you know, you have to keep popping these things over and over again? And he was really quiet, which was unlike him, because normally he's, you know.
And that didn't show either on the shows that he did.
Yeah.
It didn't come across as that anyways. Actually, one of them, he started to look kind of quiet too, because I remember worrying about the episode, I think. Because he never came back on again after you guys were done, you know, having drinks with all the guys.
Scratches or track marks, they were scratched. You know what it looked like to me? Honestly, it looked like he fell out of a car. Like, if someone was pushed out of a car, rolled across the road, or they fell off a bike really hard, and, you know, that's what it looked like to me. Like he had been in some kind of a...
Maybe that's the time when he jumped out of Tina's Hummer, maybe?
road accident or something, you know? Because it was
maybe
all... Go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think he had one of those incidents, like the Uber incidents where he jumps out and says, never mind, I'll walk?
honestly, I just don't know. But all of the bruises were all on his underarms, you know, like the forearm part, you know.
Like somebody grabbed him. You know, it sounds like it was enough. If it was enough for you to take pictures, then it was something. Something happened.
Yeah, and then his elbows were just all scraped up, and his palms of his hands, like where you try to catch yourself, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy shit is right. Beth.
So I was worried about him, you know, and so we go. He's taking all those gummies. We pick up Randall, and then we have to, from his house. It's maybe another 20-minute drive to get there. And we arrive, and he's cool at first, you know. He's shaking people's hands, telling people who he is, you know, introducing himself. We go and we sit down. We don't order food or anything like that right away because we're waiting for others to arrive, and you know, all of that. He was more, I think, kind of fascinated with Jeremy than anybody, and you know, Jeremy's not famous or in the industry or anything. He's my photographer for all the events and stuff.
Oh, is he the guy that he kept touching?
Yes.
Why was he touching him so much?
He kept making comments about how he was so hot, and all the girls just loved him, and everybody wanted to see him more on the live, and so he kept following him around.
Oh yes, yes, everybody in chat was saying he was cute. I do remember that. He was getting good feedback.
Yeah, but it was making Jeremy uncomfortable because, like, at one point before we left, you know, head to the event, Jeremy had to go and change, you know, real quick before we left, and here's Ernie on live, you know, he's like following him into the room while he's like, I'm trying to change, dude.
Wow.
But he wanted to like sit right across from him.
He got mesmerized,
you know, and be around him a whole lot, to the point to where Jeremy asked me, you know, he's like, hey, is this dude gay?
Oh my Lord.
And I said, no, I don't think so.
He gave off the vibes.
Yeah, and he's like, his words to me were, I don't know, my gaydar is going off.
Yeah, so he just made him uncomfortable because he was presenting that way and he wasn't. And yeah, I don't know if it's because the ladies in the chat were so into him. Like a lot of people, tons of people were commenting how hot he was and everything. Maybe he just wanted to be like him. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could just be that. It could be because the ladies were saying things and Ernie was just letting him know, you know, trying to make friends with them and letting him know what people were saying. But it just, I don't know, kind of made Jeremy uncomfortable. But then when we got there and we're all sitting down and we're talking and waiting for the people to arrive, he keeps like getting up and leaving. And we'd watch him and like he'd kind of walk down the side of the road some, and then he'd come back around through again, and he'd sit down and he'd get another cherry Coke. He'd sit there and drink that cherry Coke down, you know, talk a little bit, and then he'd get up and he'd leave again. And I guarantee you, we were there for, I think we were there like around 3 hours altogether. And I guarantee he got up 50 times. Easily.
What?
Yes.
He must have having episodes paranoia, like he couldn't take he got severe social anxiety. Maybe he got triggered, uncomfortable around too many people he didn't know because it was a group setting. Maybe he felt so out of place that he to get up that 50 times.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking, okay, we were sitting outside.
Oh, I think he was hearing voices is what I think. He needed to escape the crowd.
Yeah, we're sitting outside and there's traffic going by, and you know, lots of people playing their music. This is downtown Atlanta, you know.
Okay,
there's other tables all around us that are also having events, you know, the VIP type section thing, you know. And then, you know, there was a good bit of people at our table too. So I think that there just was a lot going on, and that he, you know, he's like looking all over the place constantly, and then he gets up and he leaves and comes back and stuff. And he probably took down 6 cherry Cokes in a short period of time. He was like ordering them one after another.
What the hell? Do you think he got THC gummies instead? And he must have got dehydrated from the Coke too. It was hot outside?
No, it wasn't. It was nice out.
Okay.
Yeah, it was nice out and kind of breezy because we had to like, you know, hold our napkins and stuff down with drinks and stuff. I think the only one that had any alcohol was Jeremy. Not even my clients were, you know, just drinking a soda or something.
Do you think he got potentially THC gummies instead of the CBD? And
I don't know.
Just one option. I'm trying to figure out why he did that. It might have been part of the schizo though.
Yeah, I think he was just really paranoid, and something had just recently bad happened to him by the way he was, you know, in the shape that he was in. But he was pretty quiet on the way home or the way back to the hotel. And then he was supposed to stay and go to a party the next day with us. But he ended up telling me that he had a friend that lived an hour away, and he was going to go see that friend instead.
Yeah, he's like not comfortable with that group. Sounded like.
Yeah. And I mean, I get that feeling like would be out. But, you know, even though majority of the clients that were there are rappers, like Atlanta rappers, you know, they are surrounded by Southern people, you know, I mean, in Georgia. And my husband is as redneck country as you can get, you know, and they all love my husband, you know, and Jeremy, he's like a hipster, you know, so he's not rapper based either. He's not redneck based. You know, there was a variety of different type of people that were there, and no one treated him differently because, you know, of how he was dressed or anything like that. They did ask me when he was away, like, is this guy on drugs? Like every one of them at one point in time asked me if he was on drugs. And I kept telling them, you know, no, I don't think so. I think he's just paranoid because of his job. You know, I was trying to make excuses for Ernie, you know, for his behavior. And then people were talking about how beat up he was and stuff. And I said, well, you know, if he's bounty hunter and stuff, maybe he's taking somebody down and this is the, you know, he got from doing his job, you know.
At the time, that makes sense.
Yeah. So everybody was like, man, you know, that's crazy. Poor dude, you know.
Was Phil the friend that was nearby you guys?
Yeah, it turned out to be Phil.
Oh, maybe he came from there too and had to go back there.
We know it was because by the time I had arrived back home, you know, from Georgia, and I think it was like the very next day actually is when I got the call.
Now, in case you don't know who Phil is said to be Ernie's boyfriend. It's thought that every time Ernie goes on these episodes, he's been around Phil. For whatever reason, Phil triggers it. And Alisha said, yeah, he'd just been there. There's a video out there that I didn't get for this, but where Phil's telling Ernie to hang up the damn phone, bitch. And it gets real violent with him. So, Phil, what was his last name? How come I can't remember it? I'll think of it.
And, you know, the one that terrified me, where he's all like, help me, please, call the cops. And I'm like, oh my God, what's wrong? And he's beating me, help me. You know, and I'm like, where are you? And he quickly gives me this address, and I have to like write it down real quick. And I didn't hear it well the first time, so I asked him to repeat it. And then he gives it to me again really quick, and I got it that time.
Yes.
And then I hear, hang up the phone, bitch, like that, you know. And then it sounded like someone hit him, and he dropped the phone, and the phone went dead. So first thing I did was call the cops, and then I called Jimbo.
Wow. Wow.
And it turned out that he was at Phil's. So it does make me think that he might have went to Phil's first.
Oh, I know what happened. Jeremy made him horny, so he went to Phil.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, it just popped in my head. My filter doesn't work all the time, if you haven't noticed.
Well, he said a little over an hour away is where his friend was that he was going to. And once I had that address, I looked it up to see how far he was from where we were staying, and it was just a little over an hour away.
Well, Jeremy was cute, so we might have got him hot and triggered, you know?
Yeah, Jeremy is a cutie.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But I definitely know that he left us and he went to Phil's, and he didn't go back to the party. And instead, he got himself in some trouble again. And
Did somebody get arrested? Did Phil get arrested, or did they just break them up like a domestic thing?
When I called the cops and told them what was going on, those cops acted like they were completely aware of them two guys.
They've been there before.
And they told me, well, they asked me who I was, you know, and then they told me I shouldn't worry about it. They'll talk to them and handle it, you know.
Yeah.
But they acted like this was a thing that they were aware of. So it was like, I had never heard something like that before from calling police, you know, and telling them an incident that had just occurred.
Oh, yes, they're after dark.
So after I talked to Jimbo, and I think, you know, maybe like an hour or so went by, I called again. Remember he went live and he's walking down the road.
Oh, yeah.
And you can see how dehydrated he is because he was like foaming at the mouth and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So I called again and I told them that I had called earlier about the incident between the two men. And now, you know, Ernie's walking the highway and he's looking really rough and I'm scared of it for him and all of that. And they said that they had already spoke to Phil and they had gotten the whole story, and Ernie's a grown man and he can do what he wants to do. You know, there's nothing that they can do. And I said, okay.
That's when the chat was teabagged by the officers lighting him up. I couldn't have put it any better.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that they actually ended up sending people out there. I guess they got tired of people calling.
She said teabagged. Oh, shit.
And still at that time, you know, when I saw him getting tased like that, it made me cry, you know?
Oh, yeah, it was horrible. Trust me,
Yeah.
I got traumatized because I felt like it was excessive force, you know, and then a couple of his friends were there. One of them was an ex-mod, or maybe ex at the time, and she kept saying they had to do it. They did their job. They didn't do anything wrong. You were going to run in the road. They had to stop you. And I kept thinking, why, how does all those cops need to tase him 7 times? He was already on the ground, so why did they keep doing it?
Which leads me to my opinions about the highway runs. I think Phil might trigger him, but I think after the first one, Ernie realized he got sympathy, and sympathy equals cash. So he did it again, and he did it again, and he did it again, until he's seen the business end of a taser. We haven't seen any real, air quote, episodes since that taser came out. Oh, sure, he lost a shoe, and he, you know, was in New York and got, you know, left the cab. You know, that was all court related, I'm sure, but we haven't seen him do anything real stupid since he had the business end of a taser.
You know, like I felt like it was excessive still at the time, and it was upsetting to everybody in chat. I will say that.
And Sarah said it was upsetting to everybody in chat. You heard Alisha say she cried. Sarah was upsetting. The chat was upset. So this movie that he's playing is for entertainment purposes. It's not fun for everybody. There's people like Pink Boberto out there that think he's Superman and that are really crushed when things happen. You know, even if you know Ernie's a storyteller, you still don't want to see him hurt if you care about him. You know, like Lisa, all of his mods, you know, nobody wanted to see him hurt. Still nobody wants to see him hurt.
I felt like the cops were aggravated at him. Like they might have already, like they said, knew the situation, knew this has happened before, blah, blah, blah. And they were aggravated. And then people kept calling and aggravating them more. So they finally decided to take their aggravated butts out there and take their anger out on Ernie. That's how I felt.
They took their anger out on him, and I don't think they were as professional or as trained in psychological or de-escalation techniques, like the other cops were when he was walking and didn't want to get in the car, when they kept telling him to get the cruiser. He was afraid of a teddy bear in the cruiser or something. Remember, he's like, I can't go in this one. Give me another one. And that's the one I wondered if he was pretending on. But they were very their way about them, the way they handled the psychological issue. They did it with a professionalism. They looked very trained about it. They didn't mind that he was online using his camera. They let him feel comfortable. You know what I mean? And the other blasted his ass.
Yeah, and I thought, well, he has a lawsuit here, is what I was thinking, because of the way that they treated him. And he really, at that point, I didn't see that he was doing anything wrong besides just walking down the side of the road like he does. He was telling everybody he was going to a store.
Yeah, but his ex-mod, I didn't want to say her name, but her boyfriend went to the scene because she lived in the area. She might have been at work, but she sent her boyfriend there, and he said the same thing. He was going to run on the road. They were just trying to help. He was getting irritated too because he kept trying to help. He was trying to de-escalate and get him out of there so they wouldn't do it. And he wouldn't follow directions or get in the truck because he's paranoid. I get that.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand that when they're at that point, you gotta do different techniques or you're not gonna pull them out of it.
I just wish I understood why he keeps going back to him when every time he does something bad happens. Like when you pull up his Virginia record, you can see like a lot of his charges are alongside of if you pull up Phil's Virginia record.
Uh-huh.
So they do get in trouble with each other a lot. And obviously, bad things happen whenever they're together because there's video of it and stuff too.
So maybe they take substances that enhance certain performances of certain appendages.
I have never seen the Virginia record. It didn't concern me at the time. It wasn't something that Ernie told me to look up, which was what I was looking up on him. But if anybody wanted homework to do, supposedly there is a Virginia record that goes hand in hand with Phil's Virginia record. And from me looking into Dolly Vision, I know Virginia has a very easy court system records. It's the simplest, type it in the name, and every county comes up just right there. It was amazing, easy.
This is Sarah After Dark. Sorry, and maybe that has side effects that create distress between the two of them.
Chaotic said he likes the kinks, and I've heard other people say that before too. It's just something I don't understand. Like I don't get why you want to. What is that BDSM stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know that's.
I don't know if that's really what goes on. I don't know if there's if they're doing substances, for instance, to enhance, because I just learned from somebody in the chat recently that used to be on a substance. He said that it was taken purely for, I don't want to say the word on your channel, pleasure. I guess you could say, how to say it. I'm trying to use code and behave. For those kind of pleasures, it will make you do it for 2 days if you take meth. Side effects, when you have other psychological underlying issues, you can't mix certain substances with that. It could cause, it might cause him to have episodes, for instance, as a side effect. And maybe when he's done and it wears off, maybe one of those episodes happen. I don't know. You can't mix substances with certain psychological issues. You just can't. You shouldn't. I don't know if there's any substance. I can't say there is. I'm just saying if. I'm only saying if. I'm
The taser didn't happen in Georgia because I have my notes that it happened in Georgia. Where did the taser happen if it wasn't in Georgia?
Speculating. I'm just conversating. Like that's just something that can happen.
Right. Yeah. And he brought up, or someone said that the reason that he was recently in the hospital was for renal failure and stuff. I do have to say that he acts like he's dehydrated all the time.
The difference was and that can do something too. That maybe there is an issue there. The difference was the first time he wasn't darting out in front of traffic. The cops had been there earlier and gave him water. Yeah, and he wasn't drinking it. He was like refusing it. He was to the point where he wasn't understanding he needed it. He was already dehydrated. And if you're having like some issues with your kidneys, or even like older people, they get psychologically screwed up just from urine infection, for instance, and that's all with kidneys and kidney stuff. It can screw you up mentally. So maybe there is some kind of an issue there. I don't know.
I mean, that day you guys could see that he had like white stuff all over his lips and his mouth.
The heat. It was like, wasn't it like in the 90s?
Yeah, it was hot then.
Like go in the shade and he can't hear. Once he's in the thing, into that way, he can't hear anymore.
In my notes, I have March 1st was the van incident. June 1st was the Louisville incident. And then June 20th was the Dalton incident, the taser incident. The Louisville incident, they picked him up, put him in the ambulance and took him to the hospital, where he looked all freaked out. The van incident, they didn't pick him up. They found him in the van, I think, in a parking lot. I'm still kind of sketchy on that.
He wouldn't listen he didn't understand that the body needs the water because he's already screwed up from it.
Yeah, and he won't answer the phone. No, people were trying to call him. I was trying to call him.
That pisses him off when the phone starts ringing.
Yeah. So I don't know. I definitely agree though that he has mental issues. I definitely think that he does have the schizophrenia and paranoia issues and stuff. He needs real mental help. He needs to be put into a facility and then he needs to be put into a caretaker who will make him take his medication.
Medications should be court ordered, even if a nurse has to come and inject them. And there are some for those kind of problems. You don't have to take pills every day necessarily. And I know what works for one doesn't work for others, but there are shots. I have a family member that wasn't doing hers right or doing what she was supposed to do, and she went to a nurse visit, not a doctor, just the nurse. You pick up your script, and they do the injectable in either your butt or your arm once a month to treat that same issue that he has.
PSA says, that's right, Pink Boberto. No original content, so they dig up a dead horse and beat it. Well, now you would think that, except for the fact that this old dead horse we brought up, that we're beating right here, looks damn near like the horse that he's riding in on now. Different horse, same story. See, that's why we're beating this old dead horse, to show you nothing's changed. He does the same thing over and over. He has zero results, only excuses. He hasn't rescued a damn thing, and there's more evidence to prove that he hasn't done a damn thing than he has. So yes, we're going to beat the dead horse as long as he keeps riding in on the horse after it's dead. If that makes sense.
Or reportedly has, and it works, and that's easy for people on the go that like to, go around. But you got to follow through with treatment if you want to have results, not excuses.
Yeah. But I watched some videos too about people with schizophrenia that, they're not always that great with hygiene, and when they're feeling okay, and like they're not hearing voices, they're not having these panic episodes and stuff, that they think that they're better, that they're fine,
right?
So they won't take their medicine or get help.
It's not going to happen again.
Yeah.
Which it's not true. That's the point is, when is the next time? Because there will be a next time if you're not taking your treatment seriously.
Thank you, Blue Canoe.
Well, that Mountain Dew, that besides sweet tea, Mountain Dew, cherry Coke, that's really the only things he drinks,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll take a 20 ounce down like it's nothing and go for another, just like the day with the cherry Cokes, just like one after another, like he's thirsting to death.
Yeah, and that's just dehydrating, really, making
June
it worse.
20th, the 2022.
Putting the kidneys into overdrive.
I think.
Right. So I can't believe that he might have had a really bad kidney infection or a bladder infection, something like that. I don't believe that he's been in the hospital all this time. I think he went for a couple of days.
Yeah. And that was just used to play it up because, like the judge said, this has been, 10 days? 10 days old, and it was only a picture, a screenshot of a letter.
Yeah. Well, I kind of thought that maybe the judge did have a copy of the letter, because I didn't see that she ever even looks over at the screenshot that the lawyer had on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Looked like she had a paper in her hand, and he said something about he might have faxed it to the court too. So I thought,
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
My assumption was he acted like he told. My assumption was he told the lawyer he faxed it, but didn't, because it didn't look like it was. I was like, oh yeah, he don't even have the letter. It sounded like the only thing presented was the lawyer got the picture, and he stated that he faxed it in, but I don't know if they ever. That didn't look like it was in the paperwork, because she looks really aggravated and pissed.
Yeah, and then she says, without like looking at his phone or anything like that, that this is dated, what was it, on the 2nd, and it's now been 10 days later. And there's no.
Oh, right.
That's why I thought she might have had a copy.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I don't know, but either way, there was no update, and I have, my friend that's a detective, so I asked him about.
The lawyer did look embarrassed. I felt bad for him, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
For sure, but I asked him about like, well, what do you do when something like that happens? Like normally, like what's the process that they're allowed to do and stuff? And he says usually what they'll do is when someone claims that they're like in the hospital or something, they run the social to see if it pops up as being admitted somewhere into a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it is, then wherever it is, they call that local police station and they say, we have a warrant out for this person that's in so-and-so hospital, and they go there and they handcuff them to the bed until they're released,
Yeah, they do.
So he says that would be the process. And I said, well, what about like tracing phones, things like that? And he said, no, that's usually not something that police will do. That's like FBI, like if someone's murdered somebody or something,
Mm-hmm.
then they might go that far. But typically, he said the most that we usually do is run the social, or if we have, like if we really want to get a hold of the person, he said we might even check like debit cards, credit cards,
Yeah.
But that's about it. And I was like, okay, so they're not going to do like this huge search for him for what charges that he does have. They're going to leave it up to him turning himself in, or somebody catching him, or him committing another crime.
What, 105? Is there a stand tonight? When I looked, there wasn't one scheduled, so I thought maybe he took a night off.
Did Jimbo go live?
It wasn't. There's 2 different times there, so it actually might be a 1 o'clock one of those real late ones. I won't be able.
Berto, what you don't understand is we were right there alongside everything this lady's saying. We were right there. All of us were right there. So she's not lying. We were all there. You weren't there, Berto. Mama T was there. Ask her about it.
Be able to do that. But there's 2 different times, so I don't know if you actually made one. Is it 105 Eastern that it starts? Is it one of those late ones again?
Thanks, Steve.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I feel so bad for Sane. Sane's a trooper. Maybe Sane can do a story on your panel someday.
Yeah, definitely. I'd have him come up and.
Did you see what they wrote? The last comment. They
Um,
left the domestic situation. They got mutilated, put in the hospital, and actually Never Silent's been like an angel helping out. She was sleeping in her car for weeks and just showering at work, and living in her car, hoping to get this apartment, which Never Silent's been helping with money towards getting the apartment. And I just saw in chat that there might be a washer and dryer coming soon, and struggling to get everything going. And last I knew, all the stuff wasn't turned on yet, but she had a roof over her head at least.
My goodness.
But yeah, it sounds like I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that you have the story to tell sometime when you're ready. It sounds like and lucky to be with us here right now. It sounds like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you go through something like that and then you come out and you tell your story, that's a testimony for others. It liberates other women or even men, who step out of a bad situation and, do things for themselves and stuff and get back up on their feet again. And people love to hear about stuff like that, and let them know that they can do it. You can do it and they can do it,
Oh, yeah. Perseverance.
Yep. I'm hoping that my little cousin will come out soon and tell her story for herself.
Yeah. I've been wondering how that's going.
I'll see her tomorrow at church and stuff because they're going to be there, and my cousin's going to be preaching, and talking about everything that went on over there tomorrow at church. But Monday we're going to hang out at my mom's house, and it's going to be more just family, and I'll try to talk to her about it then and see if she would be open to doing that. She's 18 now, so she can do what she wants.
Yeah, right, exactly. When she's ready.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Victory.
Deep Blue says, hey, all been listening. Unfortunately, a lot of people in this situation, homeless, mental illness, possible drug issues, fall through the cracks, no stability, transportation, and mental issues prevent care. And that's true.
True.
Yep.
True story, truth.
It is true. And where I live at, they really need to up their game with helping people. Like, we don't even have a women's shelter in my county.
Wow. Insane says, I have everything turned on now. Okay, you got some your lights and stuff turned on, because I know you didn't. I think you didn't have lights or heat, just a roof. But it says, I have everything turned on now, but getting it all, still hitting local places for leftover food each night when they don't close early. But next check, I will get me food in 2 weeks.
Well, I am very proud of you. Very proud of you. And if I get to a position where I can help you, I will help you. And Never Silent, you are a blessing for helping her through this.
Really done a lot. If you're interested, Never Silent just said, let me scroll back up here. There was an episode that Never Silent had where Gator told some of her story, and that's the one where it started with Sane's story. If you want a little of the backstory, that's the episode to find out a little bit about, how that happened. But Never Silent's definitely a wealth of
Victory, I think he's on number 6 or number 7 now. But yeah, he still has the one that he's been on. He was on just the other night. His like 6th or 7th one. Maybe 8th. I don't know. I can't remember.
information and a godsend for, some, it sounds like.
Yep. I know what it's like to be in a bad relationship and be scared to death,
Yeah.
after you've been with somebody for a long time. And when I left my first husband, I was still young and my kids were young, and my parents were not very supportive because, I was growing in a strong Christian household and divorce is a big no-no, you know?
Right.
So they did not want to help me out whenever I left my husband. So I had to,
Jody said, we all cried when he got tased. That sure wasn't very entertaining, was it? That's just something that everybody wonders why, I beat this dead horse. It's because there's more people like Jody and Lisa and Savannah and China and Long Gone and who else is sticking off the top of my head? Some of the people that are closest to Ernie that Ernie has hurt in this movie, whether it be a few tears, whether it be anger, or whether it's full tears. This movie is not entertainment. He can be entertaining. He can be funny. But what he's doing is not entertaining or funny in the big scheme of things in the long run. People end up getting hurt all the time. People are getting scammed. People are sick of it.
Husband's parents, which were my in-laws at the time, watched my children, and I lived out of my car for a couple of months and worked until I got up on my feet to get into a place.
For a couple months.
Yeah.
Dang.
Thank you, Grandma Source.
That sounds like about what they did. And taking showers at work. She's a nurse.
Well, I was able to stay at my friend's houses some nights, and get a shower.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But most of the time I was in my car, right outside of my work. I was working at Publicist at the time.
Oh, wow.
And I stayed up until I could get myself a place, and then, brought my kids back over, and then I lived that way for a year and a half until, I met who my new husband is, and we started dating. But nothing makes you feel more like confident in yourself and strong and independent and, liberated and stuff to, do something completely on your own. And no matter the struggle, you just keep fighting, and then you do it. And then you look back and you're just like, oh, I did it. And you just feel so, strong.
World, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
And that's what Ernie's real friends would tell him if he had any. They would stop this nonsense. They would encourage him to get a job. If that meant saying, hey, Ernie, we'll pay for your first month's rent and your last month's rent and your deposit. All you got to do is get a job and maintain it. Or, hey, Ernie, I would get him a house before a car. But if you want to support him and you want to do what's right by Ernie, build him up as the Ernie that he is. Don't make him think he's Superman. Don't make him think that he has to be anything he's not, because he can't live up to that. That's not what a real friend would do. A real friend would say, hey, dude, let's get your shit together. What can we do to help you be successful? And no part of that is playing into his bullshit on YouTube, because it just causes problems. He has to have the trolls. He has to have the drama, or he doesn't get money.
See, never silence comment. I was trying to do the same for Mama T, but D-Boss ran me off, so I couldn't. And I bet you would have been able to help too if she was receptive to it. D-Boss said he's away from his computer, but he'll send me some money that I can. Well, that's somebody else. I mean, that's not what I thought it was. I thought it was D-Boss.
Hey, E Squared. Hey, Jimbo. Deep Blue. Everybody that's came in.
What's up, everybody?
Howdy, y'all. John Deere girl.
We told some deep stuff. We're talking about some stuff I never knew about. The tiger stuff. My gosh, this is great.
Yeah, I've been really quiet on everything. You know.
I don't blame you. Been at your house.
But at this point, it's like I've had enough. I've seen enough. You know, I can't believe that there's still people out there who buy into everything that is said. You know, and still throwing money his way. Like,
it's amazing. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's what I always say. And then you look at everyone else, and you're like, it's kind of like you feel bad for them at the same time. That's why I don't go in and troll or do any of the things that were done to me when I was in there, because that did not help. That just made me think that he was more attacked. So I wouldn't do that to those people, and I like some of them. But at the same time, you're like, you just want to scream, he's tricking you. Don't listen.
Well, yeah, but I also saw at times, like, you know, here I'm telling him, stop with the drama. You could really be something if you do this and this, you know, and I'm helping him. I'm giving him all the information that he needs to do a real good live, you know, and be all the things that he claims that he is. And things would get, because his numbers would drop, because, you know, people were used to watching him because of the drama. And so he'd freak out because he's not getting as many viewers. So he would instigate drama, and I'd watch it happen. Like, I'd watch him pick a fight with people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the 3 days that he tortured Benny when Benny wasn't even. I really saw it with that one. You know, where he was, you know, called him out suddenly and had his whole group attacking him, and that stupid TikTok stuff. And, you know, like, I'm like, why are you attacking Benny? He's not even bugged you in months. It seemed like, you know, now you're starting with him. He wasn't even doing
it. Victory said their so-called friends that Ernie has are using him for YouTube views, because without Ernie, most of these channels would dry up. True, I can agree with that to a point. I found out that, you know, everybody said that about Nicolina. What are you going to do when you're not covering Nicolina no more? You got no content. There's always some bum to take her place. If Ernie gets his shit together, there'll be some other bum out there to take his place, and I'll move on to that bum. But as long as Ernie's on here, trying to get a toehold into generous people's pockets, I'm going to be here to report about it. So I don't think my channel would dry up. Jimbo would just move on to easy, which is pretty boring. But yeah, I don't know what Jimbo's channel would do, because he said it's all about Ernie. That's why they started about Ernie. But he'd probably do it too. But he'll just move on to easy and beating that dead horse to talk about a dead horse. My God.
doing anything to you. That went on for 3 days before Benny finally responded. But what is he supposed to do?
Yeah, and that's when I was like, any sympathy that I had for him being trolled or him being bullied, that all just went right out the door when I saw that, and that he was doing that. And I watched him do it on a few occasions, and I started telling people, like, people aren't talking about him right now. Things are pretty silent, and he just out of the blue comes out with something to instigate a fight with Rap or somebody, you know.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, why? What is the point?
When things were calm,
mm-hmm.
It's all back up again.
And then I saw his numbers start jumping back up, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's the point. Mm-hmm. It's all about numbers with him. He doesn't care what his content is as long as it's bringing in the people, you know.
Or people that sub to him or mod for him are getting distressed by the fact, for one thing, that he blocks people, makes this big whole thing about block means blocked, and then the next day they're all unblocked again, constantly. Now they're back in the chat torturing us all again. Screw us, the hell with us, we don't matter. As long as the numbers go up, right? Don't matter about our psychological distress. Thinking out for you, now we're all getting stressed out and attacked. We got attacked for him.
Right. And then I couldn't understand how people weren't seeing.
And did you hear Sarah say that? As his mod, she got attacked because of him. She took a lot of shit because of him. And they would block people, and he would just unblock them. That's not entertainment. Might have been entertainment for those of us watching it for the train wreck, but it wasn't entertainment for the people that believed in him.
Seeing that he would instigate it, and then they would come back and attack him because, you know, he started it, and then he would play victim, and then everybody would start throwing him money. Oh, poor Ernie, You know, he can't do anything and people are attacking him. And I'm like, what do you mean, guys? Did you not see he started it? You know, like it blew my mind.
You want to know what blows my mind? Not to get off track again, this comment here by Saying Insane. Mama T and them told me my story didn't matter and they needed to get a job. I have one. And I wasn't asking them for help. I was just talking to Danny in her chat like I'm doing here.
What?
She's a nurse. She worked the whole time and lives in her car. Okay? After being mutilated and hiding from an ex. Okay? And still work. So
Well, how in the world can she be told that she needs to get a job and not ask for help? Like,
story doesn't matter. Told her story doesn't matter. I don't even, I'm speechless. Rendered speechless.
yeah, because aren't they supposed to be like some type of like victim's advocate, stand up for the victim? And oh my goodness.
And that's what I see Never Silent doing.
Thank you, Doug.
You too, in your way.
Yeah, throwing money at him is totally enabling.
Hey, bros.
But I've seen him get hundreds of dollars in a day. Like when he decided that he wanted to leave and go to bills and all that, it was one phone call. Hey, I need money to pay for longer on this rental car. $300. Oh, but by the way, they still haven't given me my deposit back from the last. So I've got, I have no money. I need $500 to do it. Okay, you're sending it right now. All right. 5 minutes later,
Go.
$5 like nothing.
Yep. Well, Chaotic's triggered now. Hey,
Bro.
I saw that you were invited on a panel earlier, you and her, and it was Jamie. And I was confused, but it's not there anymore. Maybe he changed the date or something. I was like, does Chaotic know she's invited to this panel?
So that day, the lady that sent him that $500, she paid for him to go get beat up by Phil and do that highway run.
Yeah.
Because he was in a completely safe environment, and he was supposed to be, leaving after the party, and he was supposed to be heading over to Jimbo's, is what he was going to do.
Oh, right.
But instead, when he realized, how close he was to Phil and all that, he made a call to get the rental, and some spending money, and took off and went to Phil's and ended up in a bad situation. So talk about enabling. No, they didn't just enable, they paid for it all to happen for him.
Yeah, basically, inadvertently, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's his team. Oh. They
But-
want to attack her, but she doesn't give a shit what they think. We're kind of over a bunch of different things, Team Rose. We got a little deep for a while. Sane Insane says, I'm strong enough in their words not to matter, but that's also because I had Danny helping me, which is Never Silent. I feel bad for others if they go there and don't have someone pushing them along for the better. Yeah, it is kind of worth a rewind, I'd say, if you're bored sometime.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, until people have something actually happen to them, where they really see something for themselves, they're not going to believe it because they see YouTube, as just like television. It's another type of, everybody's a character,
It's true about that, what you just said, until it happens to you. You don't really see it.
But when you take it off YouTube and you hang out with someone and you meet them in person and you see for yourself how they act and talk and what they do, and you really kind of get to know someone a whole lot more and see them as a real person and not this character on YouTube.
Well, you just said you had him in your home for 3 or 4 days.
Grandma Sora said, I was close to being taken advantage of out of guilt and manipulation. People concerned with me with empathy helped me. Fixed income, I could have been easily one of those victims. I'm honestly thankful. Well, that makes me have a reason to do this. Because, people think that people are either just, they don't understand why they fall for it. And if you come into the Ernie Shell game from the different side of the fence, you see a different Ernie Shell. But if you come around from the other fence, you're like, oh no. But it's the pattern of behavior. He repeats his pattern of behavior. We've been here since 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004. What kid has been saved? Any of the kids that he said he saved happened way before 2001. Nothing's happened in 2002, 2003, 2004. He was going to write his curriculum for general awareness. Alisha was going to help him do it. He could have had that done. All these years, he could have been teaching us about general awareness and all these classes and all these education and, all the things we need to know to keep our kids safe. And in fact, all he's done is fought with the air quote bullies and the trolls, which came to him way before YouTube. He was bitching about that. He called them the haters when he was frauding for the masks and the wrestling. He called it was the haters' fault. It was all the haters' fault. Then he goes to Facebook and YouTube, and it's all the trolls and the bullies' fault. Nothing get done. Not one thing's done. Except for people are getting hurt, doxxed, upset, crying over him, and out their money. And zero results. All excuses. He can't even deliver the t-shirts. And he's a t-shirt connoisseur, he said.
4 days, 3 nights, and I never even knew that he stayed in your house with you guys. All this till tonight.
Yeah.
We stayed, guys.
And so, like I said, I really kind of got to know him and see how he works in action and what he thinks about the subs, and the viewers, and heard all the stories and his comments about it. And it's just, wow. I feel bad for the people who think that everything that he says is true and that everything that he's going through is real and that he really needs everybody's help.
Well, I can't the thing in the car, like even the thing where, because we were all on the other side, I was in his chat and we all believed him. Like you just, like the thing you said earlier that some of the people didn't hear. You guys were in the car and you went to Busch Gardens, and then he got on a live and just told you guys it's a movie. Just follow along with it. Got on a live and told everybody that you guys were kicked out of Busch Gardens. And that's what
Okay,
everybody in the chat
Bruno.
thought. And meanwhile, you guys just went and had a great day at Busch Gardens and nobody got kicked out. He just said that.
Birdo, you realize you're not required to be here. I'm not going to block you, but you don't need to torture yourself, honey. You can go fly away and go find something else to do.
That to stir up the chat, and we all got up. And meanwhile, guys, it's a movie. Just follow along with it. Got on a live and told everybody that you guys were kicked. Even knew that he stayed in your house with you guys all this till tonight.
Yeah.
We stayed, guys.
And so, like I said, I really kind of got to know him and see how he works in action and what he thinks about the subs, and the viewers, and heard all the stories and his comments about it. And it's just, wow. I feel bad for the people who think that everything that he says is true and that everything that he's going through is real and that he really needs everybody's help.
Well, I can't the thing in the car, like even the thing where, because we were all on the other side, I was in his chat and we all believed him. Like you just, like the thing you said earlier that some of the people didn't hear. You guys were in the car and you went to Busch Gardens, and then he got on a live and just told you guys it's a movie. Just follow along with it. Got on a live and told everybody that you guys were kicked out of Busch Gardens, and that's what everybody in the chat thought. And meanwhile, you guys just went and had a great day at Busch Gardens and nobody got kicked out. He just said that to stir up the chat, and we all got upset, and it never happened. And I never knew that till tonight.
Let me answer Rose's question here. She said, if he has mental and emotional issues, we can't expect normal behavior from him, then can we? And my answer to that would be yes and no. And
Kelvin said, how many kids are you saving by doing this? None. Why not cover cases on missing children and help bring them home? Because I'm not a true crime channel. And what I'm doing here is saving people from getting scammed. I have helped more people not get scammed than Ernie's found children. So my time on here has been more productive than Ernie's. See, I'm a helper. Craigie Pasta, welcome. I'm pretty sure that nobody on YouTube is going to find a missing child sitting on their ass doing nothing. And I'm not into true crime. It's too much. I'm going to sub here. There's a comprehensive primer on Ernie you could point me to. This is fascinating. I have a ton of Ernie Shell playlists. It's deep. It's really deep. Maybe watch my last live, maybe. Any of them say Ernie Shell history, and then go from there. Escape with Speaky. Somebody want to drop his link? He's been doing Ernie Shell history. I suppose if you have to, Nicolina's even doing Ernie Shell history, but we ain't gonna drop her link because we don't like her. I don't like her. Who else is doing Ernie Shell history? Yeah, Jimbo can kiss my ass too. He don't need a link dropped either. So, yeah, just keep tuned in. Look at my clips and look at my playlist. If you have any questions, my email is conniekr68@gmail.com. Shoot me an email and I'll answer your question best I can. And I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. You can call me anything you want to. Alisha Turner was a woman of God. She did everything to help that man. She was not his hater. She was not his troll. She was not his bully. She tried to help him get on the path to where he could be great. And he wouldn't do it. Just like with Maggie, he wouldn't do it. So here we are. And he hurt Alisha.
And the reason is because, no, I do not expect that he's going to have normal behavior. I don't think that he's going to be able to go out to like an event like he had and he's going to act chill like everybody else and all that. No. But as far as the making up the lies and the stories to gain sympathy, to get money out of people or to cover a wrong that he did, I think he absolutely knows when he is doing that. He puts the effort and the time into doing it. and he knows exactly what he is doing.
Thank
when
you,
he does it.
Jody, too, for yours.
And so that I think he should be held accountable for that. I don't think that's one of his episodes, or he's having a real mental breakdown, so he's making up a lie or whatever. No, there's times where he's in his right mind and he's having a good time, and he will still make up a story.
Like the Bush day. You guys just had a great day.
Yeah.
But I see Rose in the chat talking about the Shelby trial, and I do know from from my experience of hanging out in her chats that that's a subject that's something that seems to be on her mind, and I know that her thoughts on it are she does not want him to get out, and has expressed fear of him getting out of jail. Like when people were saying they were going to get him out and get another trial and stuff, I know that really was upsetting Rose. So I think she's saying she kind of want to make sure that Shelby stays in jail.
I don't think that Shelby is going to get out of jail. I think that all those letters that he's wrote from the jail where he's threatening people's lives and all of that, I'm sure they've seen all of that, all the trouble that he's got into while he's been there.
You think they're going to add time for all the things and all the people he's hurting there? Because he's hurt people, and I've always thought to myself, are they going to add some more time? Maybe. You think they can? He should be held accountable for all the people he's hurting there.
Right, and I think he will be. I don't see him getting out, but I do believe that Ernie is terrified of him, and that he fears that he's going to get out and come after him because of all the things that he said about him and stuff. There's bad blood between them, obviously, and I think that he does have a post-traumatic stress disorder, of things that have been said to him by Shelby and through his family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But what's this thing that I've seen Constance say this a couple times? Seeing you cry on Daisy's panel with Jimbo. I didn't see that. What happened? What was that?
Talking about the day that he was tased and they hurt him like that, how they did, and I was already terrified about what Phil had done to him, and that call that he made to me where he sounds so scared and frightened, and I do genuinely think that he was scared when he called me, and I could hear Phil in the background being mean, and hitting him. So then being tased on top of it, it broke my heart.
Yes, love and grace, exactly, love and grace. You're made to feel like you let Summer down because you didn't do that. That's what I was implying by that. Yeah.
I left a comment and I said, seeing Alisha cry on Miss Daisy's panel with Jimbo and Tina made me so mad, and it did, because she was genuinely shook.
General awareness said Ernie said sorry and he means it. Mm-hmm. Oh, is he a fake general awareness?
I think he's general awareness being trolling, being funny.
Oh, someone said that it was a fake one, and then
somebody they would know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, it's the troll one. My bad.
The channel has no content. Okay.
They probably changed. Let me see that count. Yeah, the real general awareness has capital.
I wanted to ask Rap if he saw the video I made.
You can ask the fake Rap.
Thank you,
Fake Rap,
Kelly.
did you watch the video I made?
Oh, he's in timeout.
Oh, he's in the corner.
Thank you, Buttercup, baby.
Hi, Nana C82.
I don't know if you want them here or not. They were trolling in Thelma's.
But I do have sympathy, of course, for mental illness, and I have taken the time out, to study about it, and learn about the behaviors and things and what they go through. So, that it does, I do take that into account. But being around him and knowing him like I did, I also know that he does a lot of things, fully aware of what he's doing, and that despite his mental issues, he's also highly narcissistic.
Okay, yeah, because when you have dual diagnosis, there's more going on naturally, and things could be.
True said, what makes his people think that everyone just lying on him? The wrestlers lied on him. The mask makers lied on him. The Comic-Con people lied on him. Everyone just lies on poor Ernie. Come on. Right. And what if you cannot defeat a troll on the internet, you sure have no business rescuing children. Because to defeat a troll on the internet, all you do is log off. If a troll is ruining your life, then you don't have the wherewithal to rescue children. I'm sorry.
Be conflicting with each other.
And I think that he developed, and this is all my opinion, the narcissistic personality disorder from past traumas, things that he went through, things that he saw, stuff with his brother. It's got to be hard growing up in a smaller town area where everybody knows who you are. Everybody knows what your family just did and what went through. That your brother just killed a mayor, and people suspecting that you might have had something to do with it, and then wanting to branch out of that and have some fame for doing something good, and that's where I think he came up with this whole rescue the children thing, because I believe that he was a big Q follower for a while, and he saw the whole Save Our Children stuff and how many people were jumping on board with all of that. And I think he saw, cha-ching, I can do that, and I'll gain followers from it. It pulls on people's heartstrings. People will see me as a good person, and I think that's how he developed into all of that.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to make up for all the hate that he has towards his way and prove to everybody, no, I'm a good guy. I'm the good shell,
Yeah,
but he just can't follow through with anything that he tries to do, because he's more important. I mean, he wants the fame and everything, but not do the work.
Amen.
When you're told you'll never be anything. Yeah. I believe ES needs to accept responsibility for his behavior, but I remember BK and his followers chomping a bit to get him arrested. BK pretended he was concerned about ES, the joke. They should ask him, but that's one thing I share with ES, fear of Shelby and the faction trying to get Shelby out for blame Ernie for that crime. I don't think that's going to happen, Rose. I think that's just part of Ernie's paranoia, but I really don't think that's going to happen. And I don't know about Benny trying to get Ernie arrested or anything like that. I remember him being in the back chat, concerned, that he needed to get mental help that day. But I really never really watched Benny, so I don't know.
I felt at the time everyone always was attacking him and hurting him, and I always got offended, but I didn't know about the other stuff in the back, going on. But I also know that when you see things and don't unsee them, and you're on the other, I guess, side of things, you kind of see the people that you thought were attacking differently. Is it that, or have they grown more? Are people growing, accepting responsibility, and changing, and their behaviors are changing? I don't know. Are some people like growing up, basically? I don't know. It's a combination of everything, because I see people not what I thought they were before, or am I seeing goodness that I just didn't see before because I thought somebody was attacked? Or is it a combination? I don't know.
Yeah, I know that he talked about Benny some when he was down here with us in Florida, and at that point he kind of talked about Benny like, oh, he's just another one of my troll people. It wasn't serious. He kind of joked about him.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about how he helps him bring in the numbers, and stuff like that. But when we were up in Georgia, he was obsessed at that point, and everything was Benny, 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 Benny. To the point where my husband actually said to him, dude, you're coming off like you're a little obsessed with this guy. Like it's all you talk about.
Yeah.
He's like, is this even worth it? Like, you're so stressed out over this guy. Is it all worth it to you? And he's like, well, he won't leave me alone, bro. I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do that. And he's bothering me. He got my medallions canceled where, I didn't get the medallions. I didn't get the action figures because of him. Everything I try to do, he ruins it for me, but I knew that a lot of what he was saying wasn't even true, at the time, because I knew like what really happened. Like he said that he got, he couldn't do the memberships and all that and everything because the website and everything got ruined by Benny. No, what happened was Ernie didn't want to pay the money for the website that he needed,
Mm-hmm.
And when he realized that it was going to cost a lot of money for him to do everything he wanted to do on the website, he just kind of abandoned it.
Yeah, and I've been in limbo for a while. Like it was frozen, the website.
Right. And then as far as like the medallion things go or whatever, he never even showed me any proof of that at all. It was just something that he said. He ran with it, and then nothing ever came of it.
Uh-huh.
Rose,
he told us a different story. He told us a different story about the medallions. It's all kind of coming back to me now. It's a little bit foggy, but he said because I don't know if it was a Tamori, somebody got the LLC or bought the name. What they bought his name, right? Is that what it was?
He said that Tamori bought.
Yeah. Because he bought that, he then had to change the molds of the medallions, and that was going to cost him another $500 to get new molds made because he couldn't sell the coins, the membership coins, with the LLC because she owned it now, so he had to change it and get a new mold made, and that was going to cost him so much money that he started, saying, "Would you all like a refund, or do you want to donate it towards, this and that?" And then I think hoping most people would, but some people did persist with their refund. And some people that are claiming, there's one person I know that long gone who's open about their story, said that as soon as she asked for her refund, she got blocked, and that caused a lot of problems. But some people said they got him. I'm not sure,
Yeah, there was never any medallions. And as far as that whole story that he came up with Tamari buying the LLC and
the molds, there was no story with the molds that we heard. There was no.
Easy got long gone back her $100 years later.
Molds ever made a first mold?
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like that whole story that he came up with too was also a lie because he had the LLC in Florida with a name. That's what he said he was going to use. If she bought it in another state somewhere with the same name, it wouldn't have mattered. It would not have mattered at all. As far as like trademarking it, which costs a good bit of money, I looked that up. There wasn't one.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all just one of those where I said something and now I can't produce it, so I'm gonna blame somebody for that, and everybody feel bad for me. That's all that was.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Constance, she said, Rose, I think he committed rape inside, so that's more time. Excuse me. I do know, Rose, that there's been multiple reported incidents of that, and he's even self-proclaimed it in the letters that Benny now owns that he wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Letters Shelby wrote, or the family exchange, the ones that, Benny now owns them anyways. He read some of them. I was in Benny's chat when he read one of the letters, and it was one of the bad ones, and it was like all kinds of admissions, and I'm pretty sure he has, I want to say at least probably more than 7 or 10 rape charges on top of that, like brutally assaulting people. So, I mean, I would imagine he's facing more crimes that he's been doing in there. I think he's a danger to society from what I've heard.
Yeah, and hasn't he spent like majority of his time pretty much like in the hole and stuff because of everything he does all the time?
Yeah.
I mean, he says that in his letters anyways.
We're kind of going over like some of the stories we were told versus facts, and we're kind of learning different things.
And yeah, I mean, Benny may have been the one who
angry
Summer case.
Yeah.
I don't know if he is or not, but Benny didn't make Ernie go and stage a fake finding of Summer stuff at a racetrack. He didn't make him go live and tell everybody that Candace was about to tell him everything, but he needed some money,
Or that you guys got kicked out of Busch Gardens and you were in the car with him, which I never knew till today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that he said that was and did that was so not true that Benny didn't make him do, And I think the reason why Benny got so irritated with Ernie is the same reason why a lot of people got irritated with Ernie, because they saw the lies in an important case about a missing child,
Absolutely.
So and it's harmless. I don't know him very well at all, Team Rose. Like, I've never had a conversation with him. I've never really sat and watched any of his videos. I just know that everything Ernie did cannot be blamed on Benny, It
sounds like Rose's biggest thing tonight, though, from what I'm looking at, is making sure the bro stays in the lockup. I think that's what I'm gathering. I know from being in your chat, from knowing you for a while, that I know that's something that really bothers you. It seems like that's what you want to make sure tonight, Rose. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, a lot of people did want those medallions.
I mean, that would have been cool, for people to have the medallion type thing, or even the action figure.
Yeah, trinket for your collection.
A lot of his ideas aren't bad.
It is a good idea.
It's just that he has an idea and he speaks it into an existence, but then never follows through with it. You know,
That's hard.
and that's just because he's very impulsive. Like he sees somebody else doing something, or an idea gets thrown his way, or something, and then he runs with it, and then he doesn't have the money to back it up, or he doesn't even know how to back it up, or how to go through with it, and so then he has to hurry up and backtrack and come up with an excuse as to why it didn't happen.
DK was horrified by what was written in those letters, so in a way I'm glad he read them. I think he got most of them. I'm pretty sure he does have all of them, last I knew. And the ones that I know he burned one on alive or something, but he said he already scanned all of them into his computer and they were already saved on drives and everything. So they're all backed up and saved, for if they were needed for some kind of proof or something.
I just know that Ernie is definitely terrified of Shelby. That first night that he was here, that we stayed up talking for so long, most of what he talked about was Shelby. He talked about his bros day with him, and he talked about Shelby threatening to kill him, and that he thought he was a demon.
That dude, was that Jimbo's daughter, or was that a different lady? Because I remember Jimbo came out later and said that didn't happen. The daughter said he was just goofing around or something, and Jimbo took it back, said that never happened. He said if that would have really happened, Ernie would have been 6 feet under the jail, because he would have put him under there.
He thought he was possessed, that he was always angry, he was always stealing from people, he beat women, He said he had black eyes, and that you look in his eyes sometimes and they would just be dead, and he was just terrified of him.
Yeah, that's like a look. Like you see, like when you look at the when people like KX been posting like
Bridget, he put him in jail for murder. According to Ernie, Shelby told Ernie that he killed Ronnie King. Ernie called the cops on him, turned him in, and Shelby's arms are like anacondas, and they're not photoshopped. And Shelby is a violent man. I don't think he'll ever get out of prison. Everybody's worried he'll get out on that date. No, he steady rapes people in that jail. He ain't gonna get it. He ain't ever gonna walk out of jail.
And like serial killers and stuff. All those people that do all that stuff, I look at their eyes and they have like this emptiness. They all have it.
Yeah, Rose, I agree with that. That rescuing our children is all of our work to do, and I think that if we could have listened and followed guidance and took the help to really make it into something he could have, and it could have been a great thing, because we all should be concerned about the human trafficking that's taken place and missing children and stuff like that, raising awareness about it and helping each other out with it. But unfortunately, it really wasn't his passion. His passion was just fame.
Shelby's eyes are dead. Yep.
If he got the help he needs and focused on just one thing, like maybe a real job, a stable home, but you can't wave a magic wand and make that happen.
I will have to look it up, Bridget. I just assume what people said was true, that he did. And isn't there a letter in one of those letters to Benny that he said that he sold his roommate? I don't know. Maybe I'll have to look up his prison records to see for sure.
I don't think that he ever really wanted that, because I said earlier here, I believe that he's like a vagabond type person. I believe he wants to be in a different area very often, because he does have that paranoia.
But what meds stabilize the paranoia, and he would enjoy being in one spot, because it can't be fun to be on the go like that. Like maybe it's just presented to us like he's having fun, but maybe it's stressful. It's not normal.
I don't know how it is in other states, but in Kansas, you look up the inmate and it'll list all their past charges, what they're in jail for now, and all their incident reports since they got in jail. Every time they got in jail, it'll be listed. So I don't know if Kentucky's like that. I'll have to look it up.
Always stressed.
Not normal to not know where you're going to sleep every night, What to us could be something different to him, you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, we learned a little more of that tonight. You present one thing to people, and you might be feeling another.
Yeah. I don't know what he would be like if he was on the proper medication and made to be on it, I really do believe he needs to go and have a full evaluation, and then when released, he needs to be released to a trusted caretaker that will make him take his medication, and that knows about his issue and can help him.
Yeah.
And possibly he could use his skills, of charisma and, humor and stuff like that to do something really good. But I think he needs constant therapy for his post-traumatic stress, and for his panicky anxiety behavior that he has,
Yeah, right.
And I really think he doesn't need any enabling you know, and even I enabled him, you know, because I was telling him about, you know, what great he could be if he did this, if he did that, you know.
Berto, you know how to make that happen? Just don't watch. It's as simple as X. Go someplace else, just don't watch. And you know what? Then all this talk about Ernie stops. Isn't that easy?
If we did this route and stuff, you know, and he wanted that IMDb, you know, so that way he wanted to be the next Patty Mayo, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I helped him to get that page and stuff like that. And I look back now and I'm like, wow, you know, I really shouldn't have done all of that because I made him get more of a big head,
mm-hmm.
you know, and his focus was just all over the place, you know, like he.
And somebody said earlier that Alisha contributed to Ernie's, you know, insanity. And right there, she took responsibility for it. She said, I realize now that I was probably, you know, feeding into it instead of doing what, you know, the right thing. So she knew. But when she seen it, she got out.
I realized pretty quick, and, you know, in about 2 months' time, that the whole saving our children thing, rescuing our children thing, and all that everything was just a cover for, I really just want to be famous. I really just want everybody to throw their money at me, love me, praise me, believe everything that I say. You know, I watched him tell people, you know, look, I'm about to go live. Within 1 minute, I'll have over 100 people watching. Within 5 minutes, I'll have over 200 people. I got 20,000 subs.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew he did it because he had me buy them for him.
Yeah.
You know? He really had maybe 1,200 subs.
I don't understand the buying thing. Like, how do you do that? And why would you want it? Is it just for looks?
It's for that clout. It's to tell people, look, I have 20,000 subs, you know?
So basically it's just for looks. That's why I was wondering if it did anything for you.
No, those people don't watch anything. They can't comment. They can't interact. It's bots, you know?
I just don't understand the whole process and how it happens and where is it like all computers? They're real people?
No, it is you've got some guy in India, typically that's where 99% of these things come from, that take dead IPs, okay? And they put them into a software program.
Oh, that's crazy. And
they create an account with that. The account usually won't have a picture. It's usually just a made-up name that's thrown together by the computer system, all right? And then it's all put into the software, and then you tell it where you want it to go, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, wherever, and then it goes, and then it shows up as a subscriber or a follower or whatever, you know? So if you went and you looked on, like, one of these, like, software program things that they have that see if your account is real or fake, you know, or how many fake subs you have or something like that, you know, and it shows them, you'll see most of them don't even have a picture. Some of them they will, you know, go in and take time and upload a photo and stuff, you know, they call that the HQ bots, you know, but majority of them don't. So it's no one's behind the account at all. It's all just computer generated. You know, that's why if he has 24,000 subs, he only has 150 people in chat, you know. Those are the real people.
The comments are killing me. Oh, I know at the time, me too. The same with me, Rose, because I don't know, I guess I believed everything and it felt real or something. It did feel depressing when that whole thing died because it's like we watched it for so long and then it fell apart. So I know what you mean. It's like, oh, it's breaking up.
Who doesn't want to be part of a movement that, you know, is raising awareness about what's going on?
Yeah, we wanted to see a kid rescued and stuff, you know? I think that's what we were watching and waiting for.
And, you know, we watched him go out to the area where, you know, someone went missing and talk with Don and talk with Candace and stuff, you know, and, you know, he acts like he has all these skills and, you know, none of us knew. And we thought maybe he'll be the one that'll find Summer, you know?
Yep.
That would be amazing. So everybody wanted to be a part of that. But
yeah, then we know the guy that done it. Exactly.
Alisha could have busted him a long time ago, but she was very good to him. Didn't want to see him where he is now. Exactly, Jimbo. I didn't. And I kept giving him the benefit of the doubt. I kept trying to, like, nurture him. I kept trying to push him in the right direction and, you know, and get him away from the drama stuff and get him to focus on what he claimed he wanted to be and help him every way that I possibly could to do that. Because I felt bad about his background and I felt bad about his mental issues. And I thought he
it sounds like
someone to help him be what he wants to be, you know. But this last incident, well, really what made me, like, I quit watching him months ago because I didn't want to hear no more lies. I saw right through everything. I knew what was really going on in real life, you know, so I knew every lie when it was told, and I didn't want to watch it anymore. But when I started finding out that he was attacking women, doxing people, just being really ugly, you know, his mouth was getting out of control, you know, the way he was treating people was just like, oh my gosh, like, this is everything he swore he was against, you know, and he's doing all this horrible things, and then not showing up for court, now being a fugitive and all that. I mean, it's too much.
And you know what? And look at this. You knew all this information. I only just found out a lot of it tonight in this episode of, you know, Alisha Turner. Knowing what we know and everything, like, we handle it different than some. Like, you could have brought this out and busted a long time ago, and you chose to do it your own way, keep silent about things. And there's things I could have said too. Like, I might get snarky and stuff too sometimes, but what the hell? I'm pissed. You know, you're telling stories about me and stuff, and I like you a lot. You know, you're the one that started with me first with lies. We could both just done a lot of things a long time ago, and we still keep it in. These people that attack us and put us down don't even know the real truth that we keep stuff to ourselves still. We're not out there saying a lot of the stuff we know, you know, dragging it out like he would do to us. So people don't even know half of it, you know.
And I'm still not, like, completely dragging the guy, you know.
Constance. Sorry, Constance. Sorry. What? She said I used to time her out a lot. I do wield a fine wrench. Sorry.
But yeah, I'm still not completely dragging the guy. I'm still coming up here and telling everyone that I think he has mental issues.
She did. Sarah used to time me out all the time in Ernie's chat.
And that he needs help, and that a lot of things that he does are because of trauma, know, and like he's became who he's become because of what he's been through and, having a bad background and things like that. But he's 42 years old, I think, 42, 43, whatever. Yeah. It's time to put your big boy britches on, be a man, get the help that you need, quit relying on women to take care of you all the time and lies and scams to get it, quit with all the drama.
Don't be ashamed of help, nobody.
Right. The best thing he can do for himself right now is turn himself in and get the mental health that he needs, get on the medication that he needs.
Follow through with it, take it.
Right. Go to therapy and stuff like that and come out a brand new man. Not this whole every 2 weeks, I'm a new man now. I'm completely different than I used to be. I'm changing, I'm growing. No, you're not. That we've heard that as many times as we've heard that he's leaving YouTube.
Well, maybe because he hyped up the story so big, maybe in a way he feels like, maybe, in a psychological standpoint, maybe in his mind he's letting everyone down, I guess, if he's built up this big thing. It's hard to let go because maybe you feel like you know what I mean? I don't know. If he built this whole thing up, you also feel like maybe he's letting people down. I don't know. Not just himself.
Well, probably so, because, he does have some people that believe just everything that he says, and they, no matter, right. No fault in Ernie,
I'm trying to do this in the nicest way possible because it's your channel too. But I'm also serious.
Yeah. I mean, I get where you're coming from, and I know how frustrated a lot of us are, and I think I'm just highly disappointed,
Yeah.
I'm highly disappointed because here you told everybody for so long, that you're this big bounty hunter guy and everything, and now there's a bounty on you over something so stupid.
Very ironic, but Team Rose says, I thought he seemed like he was getting close to the answer. Aha. So at the time, so did I. But there was a woman in the chat earlier. Well, at least I think it's a woman. Was it Dove in Peace or Dove in Love or something? The one with the white bird. She said that at one point months ago, Ernie, during the summer stuff when he was working, around it, Ernie told her that he needed a ride, and if he didn't get that ride, he was very close to getting Candace to tell him what happened about Summer, but he needed her to come get him. So she felt like if she didn't give him a ride, and it sounded like a long ride, that he wasn't going to get the Summer case solved. So it put pressure on her and made her feel guilty for a while that she caused. If she didn't give him that, you know what I'm saying, put her in that position to feel like if she would be letting down the case.
Yeah, and also Rose,
cool.
He hooked me up with talking with Candace, and I spoke to Candace way more than Ernie ever spoke to Candace.
Interesting.
And like I said, I had a few conversations with her on FaceTime.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, that you talked to her more till just now.
Yeah, Ernie only talked to her maybe a handful of times, and they were pretty usually short calls. She never really fully trusted him. And then after she went with him to go over to Tina's place, and all that went down, something scared her there.
Yeah.
She did not like. She told me she did not have any trust for them.
Oh, right.
And she wanted there, and then she was pretty much done with them after that, all of them.
Don't screenshot me, bro.
So,
did you see what Team Rose said? Maybe got taken over by a demon. Do you know I actually considered that at one point? Because did you hear Daisy? Daisy Joe told her story once, and that kind of like really scared the hell out of me. And I've considered that. Have you ever thought of that?
Well, I know that he claims that he believes in God and stuff like that and everything, but he is the total opposite. Like, he doesn't want to go to a church or something. He doesn't participate in prayer.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be a possibility.
Oh, shit. My bedtime. Sorry, I said shit on your channel.
That's fine. I don't remember what I was saying before she said that. I was answering Rose on the thing with Candace. Oh, Candace told me that she didn't tell Ernie anything more than she told me, or that she told anyone else,
Chaotic. Well, we know how she feels about it. I think I've gone through all the thought process. Like, you consider everything. Like, when you can't figure it out. That's why I've considered every freaking thing, every diagnosis, everything. Like from that to that, from both what she's putting. I mean, demon or that. I don't even want to say the word narcissistic, but you end up thinking of every option when you're going crazy trying to figure out what the hell happened.
Well, chaotic from a Christian point. A lot of us believe that people who are sociopathic or psychopathic or extreme narcissists and all that are possessed, and that all of their charm and intelligence and sly talking and all that comes from the demon that's within them.
You're right, but there's no pill for that. So what is that like dealt with in therapy? Like, are you taught how to deal with it?
Most therapists will tell you that narcissism can't be cured.
But what can be done?
That's
Any
true.
sessions will be any good? You just deal with it forever?
It's really, really hard to get a narcissist to even speak to a therapist. And when they do, like if they're forced to, then they usually try to use that same type of charm and stuff on to the therapist, and they'll never really admit. Now, they might go covert where they play victim, but it's just around and round and round in circles where the therapist never gets anywhere. Dr. Ramani on YouTube, who specializes in this, she'll tell you that she's never been, in all of her years, successful giving therapy to a narcissist.
Huh.
They just try to manipulate them, and they know what's going on. And so they tell them, you are trying to manipulate me, and they'll, no, I'm not. I'm being open. I'm being honest. And they'll go into that victim mode, and you can't get anywhere with them. They say there's no cure for it. So as far as the rest of the stuff, like the schizophrenia part of things, there's, medications for that will help, you can calm his anxiety and his paranoia and stuff. But the narcissistic side of things, I don't know.
Well, you could at least be more stabilized if you got the other stuff in check that can be dealt with. It would make your life a little less hell feeling, I would feel like.
Yeah, because, without all of the other stuff, narcissists can actually be very they can have great jobs and be very successful and move up in a company really fast because, they don't have that empathy and they're willing to step on toes to get where they need to be,
From that standpoint yet, in a professional standpoint, interesting.
Yeah. Well, isn't Jimbo live now? We're about to go live?
Yeah.
All right, then we need to close shop.
Even party through drugs and alcohol. Yeah, maybe you can do a part 2 sometime. I don't know. This is deep.
Yeah, I'll do a follow-up and talk a little bit more. But Rose, I did talk about my conversations with Candace earlier on, if you want to go back and hear that again. But I'm going to jump off of here now so we can all go over and support Jimbo.
I got to go 2 minutes. I got to get my sound bites in. I can't miss that.
Thank you guys for all coming in. I appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me. I love your show.
And as soon as I get some more free time, I'll jump on here and we'll continue on. Thanks for coming on and helping me, Sarah.
Hey, anytime. See ya.
See ya. Bye, guys.
Okay, that was the first night. So, and again, Alisha tried to help the man a ton. So now we're going to go to part 2 of last night's conversation. Here's the link. Go over and give her a review. And subscribe, or whatever you want to give her. This was February 5th, the very next day of 2023. So a little over a year ago.
And, it was something I thought we weren't going to have to worry about again, which would take a couple of weeks. Source. So I'll let you know whenever that happens. Marshmallow's calling the police. But yeah, it was really good to see them all. She's in great spirits. She was hanging out with my kids, which are her, I guess, to have a narcissist as a patient because they get nowhere with them. Mod voice chat on Discord. I always forget I turned my notifications off with the Discord because it was just I felt like it was a nonstop, and then I forget to even go in there. So I don't know what everybody's been talking about, which I was gone all day today anyways. That's easy to see, Fluffy. I mean, she's very attached. And when at the end of the day, when he's laying there, YouTube's turned off and, all that, he's got to think, I'm in my 40s. I have no job. I have no home. I have no car. I have a son I don't see or talk to, things like that. And that is what ends up having this other side of him that comes out that's just, lie after lie, story after story. Huh. I watched a video earlier that Kemper posted of him talking about, talking to the owner of Disney and having a movie coming out soon and opening his own social media platform that Sony was going to be running for him.
Goodness. That was all before my time.
A new Facebook or a new what?
Yeah.
Seriously. Wait, who did he tell that? Kemper?
No, Kemper posted the video, and I think it said, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was July of 2021, and he was doing a Facebook Live, and this was all the claims that he was making.
Okay, I didn't see that one. I had recently, I didn't even know Kemper had videos on there. I recently found his page and subscribed, and I was like, wow, I didn't know he had, I watched some of them. I don't know. I think I watched most of them, actually.
Right, Constance, because they have to admit that they have a problem. That's the first step to healing from anything or changing from anything. And to admit that they have a problem then makes them vulnerable, and they have to face that insecurity that they have, that they've done everything in their power to hide.
Oh, right. That makes sense. When you put up all these fronts and stories.
Yeah, it's almost like traumatizing. Like they wouldn't
be able
to handle it if they had to actually face the truth about themselves.
I guess it could be devastating, actually.
Mm-hmm.
you know what, your knowledge, when you did that series, I think a lot of people within, where we have new members in the community that kind of, hang out with us and stuff. I think a lot of people missed your, what was it, a 7-part series you did on narcissists and the different types, because I didn't even know about the different types. And when you described it, like, I was like, oh man, like I knew certain ones, I knew who it was to a T. But then I also thought of some people that I know that do the same stuff that I hadn't realized when you gave out. So it's really good information to watch Alicia's narcissist series posted here.
I started that series out to kind of understand everything myself and what I went through with my own dad, because he was a narcissist. But yeah, as I'm doing it, people were saying, wow, this sounds like Ernie. And, it really does in a lot of ways. And I think, because I can't diagnose him, I'm not,
right. You're just saying the symptoms or what you see is similar to, it's okay to say that if you recognize similar patterns. I mean, you can put it that way.
And I think he's complex because I think he has grandiose at times, and other times I think he's covert. I like he can change it up. It's still, it's all the same thing, but he just has traits from all the types.
I did recognize that too, so that kind of threw me off too. So the complex can be bits of all of them.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Hello. I just want to come up and say, I just want to come up and say that same video that Kipper posted about the Sony and the Disney, he posted another one that said that was when Ernie jumped out of the Hummer. And somebody said, when was this? And he said, October 2021. So what time was he down there with you, Alisha?
Oh, we were trying to fit it in the timeline last night when we were talking about this.
He was here in February of 2022.
February 2022. So that'd been way before.
It would have been before, but there could have been other incidents of popping out like that. Because the stuff Alisha was describing to us, that she took a picture, he looked so beat up and the scratches on his arms, that to the point where she took a picture. What did you say? He had circles under his eyes, bruises? Yeah,
he just looked really rough. He had bruises all over his forearms, scratches. His elbows were scratched and beat up. There was a few on his chest. He was very sweaty and pale, with dark circles under his eyes.
Jimbo, do you know what that could have been from?
He made 50 trips. Yeah, and he made 50 trips to the road, back and forth.
And do you know that the Sony thing, that was in February? No, you said he was there in February. Well, he said that about Sony in April. So I bet you were Sony. I bet he was, he thought you would, instead of, what I'm trying to say?
Well, that was before he even knew my existence. Like, he met me in February, and then he was here in February. Like, he was here the day he spoke to me, the first day he ever spoke to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because he was looking for the hotel. Because he had a crack hotel. He needed a place to stay.
Yeah.
Alleged crack hotel.
Which is weird.
Yeah, but I did see other videos that people have posted from before my time where he was talking about having a publicist too. So I wonder who that was.
Yeah. He said his publicist told him not to take a job somewhere. He was getting a job. I've got it wrote down, but I forgot what it was. And then he said his publicist told him to stay away from Bama too.
Jimbo's comment. This is what I was going to say, and I was wondering in my mind, there are several other highway runs and episodes that were off Facebook Live that no one recorded. And that's what I was wondering, if there was an episode that caused all those marks. Because there's probably some that aren't on Facebook Live. Sometimes your phone's dead, some things happen.
Jimbo said it was from Phil. Did they just get in fights? Like when they would get together, they would just fight?
But he also said in the comment above that comment that you just read that there was some that weren't recorded. So I wonder if he had one.
I have a police report from the one in Jonesboro, I think. But I can't find it. I'll have to call and get it again. But he pulled up behind an officer, had someone stopped on the bridge, and Ernie pulled up behind him and started saying, "Don't shoot me, bro. Don't shoot me, bro." And the cops are like, "What?" And they put him in the back of the seat, and that's when they hogtied him. Yeah, they hogtied him and tied his feet to the car door so he would stop back to the pool.
What the hell?
If you look at his Facebook, it says, "This is what happens when you stop and ask the Jonesboro Police Department for directions." And I called because they're really easy. Those people there are real easy. You call down there and tell them the name of the day, and they'll just email it to you. I mean, like.
That was the pictures I showed on my community wall today. Let me show you what I'm talking about. He said that police what do you call it? Police violence. Here we go. Here's a tab. Here's the first one. 2020, before YouTube, Jacksonville, Tennessee. I have the police report for this, but I can't find it at the moment. I'll get a copy tomorrow. But Ernie came up to an officer that had a vehicle stopped, and he was acting funny. The cop wanted to cuff him for everyone's safety, and he resisted. And Ernie said, "This is what happens. I guess this is what you get when you stop and ask the police for help in Jacksonville, Tennessee. They handcuffed me behind my back, face first on the pavement, and skipped the taser all over my back. I never resisted, not the first time. Then they tied my feet and ran a rope outside the door and tied it in the front seat. That was uncalled for. Then they stomped my ankles. Yet to make them look good, they hit me with resisting arrest, which I never. I guess when those body cameras are turned in, we will find out. All I ask is what caused them to do this? Why did they arrest me? What did I do to cause this? I just want to see what's on their body cams. I have nothing to hide, just like all my training that I have had. My hands were always up in the air until they handcuffed me behind my back. Like I said, I will always be thin blue line. But this was uncalled for that's all I'm going to say anymore. Thanks. And he tagged him. And there's his little hand in his back. Ernie said, they never pulled me over. I pulled about 500 feet behind one of the officers to ask him for assistance because the car was overheating. He asked me for his safety and mine if he could place me in cuffs, detain me. It's all on body camera. It's all on their body cams. I guess we'll see. Bro, my car was overheating. I pulled behind the officer. I told him it was like something which we had already taken something about the holster, which I showed him my license. He then called in for backup for the reason I have no idea. Then everything happened. There were 5 to 6 officers showed up. Then one officer said, we're going to get you lined out. Then they surrounded me, and the rest is what I told you. They told me they was going to whip my ass. They did. It's all on their body cams. They took me and put me in their police car and then pulled me out and put me face first on the ground with my hands cuffed extremely tight behind my back with their knees into my arms or legs and told me to ride the lightning or something like that. They held the taser on me, then placed it on other areas and tased me again. When they was getting me out of the car before I was even on the ground, they were undoing their tasers. They knew what they were going to do. They also, I don't know what else. And then it said, after all that, I begged them to look at my wallet and showed them my other licenses and certifications. They saw that they let up on me. I think that's the only thing that saved my life. All will come out on their body cams. He told me they were only getting me for disorderly, which all I did was ask for help because my car wasn't acting right. After they whipped me, they told me they had added resisting arrest, but they were all out talking and planning everything out a couple times, like how they could do something. And he said, the police chief already called and released my car. Now he wants to sit down with me tomorrow to see what's happened. He seems like a good person. I respect him for that. Everything is underway, being taken care of. Chief Goins appears to be a very respectable police chief and an honorable man. Now, what I remember about getting the police report was the cop said he had another cop stop. No, he had another car stopped, and I want to say on a bridge, or maybe approaching a bridge. I can't remember, but he had another car stopped, and Ernie came walking up to him in an erratic manner, an erratic mood. So he told him to, stay back from the traffic stop. He'd be with him. And Ernie kept coming closer and closer. That's why he was put in the car. Now, that police report is at Jacksboro, Tennessee Police Department. Now, how do I know that? Because I called. I called like a year ago when I was first doing this. And that's how I got the details. Well, I called today to see if I could FOIA that. The police department says we don't send you the report unless your name's on it. So maybe they just read it to me the first time. But the lady at the county told me, Campbell County told me, Ernie was charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest, and it was both dismissed. So I don't know if that's because he went to another state because he lived in Kentucky. I'm not sure, but that was it. So now back to this.
like instantly. But I cannot find the email. But the email says, the cop says, I had someone stopped. I was already on a traffic stop, and this guy comes up, starts acting weird. So I asked him to stand behind my police car, and he started acting weirder. And yeah, but it's on his Facebook where he's all beat up, and he says, "This is what you get when you stop and ask directions." I wish I could share screen, but yeah.
Is that the one where he told everyone that the officer thought he was a Mexican
Probably.
and he got
What the
raped?
heck?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know this one. Jeez.
And then there's another incident where how he met Tina was, I've got these pictures he posts on Facebook where he's turning to the side, you see his shoulders all cut up, his face is all cut up, and I don't know what happened there, but that's when Tina said she noticed him on Facebook, and she invited him to the hemp cafe for some salve to put on his wound, and then he's seen the sound table. So and that's how they first met, was after that incident, but I don't know when that, I don't have it without looking at it. Jacksboro, yeah, Jacksboro, Tennessee, that was it, Jimbo. And if you call that sheriff's department, they're real nice. They'll send you that police report instantly. I just can't find out where I put it.
Yeah, you're good with your reports. Do you have like a book? Are you like taking notes on the different dates and stuff?
I am asked Jimbo. I have a notebook. I have. This is going to sound a bit like stalker, but I wanted to see the pattern. But I went back as far as I could, and as far the earliest I found on his Facebook was 2011. So I put everything I found in 2011, 12, 13. 2013 was a hockey mask, I think. Then 15, 16. No, 2011 was the wrestling, and then 12, 13 was a hockey mask. 15, 16, 17 was just crap. 18, 19, 20. 21 was the summer wells, and then I got 21 and 22. And when you look at it, I found all of the T-shirts, and that's why I said Ernie Shell was the CEO of all these companies, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt because he made T-shirts. He made T-shirts for fighting the guy that he got thrown under the trailer court. The killer inside. He made T-shirts there. He made T-shirts for Infringed. He made T-shirts for the Shell Project. He made T-shirts for the official Shell Project. He made T-shirts for Rescue Our Children. He made T-shirts for Rescue Our Children and Predator Hunter Nation. He made T-shirts for Ernie Shell Reality. Every time he made T-shirts, and that's why I said all he got was this lousy. I even made a clip of that.
That was the best video ever with all the
it's crazy because if you see it all lined out in a pattern, you see it, and that's what I wish we could all get together and with Jimbo and Lisa and Asia and China.
Yes, Asia and China.
Yeah, because Alisha told her stories, so you know the behind the scene. Lisa told her stories, so you know Lisa's like, well, he told me this, and then what he told the public, and Alicia's like, well, this is what he told me, and then we could put the public to where you can see it lined out. And yes, everybody says, well, Ernie's left. Yes, Ernie's left, but Ernie will be back. That's why we're not going to stop.
Right, because every time he goes away for any short amount of time or a month or two, he comes back big. Usually he jumps on something that's going on, like he did with Summer's case, and then he gets a whole bunch of new people who don't know any of this stuff, like how he found me or how I found him, and then if these people don't know, then they fall for it and they throw out tons of money thinking they're helping some great cause.
Rose cussed me good this morning. She's like, why do you care? Why just leave him alone. And I'm like, you know what? She's like, did he hurt you? Or what? I said, you know what? I'm big enough to see beyond myself. He doesn't have to hurt me for me to want to try to put the awareness out there. If I put this out here and you want to give him your money, then so be it. But if the information isn't out there, then nobody knows. At least if the information is out there, you can make an educated guess whether you want to support him or not.
Absolutely.
And, seeing Alisha cry that day on Miss Daisy's, I mean, that hurt her. He doesn't realize what his actions did to the people around him.
Not to the depths, or maybe not care. We'll put it that way, as caring as we would.
Yeah. And I know that he heard his mods every time that he said blocked is blocked, and then he'd let people come back in, and that caused his own viewers and his members stress. They didn't want they don't want to see me up on his chat, but he lets me up on his chat.
Yeah. Oh, they get pissed at you.
Yeah.
They're always like, kick her off.
Yep. Because they don't want to hear the truth.
Yep. That feeling.
You see Jimbo's comments. He said, I really wanted to help and cared about my friend. He just can't change. This time it's the worst, and it keeps progressing. It does get worse. And I blame his pay piggies on that. And Lori for making them cartoons of him. They uphold him in this grandeur stat that he, it's like.
Where did this cartoon come from? I only saw a clip of it. Are you talking about the one where he was like a giant Ernie and Benny was small? Oh,
the one where he looked almost black?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other with his tiger stripes, and then one where he was Superman, and then one where he looked like, I don't know, he had a bib on or something. But she does that, and that's just that's blowing his balloon. She's just blowing him up.
It feeds the grandiose. When you see somebody, that means that's telling him that that's how those people see him, and it's worse if they don't know that.
And if you cared about him, you'd bring him back down to earth. You wouldn't blow him up.
Yeah, Constance's timeline that she has with everything and how she has everything laid out. When I saw that, that's one of the times where I was just like, okay, yeah, I'm done. Like, I didn't know all of this, and seeing it like this is just like it blows your mind, and then you realize, oh my gosh, this guy is a criminal mastermind in a way,
Yeah, and I got it all from the information he put out there. It's his 3 Facebook pages that I found are public, so it's information he put out there. I didn't go real life. I didn't dig into his, I just looked at the information he put out there, and I just lined it down, from when he was married to the hockey mask to and all I did, I called Officer Rose, the one that worked the wrestling gig. That guy, he just happened to still work at the same police department, and he's on desk duty now because he's getting older. But he was happy to tell me the story about Ernie. He's like, oh yeah, it was snowing the hell that night, and everybody I talked to, and I just got a call back today from somebody that I hadn't talked to, somebody he worked for in West Virginia or Virginia.
You got a call back?
Yeah, I left you a message with all these people, and finally these people called me back today. The one that he did security with, but I missed the call.
Dang it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna call them Monday and see what they say.
Oh,
But the message they left said, I'd like to discuss this in person with you or something like that. So,
oh shoot. Yeah, good one.
but see, I only know it's on Facebook, so I would like to get with Jimbo and Leslie and Alisha and China and and all them. No, they can say no. This is what he was really doing. No, what he was really doing. Put my time with their timeline.
I regret and feel mean that I doubted, when I was in the group and everything, that I hadn't even considered the fact that, China, I didn't really know what was going on with it. I just kind of went believing him. But, she's had her, now I'm like, oh my goodness. Once I saw it and read her story on her timeline, it like all hit me like she's a real victim. He stole $850 from her.
And she's a single mom.
Right.
I really liked Sarah, and there was a few people in the Tiger community that I really liked. And when I started like realizing everything, and after I saw your timeline content, I called Sarah. You remember that, Sarah?
Yeah, I remember everything hit me all at once. I was in a parking lot. I was about to go into Kohl's, and I was like, yeah, that was big.
Yeah. I'm like,
And if I could ever share a screen, I could show you all my timeline.
I would love to see something put together by you, something like that. That would be good for education purposes.
yeah, we could all share it and get it out there. People don't fall victim again.
Jimbo said Alisha reached out to me shortly after meeting Ernie, but she didn't trust me yet. Yeah, because Ernie's gonna make anybody that can verify anything the bad guy.
We're taught in there like they are now, and it sucks because like some people you were friendly with and stuff, and and they don't know because they're taught that everybody's the enemy, I guess, in a way.
Well, the very first day I met him, he was like, "Stay away from Jimbo, Benny, Jamie." He told me right from who his trolls were. Who the people were that were trying to ruin his life. And he told me stay away from them. They're no good. Everything he tries to do, they destroy it. So he set that up. Right from the beginning. So when I started seeing all the lies and see he was lying to me and the things that he was saying just didn't make sense too. And then he was scamming people. That's when I was like, well, I need to talk to this other side that he says is so bad. And hear what their perspective on things are, why they feel the way they feel about him.
Yep. And I think if Jody was to see the timeline laid out and everything, she's a smart woman. Yeah. But right now she's stuck in the mode that everybody else is, feeling sorry for him because he's getting picked on and she wants to help him. That's how everybody gets stuck in his.
That's how I was too. So and also me saying stuff, like recently about reading, she misunderstood something I said due to other people spreading stuff. And then, she inadvertently through my stuff got affected and upset. And it sucks because I had no intention of doing that. And she doesn't know the truth yet, But she can either watch my video or what, but it just sucks because now she's in pain and stuff, and it's all because of him, stuff with him,
That's another thing I want to do. I want to make a sheet, because every time I tell him, I said, do you know how many people you've hurt? I want to make a sheet with their story. Remember when Gypsy had the live, come tell us how meeting Ernie affected you? I would like to have someone do a live like that too, and have someone say, okay, and everybody tell their story.
Yeah, I did one of those a long time ago, but it wasn't.
Maybe it was you, yeah.
It wasn't it was just in the top of my head, random. But what is this Hay House everybody's talking about in the chat? Who worked at a Hay House?
Oh, met Eric Rush.
Like a community corrections thing, wasn't it?
It's like a halfway house for prisoners before they're released into the population. Ernie was a security guard. It's where he met Eric Rush.
Yeah.
Another thing. Go ahead, Tara.
Oh, I was just saying, I'm a security guard. That's it.
There's a lady on here that worked there. When he worked there, that has some inside info on all of that.
Look, Sammy.
Thank you, Sophia.
Yeah, that was nice.
And again, we sell these pictures. It's another one of them things. He worked here and all he got was his lousy t-shirt. He worked there and he got a t-shirt. He worked at this place and got a t-shirt.
Hey, I make t-shirt quilts. What you need?
Jimbo said there's so many you'll never know about.
Jimbo says he's going to come up in a minute.
But it isn't, just plug it in. It's like everybody has a little piece and we just need to plug all these little pieces in.
Yes. It's already to be plugged in. That's the thing. And even though, it's frustrating as you get sometimes trying to get through to people and people get upset, you also have gotten through to some too.
Yeah, one at a time. It just takes, one at a time. And Rose just hates me to the end of the earth. She thinks I'm just some child trafficking person that, just hates Ernie. And like, I'll post the email. I think I even sent it to Sarah, the email I sent Ernie on Facebook. I said, dude, I think you could be a great, guy. I think, and I'm just, I wonder why you're doing all this. And all he wrote back to me was, you'll see, I'm telling the truth. Okay, dude, whatever.
Yeah.
He said that so many
times. Maybe I will show that email because I was very nice to Ernie. Had nothing bad to say at Ernie at all. Every time I wrote him, I've been very respectful. And I told him, I said, you know what? Just be you. You are charismatic enough. You got the Southern boy talk and the dimples. You could sell ice to Eskimos. Just be you and go do something legit, and you will have a huge following. He called me. He hates me for saying that.
Many times, and what we see is the exact opposite. There's no follow through to anything he ever says. Like that. There's so many of them that I've talked to that they start to listen, and they're like, oh, you're right about that. Oh, that did happen. Yeah, I saw that. That was disappointing. But then they go right back. I don't get it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sugar Pie said, if Flicky Nicky wasn't so horrid to him, he wouldn't have got the support he did, in my opinion. She made it so bad he was able to manipulate all of us and play off of it. Do you know how hard it was for me to do my research because of Nicolina and them trolling places and calling places out of malicious intent and making up lies? So when I called, especially the one that stands out the most was the Kentucky Colonels. When I called, the lady's like, yeah, we know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, ma'am, do you really know? She's, yeah, I know. We know he's got a lot of trolls. And I had to sit there for like 15 minutes and explain to her, ma'am, I know he has a lot of trolls, and I know you probably got a lot of troll calls, but would you please listen to me, because this is legit, and I need you people to look at this information legit. And finally, it took me 30 minutes to get through to this lady that I wasn't just making shit up. And that was because people had called and made shit up to where they were just hanging up on people.
Yep. That's a problem.
That's the reason why there's a lot of people who think that they've always been working together and that this is all a big LARP and it's fake hate, because you do get way more support from people when you have haters that seem to be attacking you all the time, and it keeps the story going.
And that's why blocked never meant blocked, because he had to keep that going. He needed the trolls. He needed that. He needed people to get up there and be mean to him. And so even knowing I should not get up there and talk to him, because that's we go, okay, well, no, the phone line's up. I should shut up, because the minute I get up there, that's when all the pity money comes in. So I need to learn to shut up.
Pity money.
It's sympathy money. Oh, poor Ernie. Here, poor Ernie. Here, you poor thing.
It did make him feel famous, Leslie B. And like I said last night, if it got too quiet, if something else, caught people's attention and they weren't paying attention to him, then he would instigate a fight.
Yeah, like the 3-day torture, starting crap with Benny when he wasn't even responding.
And then wanted everybody to create their own channels, and it would help them get their channel going. But all that was for was so there was more people out there talking about him.
And he only voted the one that was people talking about him, which was at the time I think it was Mama T's.
If you see these comments like this from the other chat, I'm just copying them from Alicia's chat into our chat. Like Leslie said, Sugar Pie, he loved all that attention. All the bullying, I had to realize that's exactly what he wanted. It's made him famous in his eyes. So if you see that there, that's not it's not like Leslie's here and you can't see her. I'm copying it from the other chat. When Alisha answers a question, you'll know what she is replying back to.
He would, say, let's go to MT's or whatever. And there was a lot of talk about him in there. And he didn't promote some of the other channels. And I started seeing that, which ones he was promoting, the ones that he visited.
And he has legitimately put Benny and Rab and Jimbo in legitimate danger, by saying that Benny kidnapped Summer Wells or that Benny did this and that Jimbo sells drugs and has all this drugs. All it takes is one of his kooky people to believe that,
Right. But, I do remember at times when he was just sitting in his car and he had some of those, what was it, Tomahawk or something, and a few other things, and people were calling the cops on him, trying to get, and they're like, that's so dangerous because if you call the cops saying there's a crazy guy sitting in the car with weapons, they could harm him, Oh,
I was so mad when they did that. I was so mad. The trolls.
Yeah. So it's not like everything, what am I trying to say here? I mean, sometimes things were done towards Ernie that were wrong, you know, and you get mad about it. You do feel sorry for it. And it's those few things, and they're few compared to what he's done to others, that everybody will throw in your face whenever you try to tell them who he really is as a person.
Yeah.
It could have kind of been a legitimate concern because, Ernie did that show for a reason. He was playing with them weapons out there for a reason. Almost like he wanted somebody to call the cops on him. You know what I mean?
Right. Because he knows it's going to happen. He knows if he goes live and he's in a public area with a bunch of weapons, that the people are going to call on him, and then it's going to create a stir, and then everybody's going to be like, oh, poor Ernie, he can't sit in his car with a bunch of knives.
But do you know if the cops even came for sure that night?
I don't know, because didn't he on that one say that they did, and then he turns the video off and you hear him talking to somebody, and then it turns the video on again?
Well, they reportedly took his, weapons, I guess, which were supposed to be gifted to certain people. Two people
said they did, but we don't know any proof that they did.
He said it was pending investigation, maybe, or
what town was that? Does anybody know the town? And I'll just call and ask him for any incident reporting Ernie Shell and see if it even happened.
I don't know if there's any record of it or anyone has it on their channel. You would have to be some of the old timers that have been around doing
the police would have an incident report. Even if nothing was done, the police would have an incident report saying we went out there. So if I could get the name of the town or the county, I'll just call and say, can you give me any incident reports regarding Ernest Mac Shell? And they'll give me a list of them. And there's probably only that one.
And don't quote me yet, but I think Genevieve said last live stream that it was Hazard County, Kentucky, when he did that. There you are. There's Genevieve. I wish I still had the recorded call from my security camera at my office when I got the call trying to get me fired from my company. Genevieve, do you remember last time you told me it was that knife incident took place? What did you say? Was it in Hazard County? Hazard City PZ. Yeah, there you go. So if anybody wants to look that up, you can. I just never got around to doing it. Hazard City PD.
At one, if it's on there, and if they don't have one, then it didn't happen.
I would say that Benny would know, because isn't that the same day that he went into like a Waffle House or something and tried to get a discount by saying he was like a first responder or something?
Yeah.
Same day.
Benny would know. Yep.
I think he's the one. Is he the one who called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He might remember what town, because I know that they were watching the street signs and they saw a building across the street that they recognized because it had a sign on it, and that's how they knew.
That girl said Middlesboro. Is that Middlesboro, Tennessee, or Kentucky?
Wow, good memory. Good memory, that girl 77. If that's it.
I do believe that it was in Tennessee when it happened.
Okay. So I'll call tomorrow and ask him and see. Yes, it was at Long John Silver's. That's right. Yep.
It was in the parking lot. Was it across the street, or that's where he was eating?
I think he was eating there.
Yeah.
And he said, so what makes me think that it's all like a complete lie? Because we know that those companies didn't send him the weapons as a sponsorship.
No, we knew it wasn't a sponsorship. We just know that he had them. Either gave them to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember where they came from, but I know he was talking about he was going to, give them away and stuff, but then he couldn't because they took off from him.
Baker.
Which
I will call and see that tomorrow.
Why would they do that? If none of the weapons were illegal, why would they take them from him? That doesn't make sense.
Wasn't he on bond though for the van after that? Wasn't that after the van? Maybe
there was something that he was, we were all worried he was going to go in for it. I just can't remember what it was.
I don't know. There is so much.
It's been
every week there was something else horrible happening. It's so hard to keep up with it all.
More to that story.
Constance dropped off. Probably need to link again.
I'm just going back to see some of the stuff I missed.
Did they just give them to him, Genevieve?
But if you ever take the time and you if you're having a hard time sleeping at night or something, and you take the time to let it just all go through your head, everything you can remember going back to the can, you start to realize how insane it all was. No one's life is that crazy,
No, like we were talking about last night. I can't imagine just being the permanent nomad at that many years that you don't know how stressful that must be to not know where, have that stability in your life where you have your same bed to lay down at night and just.
Now, this is where I'm going to give a warning. Having pissed Jimbo off and having seen how Jimbo lies about me, I do not take his word for anything anymore. Anything that he told me that I hadn't verified already or with a different source, I wrote out of every notes I have with the side note about it. This could be bullshit. This could be bullshit. This could be bullshit. For the simple fact, I know how he lied about me, about saying that I was told not to play that video about his daughter, and I went ahead and did it anyway. That was the most vile thing that he, I said, fuck you, Jimbo. The shit you did after that was where I won't believe anything you say. Not that I believed much that he said anyway, because I was already doing all this research, and I came to Jimbo for a question. So I had already looked into all this myself, but a very few things that I did take Jimbo's word. But like I said, I'll let you know what those are because I know he lies now. But the stuff that other stuff he said about Ernie, I verified on my own without his information, and it didn't come from him. So, okay.
Just everything, your own spot. It's kind of weird.
Hey, Jimbo.
Everybody
likes to call their own home. What up, Jimbo?
What's going on, Ninja?
Yeah.
Hey, there's a few things I can probably clear up for y'all. The incident you're talking about was in Middlesboro, Kentucky.
Oh.
They swore it that Ernie was arrested and he was in jail. I called. There is no Middlesboro jail. That would be Bell County Jail. It's only 30 minutes down the road from here.
So that right there, he's saying Bell County. And Genevieve said Hazard County. I don't know. I guess you could call one and call the other.
I called to verify he was not in jail. He wasn't arrested. That was a fake. Ernie faked that.
That I don't trust that information because I do believe something's telling me that they did come, but I'm not sure. I think last time I didn't know for sure. And Genevieve, we've seen the lights. but I have not called personally to verify it to see. That girl said it was Middlesboro. I don't know. I never really cared enough yet to look at it, but she said Hazard City. Yeah, not Hazard County, Hazard City. I don't know if I saw the same thing or not.
Jake's getting arrested?
Yeah, and the cops come to the thing. Like I think they came out to the
Oh,
the
okay.
restaurant, the
Long
Long John Silver's, yeah. But they didn't arrest him. He wasn't taken into custody. It was the next day. He was supposed to be in Prestonsburg for court.
Mhm.
So yeah, he wasn't like that's a couple hours away. And he wasn't
And Prestonsburg for court was for over the harassing telephone calls. Am I right?
in Middlesboro. I don't think the Middlesboro Long John is open anymore. It may be, but I'm not sure.
Did they confiscate all of his little weapons?
I believe they did take his weapons, his
Mm.
little tomahawk he had, and maybe a knife or something.
I think it was a knife and a tomahawk, yeah.
Is that because he was already in trouble?
No, whoever called said he was spinning around and saying he was going to hurt somebody.
Running around the parking lot, I think, maybe with him swinging it, like
Yeah.
pre-season or something like that.
Yeah.
Which not doing that.
No, that's unofficial. I have not spoken to law enforcement, but that's that's secondhand. That's what I got. So
You taking notes, Constance?
excuse me. Now Middlesboro is on the border of Tennessee. Like it's the next. You leave Middlesboro going south, you're in Tennessee. The next county over is a Tennessee county,
Interesting.
I know.
and it's not far from Jacksboro, where he did get. The cops lit him up pretty good, and because he resisted arrest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back with my first husband, in Georgia, it was illegal to have fireworks, right?
Mhm.
Right outside of, like, when you're going into, what is that? When you cross from North Georgia into Tennessee, the first thing that you come through.
Chattanooga.
Yes.
Mhm.
They had a big flea market place there, sold fireworks and all kinds of things, and we went up there and we didn't buy any fireworks. We bought like katanas and these swords and ninja stars and all that to make him a man cave room with and decorate the walls with that stuff. And but when we went to cross back over the state line, we got pulled over because they were checking to see if we bought fireworks. And we didn't, but we had all those weapons and they didn't do anything. They were just like, oh, okay, and let us go with the car full of all these weapons. So that's why I wondered why they would take that from him when it's all legal stuff.
I think the way
I think if somebody called in on him and said that he was threatening, I guess.
he's out on bond, like Beth said. They called and said he's out on bond and he's swinging weapons, like stuff like that. They made it sound bad.
Yeah. Now his Constance Sue, I just put that in chat, but she was asking why was he going to court in Prestonsburg? That was his harassing communications criminal summons in Floyd County that Kemper and I had been telling him he had since last February or March, and he kept saying, "No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't."
Floyd County.
And finally, he got served, and when he got arrested in Madison County. So yeah, he's been arrested. Like he tells Constance Sue, he's been arrested 3 times in his life, but
Right.
he got arrested in Jacksboro, Tennessee, the one time. Let's see, the fraud in West Virginia for the wrestlers. That's 2. Then he was arrested twice last year in Madison County, Kentucky. That's 4. I had him arrested for threatening in, I think, 2007. That's 5. And he was arrested for child support in Duffield, Virginia. So
There's
that's 6 at least.
A lot of arrests in Virginia. Did you look at all those that I showed you, Jimbo?
What is it?
All those arrests in Virginia.
Yeah.
All those?
Yeah. There's a good bit of arrests in Virginia.
Huh.
Yeah.
Alert said, Jimbo, do you have actual evidence that he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
She's a psych nurse, and we've seen the paper, but
I saw the too, but
he was diagnosed in New York City. Well, not New York City, New York. When he was arrested, that's another one. He was arrested in New York when he had the hypodermic needle. He was.
I could verify by screenshots that he was arrested in New York with the hypodermic needle. Could never find the website. And what was the other one?
He was arrested there. And he eventually.
And it did say had a hypodermic needle on him.
Jacksboro, Tennessee, the one time. Let's see, the fraud in West Virginia for the wrestlers. That's 2. Then he was arrested twice last year in Madison County, Kentucky. That's 4. I had him arrested for threatening in, I think, 2007. That's 5. And he was arrested for child support in Duffield, Virginia. So that's 6 at least.
A lot of arrests in Virginia. Did you look at all those that I showed you, Jimbo?
What is it?
All those arrests in Virginia.
Yeah.
all those?
Yeah. There's a good bit of arrests in Virginia.
Yeah.
Alert News said, Jimbo, do you have actual evidence that he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
She's a psych nurse, and we've seen the paper, but
That's what I was going to say. I can't verify that he has schizophrenia. Jimbo said he's seen a paper about it. As proof, we know you can't trust Jimbo.
Mm-hmm. I saw the too, but
he was diagnosed in New York City. Well, not New York City, New York. When he was arrested, that's another one. He was arrested in New York when he had the hypodermic needle. He was arrested there, and he eventually landed from there into a psych unit in New York. That's where he called me from. His sister finally, got me in touch and gave me the number. I called the New York number, and when I talked to him, excuse me, sounded very much like he did when he returned to YouTube here about a week ago or whatever. He sounded.
And that was all before YouTube. I'm pretty sure. All the New York and the syringe shit was way before YouTube.
A week. He's like, Jimbo. He said, man, it's great to hear your voice. He was all weak, just sounded just like that. And he was in psych. That's why I thought maybe he'd been psych ward somewhere now and been sedated. Because that's what it sounds like to me. He's coming off sedation.
Like on the hail call.
Yeah, I mean, look at him now. He's, yesterday when he was talking about playing his game of Catch Me If You Can, he was really strong.
That's like taunting the court. I don't know why you'd want to do that.
He's foolish. He's foolish. He thinks he's above the law somehow.
All these things in YouTube are going to really affect his time when he gets his time. I think that's my opinion.
Let me turn my ringer off.
I have it, Constance. I can send it to you.
Is it expunged? Is that what happened? Did it get cleaned up? Is it hidden? Is it hidden there too?
That's possible.
Because that's what happened with the other stuff.
Yeah, no, that's possible.
On record, my record's clean.
I said I could only find one court entry in Virginia for speeding for Ernie.
But that's because there's, like all the wrestling things and everything, that was just hidden.
Well,
Alicia found a lot more.
I don't know if it's hidden. I've got a big old PDF of it. Like I've got it. Nicolina sent it to me back in March of last year.
Yeah, but as far as I've told it, a lot of it was hidden when you first run it. Like he says, I'm clean. I don't have a record, and people.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He went to those sites that allows you to pay a little bit of money to hide stuff, and he had it hidden.
Right off the sides, yeah. But now a couple of those wrestlers were underage because they don't require a license in West Virginia or Virginia, wherever he was at, and that's the reason why he was able to even do a show because Ernie can't get a license to promote. He has to do it in a state where there's no license required.
Hi.
Yeah, babe.
I love you. Don't stuff.
All right.
You said I'm going to bed.
All right. I love you, babe. I'll be in a few minutes.
All right.
But yeah, there's possibility that those underage kids that were wrestling that may have something to do with why you can't find it. I don't know. I'm just spitballing as they call it, I guess. But who knows? I just don't know that he would be able to hire somebody to expunge anything because he's been paying on a damn speeding ticket for 15 years.
Oh, alert and amuse. He is not organized. He's very impulsive. He's very all over the place. He relies on a few friends that he has,
not organized,
to organize things for him and give him what he needs when he needs it. Have things ready for live, stuff like that.
Yeah, his organizational skills are done by somebody else.
Yes, he would never. If it was just him without the help, he would never be able to keep up with anything.
Yeah. Like I said, there's been 3 different doctors with medical degrees and that have diagnosed him with schizophrenia.
Right.
The one in New York, the one in London, Kentucky, and the one in down there by Fields, in Tenova Hospital or whatever.
Yeah.
So there's at least 3.
While I have Jimbo, I wanted to ask you because people have asked me this so many times, and I pretty much know the answer. But people will say, "How could Jimbo turn on Ernie and do what he did when they were friends for 20 years?"
It's only Jimbo, right?
They try to come off like you're this, horrible friend, so disloyal because you have this wonderful 20-year brotherhood friendship.
But no, it's not like that at all. We weren't, that close of friends. I mean, he moosed off my family for a long time, and we took him in and we forgave him over and over and over again. After a while, he kind of grew on us like he was kind of like one of the kids. He acted like one of the kids. So yeah, I mean, we forgave him. That's the kind of people we are. We've forgiven people, but I didn't turn on Ernie. Like, I tried to get him to help, and then they forced that fight. Southern Girl and I can't remember who else it was, but then Maggot, uncharacteristically gets up there on Mama T's panel drunk and Ernie Shell never lies.
Thank you, Leslie.
And, okay, I mean they pushed me into that.
Stick around and help me out.
And you know everything about him, surely.
Yeah, they knew it was coming. Ernie wanted that fight. I was told about it. At least a month prior. Like, look,
I was one of the ones that told you.
Yeah, I didn't want to out you, but yeah.
Well, I don't care. But I'm one of the ones that came to you and told you because, he called me and he told me I needed to stay away from you, that you're no good. And he's found out all this stuff about you. And I said, what? You guys are friends. I mean, you've made up again, once again, and things are really good right now. And I said, Ernie, please do not do this because you're going to cause a divide in the community. Like everyone has, became friends with people. Like stop thinking about yourself as a creator. Start thinking about your subs, your followers. because we became friends and we're getting along and helping each other out and all this. And I said, if you do this, you're going to cause a split, another divide, where people have no choice but to pick a side and have to turn on each other. And it's just not fair to the people. So whatever you're mad about right now, fix it. Please don't do this. And he's like, oh, I wish I didn't have to, Alisha, but I have no choice with what I found out about Jimbo. Okay, well, tell me, what did you find out that's so bad? Oh, you'll find out. You'll see. It's all going to come out. But I'm just telling you right now, don't trust him. And so I was just angry because I knew that he had nothing and that this was, his numbers were starting to get smaller. I felt like he was jealous over your channel growing and what we were doing over on your channel, and so I thought this was a way for him to try to take away your subs from you, is all that it was.
Yeah.
Then of course it all blows up. The fight happens again. He starts it all up. All this time went by, and only thing that he's came out about you that you buy drugs from China and sell them.
Fake ones are about from China.
Yeah. So he had, just like I knew he had nothing. He only wanted to start the fight because he wanted to take back his people. You
that's what he wanted to do. And it did. Like, my numbers went. I dropped probably 200 subscribers, but now, over the last, I would say 6 weeks, we probably gained 350. So it's people actually see the truth and are getting to know me, and they see I'm not that person Ernie and Nicolina say I am. I'm not some kind of freaking monster.
I think
no,
it's fair to do their own research.
Person.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sarah.
No, I was only saying it's fair for people to do their own research and don't rely on what somebody else says about somebody. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, Sarah's one of the ones, I had so much respect for Sarah because he's never confrontational with anybody, really. And
I'd give him a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, Sarah had become a mod on my channel, and she was still a mod on Ernie's channel, and I never once asked her, hey, Sarah, I'm gonna need you to choose here. I'm like, she saw her own, what she saw through her own
drug
eyes.
dealer.
Yeah, I didn't tell her, look at this, look what Ernie's doing. You got to see this, you got to see it. Like, she saw it on her own.
Oh yeah.
And she made her own decisions.
Well, I kind of did. I did call Sarah and discuss some things I'd found out and some thoughts that I had, and I just kind of ran everything by her on what I was learning, and figure
I didn't know. Ernie's talking like I'm telling people they got to choose, but I didn't say that.
He's the one who kicked me out.
He sure did.
Yeah, he said he had people that were like, Sarah's over in Jimbo's, and I'm like, yeah, I do both yours. I can keep this shit separate. I don't go around talking shit on you both. You know what I mean? I keep it separate. That's your guys' fight. You know what I mean? That's the why I always try to do that to the best of my ability and keep people's fights separate. But sometimes you get involved, and I did my best to stay out of it. He's the one who took the wrench and told me not to ever come back. And then he clearly had somebody make videos about me and Gypsy because we both got kicked out in the same week.
Yeah, we did something similar to Sugar Pie, except he made up some BS and said Sugar Pie sent me pictures.
What? Oh, that was.
And just out of the blue in his chat one day he attacked her, that was a mistake, Ern. I don't understand his thinking. I really think he just thinks he's got to be top dog always.
Yeah, like Sarah said, I tried my best to stay in both of the communities. Even after I already had my mind made up about who and what Ernie was.
Exactly.
I did it for the sub's sake, for the community's sake. And I told him that please don't put me in the middle of this.
Yeah.
I don't want to be put in the middle. I don't want to be made to make a choice. I said, matter of fact, when someone does that to me and tells me I have to make a choice, I'm going to do the opposite of what they want because I'm a rebel.
Right. Most people are.
You don't do that to me. And he's like, oh, okay. And he said he did not care if I still went over to and still modded for you and all that. But then a few days later, he's on his live saying, well, you just stay over there, Alisha. Okay.
I want to say hi to Team Rose. She came in the chat there.
I didn't even see her. Hi, Team Rose. I just didn't even see you. Is it really? Where is she?
I think it's her there.
I don't see her. Oh, there she is. Sorry, I didn't see you. This is interesting. Yeah, it was eye-opening yesterday. I wanted to say something to alert and amuse too before I forget about the psychosis. Now, on the paper, they're also the diagnosis for the episode, as you would call it, was labeled as a psychotic episode, like you described, because that can happen too sometimes. So it's specifically that labeled as such. Psychotic break. It could have been induced by what Leslie said too.
Yeah.
Hey, Rose came in with another.
There she is. There she is again. Is that your incognito?
But there was something else I was going to say about that too, with the split thing. And I forget now what I was going to say about it. But I was going to say I didn't. When everybody was like, "What's going on? Why would Jimbo do that?" I didn't tell anybody at that point my thoughts on Ernie. I kept my mouth shut, unless somebody directly, straight up asked, and then I didn't want to lie. So I would just kind of nicely say, oh, I saw some things I didn't like, because people noticed that I wasn't going in this chat anymore. But then I did get a few people confront me and say, how dare you? You know that Jimbo is just jealous of Ernie. And that never made any sense to me. Like, why would you be jealous of Ernie?
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, I don't get it.
maybe because when you're grandiose, you believe it kind of in a way.
I do think he believes that.
So you sort of feel superior, so everyone else is inferior. So maybe that comes from maybe.
Yeah. No,
I mean, you both kind of made your channels around the same time, right? I mean, a little bit after his, maybe.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would have never came to YouTube if Ernie hadn't started all that murder for hire crap, and then came to YouTube with it. Like I had to come over here and set things straight, and when I did, I was going to tell everybody about all the scams and everything else and warn people. So that was my channel was a direct result of him running away from Facebook and coming over here and starting his BS like that. I've told that story a few times, the actual truth about it. And the FBI agent, recently I even played his voicemail to me. Like, that was dropped quick and handled. Like there was nothing to it. And, it was my attempt to get him and another guy to leave each other alone. And it was a bad attempt. It was horrible. But he wants to make some kind of, make me into some kind of freaking like mob boss. And he's still trying to do that.
Yeah.
I just felt like I needed to, because, the internet's forever.
Or telling me that, I started looking to see if I saw that. What I saw was a man who
was asking us about the story about Summer being sold and Ernie's supposed to be going to buy her. That's what Rose is talking about.
Oh, on my channel?
I don't care what happens as long as we take down.
What happened to people coming up to grab the link and, talk? Well, he just really wanted the information from the video. And as a result of that conversation, and because I let him up, I got blocked in another channel that hates him. And it's really weird because I just started following that channel and really enjoying it. But now I'm banned because I let
It's just frustrating because he did, from what I understand, I was pointed out that, he did take a little pop shot at that channel while he was there without us even realizing he did it.
What happened?
He took a little shot. You're talking about BK, right?
Yeah, but I don't know Scott.
I don't either, but he did take a little shot at it. Like it was pointed out to me what he said, and I went back and listened, and he did. Like the chat was kind of chaotic. We were kind of talking, and there were 3 or 4 of us up on panel, and he did say something about 14-year-old or something. And
but Benny, Jimbo, you did say we don't talk about that here. We don't talk about other creators here. I heard you say that. Yeah,
I did, but that's.
But you remember what I'm talking about now?
I didn't even know them.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't know anything about that. Like that. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not an expert on the Summer Wells stuff.
Oh no, I mean about Ernie's story.
About going out there and the woman that's the woman in the video who punches Ernie in the mouth after her big boyfriend kicks him through the trailer. That's the woman that's telling all that in those voice clips.
Yes, and Rose said that Ernie went out to Utah and rescued a girl because this lady worked in child trafficking arrest, or I guess was familiar with it. So she said how it goes is you go buy a girl, and Ernie went and bought this girl and rescued her, and so he was supposed to go buy Summer and rescue her.
Right. Here, I can shut that down real quick. Every single bit of that information was given to her by Ernie.
That's what I thought.
So there's no
validity. And Rose got mad at me. She's like, "So are you saying that woman's stupid? Are you saying she would lie?" I was trying to explain. No, I'm saying she believed Ernie. That was the story that Ernie told her, but she didn't lie. That's the story she believed.
Yeah, I don't think Rose is, or I don't think her name's Rosie too. Rosie, I don't think she's a liar at all. I just think that's what she was. She was just that's what Ernie told her.
Yeah, because I said he's never rescued anybody. He's never rescued one child. And they said, well, the other stories out there that he has. And every one of them, like the Apprentice rescue, we debunked that. The one where he runs to the girl and said, oh, we rescued him, we debunked that. Tina's story of him rescuing the person and going state to state during a gunfight shootout, we debunked that.
Yeah.
But Rose is just mad as hell at me, today, thinking that I just have it out for Ernie, and I don't. I just don't like all the stories he tells, and honest people get hurt.
Rose is saying the girlfriend told the story as if she told Ernie how to get the girl. That's not. I know that's not a fact. I don't know how she told it, but I don't know how you understand it. But Rosie's definitely not the girl who told Ernie how to go find a trafficked person or anything. I'm quite positive on that. Like Rosie will tell you that while Ernie was at her house, he got in trouble for pretending to be a U.S. Marshal. He was actually contacted by the U.S. Marshal Service and told,
"Really?
Stop pretending to be a U.S. Marshal." Yes. Yeah.
Wow. So he does that often, the whole stolen valor thing, then, because I've seen him do it a couple of times.
Been doing it forever, yeah.
Rose said Nick had Jim Terry on. Where is it? Jim Terry on her show tonight. I gotta find it. Oh man, I lost it. It was so far up. Oh, sorry about my dog. He's like, he thinks he's a wolf. Man, I lost it.
That's not even my dog. That's Sarah's dog.
That's not TB this time. 1 second.
Let me get some messages here.
Hey, everyone's sleeping. There's nothing there. You're paranoid. There's nothing there. I lost what I was reading anyway.
Watch out for that guy. And so Brandon had kind of warned me very early on too. But I remember when Brandon came on Jimbo's live one time and Ernie popped up like they were best friends, and he's like, hey, what's up, Brandon?
Yeah.
And he tried to get Brandon to go along with the fact that Donald Trump Jr. was there at the event.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, Brandon even told him it was a lookalike.
Yeah, it was just a lookalike, you know. And Ernie's like, no, I'm pretty sure it was really him. I talked to him, you know. And Brandon's like, no.
I think Brandon would know.
Oh, that was funny. Brandon he's so blunt and straightforward. He ain't gonna let anybody lie, you know, and him go along with it.
You know who's blunt and straightforward? Leslie. Look at her last comment. I love it. Why don't you just say what's on your mind? Oh, and Rose, in my chat, you can mention whatever you want to. There's no rule about that in mine. Because, you know, I don't care.
I think everybody believes in the cause of rescue our children, Rose. I mean, all of us know that there's a huge issue in the United States and all around the world, you know, with children going missing and trafficking being a huge thing, and even our government having a part of it and stuff, you know. Like, there needs to be a lot of awareness about it. People need to be talking about it so much to the point where, you know, news media and government can no longer brush it under the rug, but it has to be brought forth and you know, be an open discussion. I think we all stand by that. But it's real easy for anybody to jump on that cause and then try to make a big deal out of it for fame and cash apps, you know?
Yeah, Ernie took it. Ernie took and like, I don't know, man. He turned a good. Well, I don't even want to say it was his idea, but you know, he took a good name that could have been a good idea, that could have really been something, and he used it to line his pockets as quickly and as fastly, you know, as quickly and as much as he could. That's what he does. He fills those pockets up and runs out of town. That's what he's always done, and that's what he did with the Rescue Our Children. It didn't last long. Then he moved on to something else. Now he's, you know, on YouTube doing different things, and now he's, you know, got a $3.5 million contract. We saw. I mean, it's always something with that guy.
Because Rap made 500.
Yeah, in 30 minutes.
I can top that. I got a contract for a few million. That's what that came from, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's her name? Susan? Is it Susan that does the Real House Husbands of Kentucky?
Shannon.
Okay. I watched her video earlier of you know, Ernie's gonna make all this $3.5 million or something, you know, possibly in real estate or whatever. He doesn't need YouTube anymore because he's about to be a millionaire. And she said she asked him in the comments how, and he said, I don't know, possibly real estate or something.
He doesn't have a contract per se, Rose. He was just talking about that. He said he could get one if he wanted. I think his wording was he could get one. So why would he do YouTube when he can get that contract? I think that's how it was presented.
Yeah. Good night, Mars House. Thank you for stopping in.
Good night, Mark.
Hi, Mars.
Yeah, that cracks me up. She gets me sometimes with her little videos that she makes. He's so silly.
What did he do for the 3 or 4 years after the wrestling scam? He sold hockey masks that he never delivered. Yeah, he's always had some kind of scam going where he was selling something or T-shirts, something, you know, that he never.
He'll be back, Rose. The whole reason he quit, if you know, from my interpretation, this is just mine. See, Rap had a live and he was sending somebody to his new like Skunk Island, I think it's called. So in order to get, you know, the person to Skunk Island, he took donations. So he made $500 in a half hour, and that is when Ernie came on, and it did appear to trigger him that Rap made so much money. So that's the basis for him quitting. You know, that's why. I mean, he decided to quit, and he's done it before, and he said he'll be around in chat still. I think he just privated it for now, and I think he'll be back pretty soon within the week.
He's always back.
He does come back. Don't think it's the end.
Rose, see, that's part of the issue though, Rose. Like she said, some people got masked, didn't they? I mean, a few people did, but like, look, you got hundreds and hundreds of people who paid $200 or $300. Some of them did for hockey masks that they never received.
There's one good video that that would be good. Remember that guy that was sitting in his movie theater type room with the collections? That's a good video for Rose to watch. It's only a few minutes in it.
Yeah, and you can tell that guy's well to do. Like, you know, he's not somebody that's on there just to bash Ernie Shell. He don't know Ernie.
No, he's a collector, a serious collector of art. Now, didn't you put that video on your channel once?
It's been on my channel. It's on that hockey mask or horror mask news on the Facebook.
Okay, yeah, I think
those
that
guys have a lot of stuff on Ernie. And if you want to look for missing time, where
there was hundreds of people after.
We have a lot of it. They've see, they're from the hockey mask community. Those people are, and
yeah,
you know, and they, you know, they can tell you a lot more about the Ernie scams there.
Yeah, you're right.
Rose said that her life has been put in danger by a lot of people, and she's starting to fight back now. Rose, is that because of standing for Ernie? Because I wonder, you know, Rose might not be a little bit of a rebel herself, and maybe feels like, you know, all these people are attacking Ernie, and so she wants to stand for him because there's more people attacking them than they're standing for him, you know?
That's what I felt like it too. But she's been put in danger by people doxing her business and like showing pictures of her house and stuff, I think. So that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I do not condone anybody doxing anybody and going real life and attacking somebody because they stand by anybody, you know? Like, everybody has the right to choose what they want to do and what they want to believe in, who they want to support.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's crazy to go real life on somebody because they like a YouTuber, you know?
Right.
Did you see what Constance said to you? Because she could maybe put the link and maybe Rose could save that for later to watch sometime.
Jimbo, can you mod her? Because I don't know how to do it on my phone on here.
You had to mod him.
Unless he's an administrator of the channel.
He is.
I'm an admin on your YouTube channel.
On my StreamYard.
Oh no, I can't. You can't mod from StreamYard. You have to mod from YouTube.
Oh, well, I'm in StreamYard on my phone, so I don't know how to even do that.
Yeah, you'd have to open up another window in YouTube and be logged in, and you could go in there and give her a wrench. But
All right, I'll do that.
Constance, Sue, you can message me the link, and I'll put it in there.
Or you could swipe out and go to your YouTube and then come back up or
Yeah, I
something.
can go get the link. What are we looking for here?
I missed it. Constance. I don't know if she was going to do that. The collector guide link. Is that which? I don't know what she had in her mind. She might have been wanting to drop a few. Oh yeah, here we go. So she's been threatened. I don't know who Sippy is. I remember you having this couple Sippy day talking about Sippy.
Did that work? Is she modded now?
Say something, Constance. Well, I don't get how me letting somebody.
He's got a reach.
How I don't know causes me to get blocked in the channel. I'm kind of irritated about that.
It's aggravating. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
I'm not dropping off or anything.
Stop liking watching BK. I'm so mad.
Yeah, Rose, I would never want to see anybody hurt you or attack you.
Oh no.
Or go real life on you.
I hate the level of anxiety that it's created in her. I don't like to see it because I can tell she's really gets upset sometimes, and I feel real bad that it's got to that level, for her, that she feels that way so much. I can see it because of this. It's not fair.
But the reason I asked her that though is because it seems like a lot of people who have ever stood beside Ernie or been part of his little tiger community or anything, they got hurt for it.
Yeah, you're right about that too. Chaotic.
So I guess Ernie had trolls before he ever even came to YouTube, because in that video I was watching that Kemper posted, that was back when when he was only on Facebook, and he's talking about the trolls then too.
Goat team, the goat people. Forgot about that. I don't think you have to worry about to the level of the serial killer.
Serial killers from Dolly's channel. What?
The anxiety level.
Mama T Doc's a picture of my land one time.
Oh.
Is it a place where you currently live, Jimmy? See, that's what I'm talking about. I just
feel like I think I remember something like that.
A few years ago. Well, goodness, it's been a good bit of time now because this was like 2014 or so. I had a woman and a couple of her friends come at me, and they were all part of that Satanic Temple thing, and they didn't like some things that I had said on podcasts and stuff. So they started looking into who I was and posting pictures of my kids and my kids' school and my home and my address and everything that they could find about me. They were posting. And I asked them several times to please stop. I even said that I would take my podcast down if they were so offended by the things that I said in it. And I never attacked any of them back. I just asked them to quit, and they didn't. So I contacted my lawyer, and we had no choice but to sue, and the main woman who started it all was a disbarred attorney. And during the time that I was suing her, they found out that a lot of the stuff that she pulled. Oh my goodness, Fluffy.
that one was killing me when you were talking.
Hey, Mom. I got tongue tied there for a second. Mamita, Alicia. Jimbo live is at 12:05.
No, we canceled.
Oh, you canceled it? Okay.
Mhm.
I never watched Dolly. I would jump in a little bit here and there when he was doing the island thing, you know. But outside of that, it's just not really he's not really ever talking about anything new that no one else has already. I like watching, like, if I'm a true crime why can I not talk all of a sudden? A true crime case.
Or it was like I was kind of tricked by Ernie. I had that wall up, but now I kind of I think he's funny and stuff. So it's just kind of crappy to me that, because I wouldn't do it to somebody. Maybe I should just. Jimbo. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, sometime, I don't know if it can be when it can be dealt with or addressed, but I might mention it if there's a time. Like, if Benny comes in your channel once in a while. I know it might not be the time actually, but I know that Mamita also, she hangs out with us and stuff, and she just got, she's not blocked on Benny's, but they, her wrench was taken. We were just talking about this before he came to Mamita. I would just like a chance to, tell him I like watching his channel now. Before it was like I was kind of tricked by Ernie, I had that wall up, but now I kind of I think he's funny and stuff. So it's just kind of crappy to me that, that one person came up that I didn't know that somebody would judge you for that. But that just kind of bothers me because I wouldn't do that. Maybe because I wouldn't do it to somebody. Maybe I should just let it go. But I'm not letting it go. Kind of dumb. Just where's my charger? I'm gonna make me a sandwich, Fluffy. She's always telling me to make a sandwich. That's what I'm gonna do. Some ham and some cheese.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jimmy.
What happened?
He used to talk with Dolly a lot, but
Yeah, he did. He seemed to really like him.
Can I share screen? I don't know how to share screen. Like being a guest on somebody else's StreamYard. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I kind of been trying to figure that out. But what you do is she puts another link out, and you go in again, and you leave it in the back chat. Well, maybe she can explain it. But she's pretty good at it.
Like I do. I take a second link.
Yeah.
How do I get that?
You take a link with a
video there.
I don't know if she does it on another device, like the laptop. She's done it on my channel before, and then you leave one of them goes into back chat, and then you click on that one. Where is she?
She's right there.
How to share screen.
Chaotic can come up and just do it.
She's good at it.
Chaotic's always welcome to come up anytime she wants.
She taught Mamita how to do it too. So Mamita.
I'm not on the phone, Chaotic. I'm rarely on the phone when I'm on YouTube. Only if I'm in the car. I don't have my picture. I'm got an avatar up because I'm not wearing a shirt and I don't want all these women. I'm just kidding.
April's blocked too. I didn't even see that. Oh, we're all blocked. We're rebels, I guess.
Thank you, Kathy.
Y'all know what happened in Turkey today?
No.
Nope. I must have it.
I missed out on something, but I see everybody saying pray for Turkey, so that's why I asked.
I pray over Turkey a lot of time in November, around third Thursday.
Oh yeah, I'm working on a new little cartoon video.
Fluffy's got it. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have Ernie looking through the window at Gypsy and Ken woohooing.
Constant Sue is dropping the mad Ernie links in there, boy.
Oh, is that what it is?
She's putting all kinds of links in there for the Jacksboro, Tennessee.
She's pulling out of her vault. There's Kemper.
Hey, Kemper.
Even something.
Okay.
Wasn't Kemper wanted earlier for a clarification on something?
The Utah thing. I don't really know how Summer Wells came about in that conversation with Rosie, and I don't know anything about that really. The only thing I can say is that Rosie got all her information from Ernie. So
for what it was,
for what it's worth,
We have to stop talking bad about Kemper now that he's here.
Stand down.
Depends on whether he's got his good ear on or his bad ear on.
Kemper can pop up if he wants to pop up too.
He said, "Carry on." Yeah.
I've been saying that I wanted to have a stream with just Kemper one night and pick his brain on some things that's not YouTube related.
He said he might be here in a few minutes.
Okay. He just walked out the door.
Walked in the door.
Oh, in
Restaurant that sells world's biggest tacos.
What?
And 3 people can eat one taco. That's how big.
Yeah. I heard you say something about paperwork. I'm going to tell you that they're probably going to bring paperwork every time you see them.
Yeah. Everything.
I need to know what spiders are where. Oh, they're not going to like this.
I thought I heard
go in a live once, but I want koala bears, all the cute creatures.
Or the Discord's blowing up. I've missed 4 Discord messages here.
Exotic.
All I have in my mind is Nikki flicks a bean. Nikki flicks a bean.
It was so much better than that because it lasted more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, right. That's why I need to go in there and here.
You get her talking about that dog that got smacked and when she gets upset. That was
Oh yeah.
Not
Jim,
cool.
Time you cancel, can you do it before I take a nap just so I can be awake?
that was Kemper's decision. He's not feeling good.
Of course, it's Kemper's fault. It's always Kemper's fault.
Camper, stand down.
Well, he found out that you took a nap, so you'd be wide awake and feisty during the live, and he canceled.
Yeah, now she's all ready for the all-nighters, the ones I keep missing.
I know, right?
I was kind of sad. I popped in for a minute last night, and actually I heard a rumor, and I think I asked you this, and I don't remember if you answered. Some people were saying like you showed some pictures last night, but I didn't see that. I kind of was in the live a little bit.
Pictures?
Yeah, somebody said you showed pictures of Sayla or the real Sayla or something.
Oh, yeah. I showed some ogre pictures of a bunch of people, yeah.
In last night's chat or live.
Well, I don't know if it was last night or not before that. I'll kind of run together on me.
Oh, okay, and maybe it was the one before that. I watched that, and I missed a little piece of the night before because I think one of them was at 1 a.m. or were both of them at 1. I can't remember.
I can't keep track. Time doesn't.
Yeah, schedule's getting screwed up, so I was trying to set it back. Like this morning, I overslept because I went past. I was talking late on here. Or I think I went to yours at Jimbo for a little bit because I wanted to I was like, oh, I gotta go see if I'm gonna catch some sound bites, but I already missed them.
You did have 2 new sound bites last night.
Yeah, I don't like missing the new ones. Feel real left out.
They were actual videos too. Like I left the actual video up with it. Of course, I played one during Mama C's.
Yeah, you had good timing for all those. I gotta say.
October, maybe give us an update. They said she had to stay inside. The team was here earlier to do an interview and film. I'll post what I can get.
Oh shit, I gotta go back. Oh, they had to stay inside the team.
Okay. Oh, nice. So it was a setup. And they had a team.
Oh shit, like the kinds on YouTube.
I wonder if it's that one guy.
Oh yeah, what's his name?
Chaotic. Come on, who is that
He
guy?
comes to Boston too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Anthony Reno. He did get out, didn't he?
Yep, he did.
Out.
He probably just got somebody.
No,
No, he's
no, we're talking about the guy who was going to go on spring break with Ernie last year.
Oh.
And then he found out Ernie was a joke and didn't go.
I can't think of the name of that guy that does treasure bus.
Yeah, P-Mass. Something
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
Yep.
club to him.
I know a lot of people reached out to him whenever Ernie started talking about teaming up with him. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that. Team Rose still in the chat?
I don't know.
I hadn't seen her.
I'm going to say Kemper's the one who. One who knows about the Utah leg cutting incident, all that, or whatever.
Oh, the trafficking?
He was interested in asking you stuff.
So Team Rose seems to think that the whole account that Rosie Baldwin actually told Ernie what was going on, and Ernie went on her word to Utah and.
Okay, well, first of all, I'll say this. Ernie never went to Utah and picked up a mother and her child.
So shoots that right in the leg.
So
Tell her to come back.
and I just spoke to this lady last week.
Really?
Oh yeah. I'm not going to sit here and make claims about something I'm not sure of. If I'm not sure, I'll tell you I'm not sure. But
Okay.
it wasn't anything more than a LARP session. Basically, Ernie doing his little theater. And it was in the state of Tennessee, in the county of Cott County. That's where it ended. Apparently, it started somewhere in Middle Tennessee, but it wasn't real. And the woman even told me that it wasn't. She told me that Ernie and Tina had her thinking that she had been sold into human trafficking, and her daughter was too. She wasn't doing well mentally, and Ernie and them used that. Now,
If anybody has anything to add about this, please put it in the chat, because I've heard 2 things. I've heard this is a story, this shows that Ernie shows holding a little girl, and they went clear to here and then went down to Texas, and the grandpa didn't want it, so they brought it back to Tina's house and TBI ticket. I heard that's the story, and then I heard there's another story that another girl and a lady lived in Utah, and whoever Ernie's girlfriend at the time, I'm not sure, don't think it was Rosie. I think it was the other gal that he was supposed to touched a 10-year-old child, you know. Not Rosie, the other one that Jimbo had in text messages. I think it was that one that said that Ernie told her that there was a daughter and a mother in Utah, and he had to go out and pay the money, and he rescued him that way. And that's what they were going to do to Summer. They were going to pay the money to get her out. Now, I have a video of Benny's that has this story in it, but I haven't got to the right spot. I know it's in there. I just got to find it. And then I have a clip from somebody else that talks about this story, but I'm real confused on it, and I don't know which is which at this point without looking at my notes.
Whenever she took her daughter down to the highway from Tina's and Xander's and all them, when she took her daughter down from there, the cops picked her up on the highway. And because of the story being so far-fetched, they kept her daughter away from her for around 5 months. She had to jump through so many hoops to get her daughter back.
5 months.
Yeah, and the only reason she didn't press charges is because her lawyer told her that it would be opening up another can of worms trying to get her daughter back.
That's true.
So she didn't do it.
Wow, that's
There was no tracking devices. There was none of the high-speed chases. Now, Ernie did have it on Facebook Live. He did. But it wasn't real. That's the whole thing.
I'm on somebody else's stream. Didn't you set an alarm for you?
Oh, yeah, I'm just going to say
I got you, buddy.
But yeah, there was no Utah or Idaho or none of that stuff. I would say where it started, but you know, a lot of people don't need to know where it started. Just know that it was in Middle Tennessee.
Whatever happened to that other lady that came up and she needed help trying to escape a bad situation, and then Ernie ended up helping her get into another place that like worse than the first place she was at?
Oh yeah, that was just a few months ago. Yeah, I remember that.
I've never heard from her again since all that happened.
Was that like a fake setup?
Well, it would have been. It didn't work out in his favor because she came out very upset about where she was placed and showed pictures of how nasty it was and stuff.
Oh yeah, the pictures that we saw of it wasn't doing too good.
Was it just some random person he found that's like, oh, they can come stay here? And he did, like, I don't understand.
It looked like a trap house.
A crack house is what I said. Yeah, trap house.
Trap house, crack house, yeah.
it's one of his subs. She's still on YouTube. I can't remember her name, but there's one of Ernie subs up there. I think she's in Michigan, actually.
I can't remember what it was.
Everybody's up here.
Seems to be. I think the that's where the YouTube headquarters need to be, bro.
Coming up there and harassing Pepper.
For Ernie's meetings and the YouTube in Michigan. That's the reason why we never heard from him. He never actually got there.
Oh my gosh, dude! I found so many freaking videos yesterday.
We were talking about some of them today.
Yeah, that one that you did earlier with him talking to the owner of Disney and having a new social media platform coming out.
Oh yeah,
I need to see that.
Oh, he was going to be the next Transformers movie. He was going to be in
the Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Cobra Kai. I remember that one.
Yeah. He said that for two. He told Hunter that when he was here. He said he was still going to do. And Hunter said, "That's he really going to do that?" I said, "Hunter, what do you think?" He goes, "He ain't." I said, "No, he's not."
Brown alert and amused. She said that she's got a hairdresser appointment. She's got to get rid of that skunk line.
Oh my gosh.
I was gonna say I did find the video where Ernie quit Predator Hunter Nation, and it's I haven't posted it yet, but it's he's going off on Tina about Bigfoot and other stuff.
Oh, you sent me that, didn't you?
Last night, yeah.
When he's got the blood in his teeth and stuff.
Yep. Dude, I've got so many freaking videos of this. It's older. It's before YouTube, but
it's still, that's the tone, bro. You know,
they're so crazy. I can't believe he's trying.
I wish I saw all of those early on, you know, before I ever even got in as far as I did with him on things.
Well, see, I mean, you pretty much showed up about the time we started making everything about him public.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was right after that when you started messaging me, Alisha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wasn't in the thick of it for very long. It just seemed like it, I guess, you know. But when you look back, it really wasn't that much time, really, before I started figuring it out.
No. And basically, it took you a minute, like it does everybody. Stepping back is what helps you see it. If you're full of all that noise, it's easier to miss those things, you know. And a lot of people, like in May, I had to step back and look. And when I did, there was so much I seen and I was disgusted. And I didn't want to have anything to do with YouTube at that point. And for a while, that's the way it was. But yeah, it's it can be quite chaotic, you know.
I know.
I
felt like that a few times, though. I've told Jimbo, I've told chaotic a few times. Step away and leave for a little bit because, you know, it's just too much.
Yeah.
I try. Some people just don't want to leave my name out of their effing.
That's what I was laughing about. I went through a few message threads with different people on Facebook, and I actually found quite, because people like, with Jimbo, they send me a lot of clips, especially when my name gets involved.
Mm-hmm.
And I swear I found at least a dozen videos.
Wow. Pretty stupid, man. Constance got like her whole portfolio dropping.
Yeah, Kemper, I don't know if you probably didn't hear earlier, but we were talking about putting a timeline together. Like Constance already has a good one, but everybody helping add to it, and then making like a video of just everything from as early back as we can find up till now.
That would be brilliant.
Are you talking about sort of like a Predator Hunter Nation Part 2?
We could literally put together a 2-hour film. I'm telling
It
you.
would be a couple
Oh,
hours.
dude, what do you think? I was going to say on the phone that I'm on right now, I probably have at least 80 hours worth of live streams and clips.
Damn.
Yep.
Chaotic did message me last night. And I wasn't gonna say anything, but she said when we did the movie, she gets to play Ernie.
No, I did not say that.
Because didn't you say something about you all being the same size?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, Lady Jane, I don't think if it has to be shining in a good light or anything. He don't care if it's famous or infamous, just as long as people are talking about him.
That's it.
Name out there.
That's it.
Yeah, he lives by that Hollywood code that any publicity is good publicity.
Yep.
Right.
He sure does.
I mean, that's why he didn't mind putting some misinformation about himself out there. It wasn't even good information.
Constance Sue, is that the Georgia when he was pulled over for speeding, or is that the Georgia when he was
Hospitalized?
Hospitalized. Because when he was pulled over for speeding in Georgia, that's the day he was actually in Michigan.
Yeah, he claimed he was hauling me over and over again, and he was in Michigan. And you guys will see it soon. Like I said, I found all those videos last night. So.
We went to Michigan to whip Kemper. He was blowing, and he's like, it's cold outside. You can see his breath in the air, and he's like, it's cold up here. And then like 2 hours later, he's pulled over on the side of the road by a cop, and turns out to be a Georgia state trooper or something.
It's a false 911 call. That's what the video is. The Georgia police report.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've got that. Yeah, I've got that in my drawer, in my desk drawer. That's when he was calling from Phil's house, calling 911 over and over.
Yep, that's one of those.
No,
The three original videos that we got of Ernie's. Two were the highway run. The other one was the apartment, where Phil's like, "Did you call them?" Yeah,
he's standing there in his underwear, and he goes, "Did you call him?" He's like, "Can what's her name? Can she come pick me up?"
Yeah, he said something about she wouldn't come down there to pick him up unless Law was there.
Yeah.
How much time went by between when he was at Phil's and he kept, calling the police all paranoid from the time that he was at Phil's where he called me and did the highway run? You have an estimate?
Well, the original highway run, those two videos and the apartment video were from 2019.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was a couple of creators that put those out as if they were the ones that got them, and they started putting out the information as if it happened a few weeks from the date that they put their video out. So a lot of people think that it was actually 2021 when it was 2019.
I was asking because whenever I called the police to report the incident, after Ernie called me and asked for help and gave me the address and everything, they didn't want to be helpful at all. They were like, yeah, we're well aware of that situation. We're well aware of them two guys, and I'm like, okay. And he's like, we know what's going on over there. And
Hang
like,
on a second.
right.
I'll look up the actual citation and tell you what day it was when he was cited for calling 911 over and over and over.
October, baby, you didn't interrupt us at all. We were all interested in what was going down there.
Absolutely. Still are, yeah.
We want action.
I want action tonight.
But yeah, my friend got those videos from the guy that Ernie was threatening, him and his daughter, and claiming that he was Department of Homeland Security.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that gave us those videos was the guy he was threatening, which happens to be
brother-in-law. Is it brother-in-law or?
He is the baby daddy of the 10-year-old girl from the trailer park fight.
Rosie's.
Yep.
Yeah. So not brother-in-law at all. It was actually her boyfriend.
Basically, it was his sister-in-law that put us in contact, or it was his sister that put us in contact. But yeah, he's the one that gave us those videos. And I tell you, the funny thing is he had it on an old phone that was broken, so he had to go and get this phone repaired just to get us those videos.
Actually, bro, the Phil Amick when he was at Phil's house calling 911 repeatedly, was 2021.
What?
May the 3rd, 2021.
That seems more.
How did he?
That's a different video. There's more than one instance.
Okay. So, but that's what I'm saying. Jason's the one that gave us the highway run videos. That's the originals. That's what I thought.
And those are from Phil Amick too. Like remember he calls Phil's name in that one.
Right.
So 2019, and then Phil again 2021, and then Phil again 2022 when he smacked the phone out of his hand.
I was gonna say I had it mixed up. Sorry.
Oh, it's good. I mean, that shows three more. That's 3 instances at Phil's house that resulted in highway runs.
Yeah.
It's so good with him because you look it up. He used to be a lawyer, and his Facebook profile, it shows, like with women and church organizations and stuff like that, and he's always talking about God and stuff. And then to know that he's a part of all that stuff with Ernie. Weird.
Yep, it is.
Silent.
And I mean, that's why I said Ernie could very well be being hidden by his bisexual life, the one that nobody really knows much about.
Mm-hmm.
That is a possibility of who's going to help him stay hid, because nobody knows. Like we know Phil, we know Eric. That's what we know.
Yeah.
I don't know, Lady Jane. I mean, he's not an attractive guy at all.
Phil?
Yeah.
Looks like Mama T with a haircut.
Yeah. Actually, he's better looking than Mama T. Remember, he won.
Oh, yeah. He did win the contest, didn't he?
I sent you that arrest citation to your backup.
Maybe it's not attracted to him. Maybe Phil just does like a lot of things for him. He seems to always flock back to whoever gives him free things.
He does.
So October Baby, what do you know if there was actually a child involved, or if it was like a setup thing, where they pretend to be a child and then?
Right. Was it a sting operation or a real child?
Yeah, that's what I want to know, because here in my county they do sting operations all the time.
I know, you can actually follow that guy, Chef Grady. Did you hear when I corrected her on that? Boy, she got mad.
On what?
Tina, she kept saying Chef Grady. I work hand in hand with Chef Grady and shit. I was like, his name's Sheriff Judd, right? Well, we're on a first name basis, so I call him Chef Grady.
Well, here he's just Grady Judd. Most people don't even say sheriff; they just say Grady Judd.
Right.
Everybody knows what they're talking about. Good night, Earth Angel. Thanks for coming in.
Good night, Earth Angel. Definitely 14. Oh wow.
Thank you, D, for being a member for 7 months.
Oh, you weren't. October Baby actually witnessed a real life trafficking attempt or something there, and where she's at.
Oh, really?
And everything, yeah. 14-year-old child.
Was it something like Ernie were doing, or was it an actual?
That's what we were asking. She said it was actually a 14-year-old.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, the one thing now, there are some sick people in the world.
Oh yeah.
The thing is, Ernie Shell's not equipped to combat those people, and if he were to really get a tip that led him to somebody that was that dangerous, he's going to put a child's life in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Kemper, you kind of sort of followed the whole, Pizzagate, Pedogate, Q thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, that
it was the Save the Children.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because my past, it's one of the things that I do keep an eye on.
Right. So then that from out of that, a lot of people became famous. A lot of just normal, regular people gained a lot of fame off of all of that.
Ernie was trying to do that.
Yeah, on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. A lot of people came out. And some information they put out was real, and some was just completely made up stuff. And they ran with it, but they grew channels like huge, like hundreds of thousands of followers and stuff, talking about all that stuff when all of it was going down.
Are you talking about like the bakers, if you want to call it that? The people that would take the Q drops and interpret them and explain the predictions and all that. Yeah, there were. They did do a purge on social media with a lot of that kind of stuff. Really paying attention when, like, they had the Navy ships in Los Angeles and New York, and they were saving all the kids from the underground. Their hip cafe.
Okay, I think that's about it for that one. Then, so after Alisha said all that, said her piece, this was streamed live on February 8th, 2023. Now, in my opinion, Ernie started being mean to Alisha because she spoke her truth. And this is her live about that.
Open the YouTube and stuff like they tell you to do. And then I noticed that I had emails saying that someone was trying to hack my Google account. So that might have been why it wasn't working well on my end. But glad you guys can hear me. So for those who didn't see before, I was telling you guys that I chose to do the 2-part series that I did on how I came to YouTube and into this community and, you know, how things went down for me, like my story, to answer a lot of people's questions that were coming over from, you know, Rap's channel and the Liberators channel and, you know, other places as everyone was, you know, trying to have peace and merge together. I just kind of wanted like to set the record straight, because some people out there actually thought, you know, that I was still like working for Ernie, or that my eyes weren't open to things, you know. Hi, Sheila, Diana, Daisy Joe, Narcissistic Times, Constant Sue, Fluffy, my love, Coupon and Madonna, my cousin, Chaotic Exotic Chronic Beauty, Miss Beth, Never Silent, That Girl, Earth Angel, and Big Brain Sandy Says. Hey guys. So earlier some screenshots were sent to me, and I have them on here. Hold on, I'll pull them up. Of course, I edited them. Here's the first one, where someone named Love and Life. Oh, there's a lot less background noise. Okay, good. Hey, John Deere girl.
Okay, do y'all remember when Mama T's dog got hit and Jimbo was looking for the dog and Jimbo called the motel? Well, they swore up and down that Alisha was the lady on the other end of the phone at the motel, when it wasn't true. They didn't have a problem with Alisha until she told her truth. And then when this came out, they accused her of being all kinds of crap.
Is saying that I am the one who called the hotel, and this must be about Mama T. And then follow up one to that. Hotel lady on the phone was Alisha. Then Mama T says, "What makes you think that?" And she says, "I can tell." And then Tinkerbell Tina says, "We can do a voice comparison." Love and Life says, "I love voices, but I already did, and it's her." Tinkerbell Tina says, "Thank you." Oh, Mama T saying it now too. Well, I tried to text her when I found out and tell her, no, you know, that it was not me. I had no part in any of it, nor do I care about any of it. But of course, being told that her phone is off right now or something. So anyways, I'm assuming that all of this is coming, and this is just an assumption. It's just my opinion. But I guess that I'm being thrown into this all because of the 2 videos I did talking about Ernie. Because I got comments from people, several from someone that goes by Maggie, all upset at me, talking and, you know, saying that I was bashing Ernie. And I don't feel like telling the truth, telling my story, and what I saw, what I heard, what I witnessed, you know, is bashing. I just don't. It was my life. It was my experience. It is what I saw with my eyes. It's what I heard with my ears. You know, it's what I went through. And if someone takes it as bashing, then that means that obviously, you know, they saw the negative impact that meeting Ernie and working with Ernie had on me. But because for whatever reason they want to choose to believe that Ernie does no wrong, I'm the bad guy for telling my experience. That's fine if they want to see things that way. If that's what they choose to believe, I'm not stopping them. You're allowed to have your own opinion. I'm not the thought police. You know, I'm not all about cancel culture. Do you? But as far as me coming on here and bashing Ernie, when Ernie has told me on several occasions that it's all a movie, it's reality entertainment, don't take anything seriously. You know, we've heard this man say he's a Lycan. We've heard him say super soldier, possible brain chip in the head, taking down all of these people at one time, 1,150 something arrests, blah, 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 blah. Do I believe that Ernie believes all of that stuff? No, I don't. I think Ernie thinks that it's good entertainment. Do I believe that Ernie thinks that he's really harassed and bullied? I really don't. I think he likes it because it gets his name out there. The more people talking about him, the more he enjoys it. That is my thoughts and feelings, okay?
Absolutely.
From what I experienced with him being at my home, with me hanging out with him around town, you know,
Thank you,
and me
Christy.
talking with him over the phone and just getting to know him, okay? Discussions that we had. I think that if things do get quiet, like I said in my last live, and people aren't talking about Ernie, they aren't making up stories about him, they aren't bashing him, you know, then he will come on and he will instigate it to rile people up, that he will be mysterious on purpose to get people talking and questioning where he is, what he's doing, what he is up to. And that's Ernie's thing. Except for the fact of a lot of people believe everything to be completely truth, and they give their money thinking that they're helping him in a dire situation, or he's on his deathbed.
I haven't heard that group.
Or, you know, somebody just had somebody beat him up. And these women, you know, actually cry. They actually pray.
Oh, yeah, maybe I have.
You know, for him because they're emotionally, you know, upset because they believe in him and they're giving their money. And I saw people who one day say that they barely have anything to eat, and the next day give their last $5 to Ernie because they're thinking that they're helping him out of a horrible situation. Hey, Jamie, let me stop for just a second and say hi to everybody came in. John Cena, Paisley, think Penny Positive, Andrea, a bunch of people hating him, you know, and throwing rotten tomatoes at him. You know, that is entertainment. It is. And he can say and he can do what he wants to do. More power to him on that. You know, so I'm not bashing him. I said that he can be very funny, that he has a lot of charisma, that he could do a lot of really great things if he put his mind to it. But I believe that he needs some mental help, some therapy, medication. And this is all coming off of, like I said, my own experiences with him, our own conversations, and things that he has said publicly about his mental health.
Did you hear that, Berto? Did you hear that,
Okay,
Berto?
so I'm not putting anything out there that he hasn't already put out there. I mean, the guy practically lives on YouTube. We've seen him go out and eat. You know, we've seen him go from place to place, hang out with his friends, you know, and then have his breakdowns on live. So to say that someone's not allowed to have an opinion about what we watch, or get angry and butthurt because their opinion about somebody or something that they've watched isn't the same as someone else's, is childish. It is ridiculous. And it means that you probably need to go get a mental evaluation. All right. That being said, I pray for Ernie Shell every night. All right. I wish him the best. I hope he gets the help that he needs. I hope he turns himself in and gets that situation taken care of. And I hope somehow, some way, if he comes back, he can come back doing it the right way. Really helping people. None of the stolen valor. None of the saying he saved all the children that he didn't save. But if that's what he wants to do, if that's what he really wants to do, then I hope he does it the right way and proves himself.
That's exactly
like I
what I
said,
told him.
wish him the best. Even have some love for the guy. I do. I don't hate him whatsoever.
I don't hate him.
So I want to make that all clear. Maggie, Love and Life, and anyone else out there who thought that I was just coming on here to join the Bash Ernie crowd. That's not the case. Ernie knows how I feel. And if he put y'all up to it, then, you know, that's on him. I'll continue to pray for him. Now, off of that subject and onto this recent one with these screenshots, I did not have anything to do with calling any hotel or any other place on Mama T. All right? Mama T is also on my prayer list. I was building a friendship with Mama T. Mama T went into an opposite direction than I choose to go in. I don't hate her for it. It's none of my business. She's a grown woman. She chose her group and her crowd of friends, okay? It's a group that I didn't want to be involved in. So therefore, we went our separate ways, peacefully. I didn't attack her. I didn't put her down for it. I don't care. We didn't know each other very well. We had a few phone conversations, and we're in each other's lives. You know, YouTube lives, not real lives. When everything did go down and information started coming out about her, I did personally call her, and I questioned her on some things, because that's what adults do. When you hear something about someone that's not so great, you call them, you tell them what you heard, give them a heads up, and then you tell them, your honest opinion on it, your thoughts and your feelings on it. And it's up to them to decide on if they're going to accept your perspective of things and your thoughts and feelings, or if they're going to scream and rage over it. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, and what I thought, Mama T pretty much understood where I was coming from. Right. I even took her side a little bit by trying to think of, reasons why, let's say, her dad was showing up. This is one of the claims, their dad was showing up under her address on several different sites. And I even said, well, I know it's a possibility that if you have a bill that's coming in your name to a residence, like, a car insurance bill or car payment, a phone bill, a cable bill, anything like that, then these sites may list you as living at the residence, even though you do not. And I put that out there, given the benefit of the doubt, because it's a fair assessment. It's very possible that that's what happened. Okay. I have no ill will towards Mama T. Don't hate her either. I have no personal problem with her. Okay. I don't watch her lives because, like I said, I kind of just went my separate way. She chose a crowd that I don't really root for. So why would I want to still go in and watch and read her chat and hear what's all going on? At that point, it's really none of my business anymore. So I haven't in a few months. Now I do go in whenever I can to see what the liberators are talking about. I've caught maybe 10 minutes here and there of some of Raps. And I haven't even, I used to try to go in every single night, support Jimbo on things. But since I've been taking care of this foster baby, I haven't even really had the time to do that. I'll go in and, make some comments to you guys in the community, that I consider my fam, my friends, check on y'all, see how you were doing. I didn't even know about, James Foster's issue that he had, and popped in, saw it, added him to my prayer list, sent him a little bit of love. But I missed out on a lot of things because I'm busy, guys. I have a full-time job. Yes, I work at home, but it's still a full-time job. I do public relations and publicity for 31 people. Okay. I have 4 children of my own, 2 stepchildren, and a foster baby. I have the organization work. I have work with my church that I do, and work within my community that I do. I do not sit on YouTube from morning till night, going around from video to video to video to see what's going on with this person and who's saying this about this person. And I'm not putting anybody down that does. All right. If I wasn't so busy and I was at home, like because I'm disabled or because I'm retired or I'm sick, whatever the reason is, YouTube is a great place to go and buy some time, to meet some really cool people, to feel like you're a part of something. Hold on a second. Fluffy said 2 birthday gifts should be arriving Sunday. I'll let you know. Okay, awesome, Fluffy. Thank you so much. I'll set them aside for her. Have I missed out anything else, guys? I know I'm ranting, so I don't want to miss any important comments. Sarah, if you want to pop up and help me so that way I don't miss anybody's important comments during my rant, I'd really appreciate it. And I'm only heated because it's so absurd. And because I believe, and like I said, I could be wrong. It's my opinion. It's just it's just a pattern that I have noticed over the past year. But I feel like, maybe Ernie saw the videos that I didn't like something that I said in them, or one of his people saw and told him, and he got the whole telephone on what was said, where things are usually, the truth is stretched, things are blown out of proportion, whatever. And, gave permission, I guess, to throw me in on some people's drama. Let me get this off of here. That's just what I suspect. Okay, Sarah's going to be up in 2 minutes. Because I've just seen that happen too many times before. Someone comes in, says something that Ernie doesn't like. I don't know how many times that I saw it happen where it was a complete misunderstanding, right? Where I'm in his comments trying to tell him, Ernie, you took that the wrong way. That's not what this person meant, blah, blah, blah. But he's not watching because he's, boom, instantly mad. And he goes to doxing or attacking. And then, he might end up realizing, uh-oh, I messed up. And he will say, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. But by then it's too late. He's already blown up and said some really nasty things to that person or put some personal information out there about that person. On other times, I've seen where he gets mad and then he runs to his little Discord chat, you know, and tells the people, you know, so-and-so's doing this about me, and they're saying this, or they're going to do this. And of course, and he blows things out of proportion. He likes to make things a little worse than they actually are, or say that he knows more than he really does. And then his little squad does his work on attacking them, on doxing them, on making videos about them, or going around and spreading lies about them, so that way other people will then attack them. So I really hope all you adults on here, anyone who's got a rational mind, anyone who thinks for themselves, does not see these comments that were put out there about me today calling the hotel on Mama T and think that there is any truth to it whatsoever, because I promise you there is not. I have had no part whatsoever in whatever it is that's going on with Mama T right now. Okay? And I hate to say that I don't care, because that sounds ugly, because I do care. If she's hurting, if she's suffering, if she's going through a lot of pain, I do care. I do. Right? I want to see everybody living their best life. And I don't want to see anybody, you know, having a hard time in life and or suffering in any ways, or going hungry, you know, sleeping on the street or whatever. That doesn't make me happy. I don't feel like someone deserves to suffer in life, really, unless they've, you know, done some really, really horrible things. And then, you know, God will judge them. God will take care of them. And while God is judging them and while God is taking care of them, my heart's still going to go out to them, because that's the kind of person that I am. But at the same time, I do have to say that I don't care, you know, as far as like the drama side of things. I'm not on here listening to everything, you know, and I don't even know who's all saying what. So I'm just gonna throw names out there. But, you know, I don't know what Rap is saying about Mama T, what Jimbo's saying about Mama T, what Libs are saying about Mama T, or if anybody's even saying anything. I really don't. I don't know what's really went on in the last few days, but bits and pieces. So I haven't taken part in any of it. And I wouldn't even, if I did have all of the details, okay, and I did hear and see some really disgusting stuff going on, unless it's harming, you know, a child or something like that, or the R word or something really severe, you know, I'm not calling anybody about anything. I don't do the whole go in real life on people because I'm mad at them, or I'm in a, you know, a fight with them, or because I need some, you know, more views on my channel or something. I don't even know why everything goes on the way it does, really. I think a lot of people on here are just so caught up in the war with the other person, and it's like, let me outdo you, and let you, you know, I don't know. What I do know is that I personally don't have the time for it. To be able to keep up with it all, it seems like way too much time and work than I have to give. I got blamed because my voice sounds the same. Well, sorry about that. I mean, nothing I can do about my voice, but it wasn't me. It's just the fact of the person who did the blaming is what makes me think that person might have been put up to it. No one could ever suffer as much as Jesus suffered for us on the cross. Amen, John, dear girl. Amen. Chasing Justice says, Constance, I felt like she was coming at me. I don't take kindly to that. I was trying to explain what was said because her chat was only giving tidbits. Who? Yeah, Donna. Obviously, they think a lot of people sound the same, right? Because this person who was coming at me and blaming me today, isn't she the same person not too long ago that everybody thought was MAGA? And she was all upset because, you know, they had the wrong person, but then she's going to turn around and do it to somebody else. Does she not remember how that felt, or did she not really care because it's manufactured drama? Hey, Faith Over Fear. Hey, Jimmy. My opinion, it's a competition of fame and money. A lot of trauma projection going on as well. Misplaced anger and pain from trauma, fears of finances and stress spewing out at others. Definitely narcissistic time. That's, for a lot of them, that's, yes, spot on for it. She turned it into a really big mess too, Alisha. Well, that's a crying shame, Jimbo. Yeah, and she flip-flops like a fish out of water. Same gal. Yeah. Okay, Sarah's about to come up. Take a breath for a second now. when they have so much lies and scams at stake, they have to constantly smokescreen with any old BS. They don't care how untrue it is. Yeah, Sandy says, I mean, some of the stuff I've seen on here is just absolutely ridiculous. And you know, they don't even believe it themselves. It's just thrown out there for whoever will run with it. Because, it, you know, like I said, manufactured drama that brings in stalk and harass me every day. I called up my lawyer, and my lawyer told me, don't interact as much as possible. Just say, please stop it. Stop it. Let them know you don't want a part of the drama. You don't want to play their games. You don't appreciate the stalking, all of that. Ask them to take your personal information down. Do not name call. None of that, okay? And just record everything is what he told me to do. If they do not, we will put up a cease and desist. If they go up after, you know, keep on after the cease and desist, we sue. And guess what? It came to the point where I had to sue. And it did cost me a pretty penny. However, it stops it all. Judge made them do a public apology, and the chick got a little over a year in jail. Okay? So I've been through it before. I'll go through it again. I just paid off all of my credit cards. Taxes are coming in a couple of weeks, and I've got a nice lump sum payment coming to me in the end of March. I'm not hurting. Well, I won't be. Okay? So that's the warning right there. I don't play. I don't want to be part of these games. I don't want to be up in everybody's drama. Okay? I don't want to be part of this movie. Like I said before, as far as I'm concerned, the end on the movie. Oh, sorry. Hey, Sarah, sorry.
This movie sucks.
Yeah. It does. I got on a rant again, and I didn't see that you were waiting in the back.
No, it's funny. I do the same thing, you know. And I was thinking everything you said is what kind of like I'm on that wavelength, because if anyone would notice, I haven't said a damn thing in the chat with anyone's name, but keep saying my friggin' name, and that's all good, because I might do the same shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it up, because I've not said one damn thing to not one person, not one spot in any chat, any text, any fucking screenshot. Sorry, are you gonna see Sarah's name? Nope, didn't do it. And I won't swear on your channel again. I just got a little worked up for a second. Sorry. I like to swear on my channel.
It's okay. Yeah, it's just like, you know, what's going on in the world right now with, you know, on social media. You hear it on the news all the time. You've got all of these cancel culture, because these social justice warriors that rage at everybody's opinions, and they want anybody who doesn't have an opinion like theirs to be kicked off of social media, you know.
Yeah.
And
yeah, lots of, yep.
They're a thorn in everybody's side. Like, they're totally against, you know, freedom of speech. Well, yeah. I don't stand for all of that mess. And I know what my rights are.
Yep.
You know.
I did have an edible. How'd you know, Leslie? You know, a little while ago. I kind of forgot about it. That's when it kicks in.
Jimmy said, I got an Amazon wish list. Trust me, I will give back to this community. I've always have when I could.
I made
one
too
for
my son.
To do that.
Yeah. Damn, I forgot what I was going to say. Damn it. Once you get going, I'll think about it. Oh, you were saying about, you know, about everyone agreeing and stuff like that. A lot of people, you know, friendships and stuff are broken up like that if you don't have the same opinion. But I'd rather have my opinion and say what I have to say, and not like go along with, I'm not going to go along with something, you know what I mean? I say what I say. I think what I think for myself, just like when, you know, for instance, an example would be I go on panel with Gypsy, excuse me, and Constance, and we have varying opinions on a certain case, the missing girl case. I didn't want to say it, but anyways, we can sit up there and debate like adults, and it doesn't mean I'm going to say, F you suck. You don't think what I think, you know what I mean? No, that's not how the world works.
Yeah, I mean, we came from an era of where debating was a good thing, you know, having discussions and stuff. I was in debate, you know, and you know, that was normal. That's where brilliant ideas come from, where people start to see other people's perspectives and kind of, you know, get outside of their own head. And if you think that everybody has to believe every single thing that you say and they have to stand beside you or they're not loyal, then you're self-centered, narcissistic. That's all there is to it. Learn to be open-minded and see how other people feel and how other people think. You know, you might learn something for once.
Yeah, I don't say the same things as, you know, someone else just to keep along with them and make them happy. Some people I notice almost like they study, they're analyzing people and say what they think they want that person to say. For instance, they think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For fake friendships and stuff like that. But no, I'm gonna call it like I see it. So I thought that was pretty funny for somebody to call me a follower when I'm actually not gonna go along with what people say. I say what I say, I think what I think, like what I like. So you got that wrong, and you know, it's funny how there's so much projection going on.
Well,
lots of projection.
It's
Take a look in the mirror.
That I just had to live with my whole life, because, you know, being raised up an independent Baptist Christian, you know, like, we don't drink, we don't do drugs, you know, like the cussing thing, like you brought up, you know, we're not, you know, big cursors and stuff like that. So, you know, a lot of people, they might like you, you know, or they might even love you because, you know, you worked with them at some time in life, or you went to school with them or whatever. but they don't really want to be the one to invite you out to parties and things like that, you know? And I get that. I understand that, you know? So I have friends and acquaintances and people that I've known my whole entire life who will come over and visit me at my house, sit and talk with me and all that and everything. But I don't, you know, go out with them all to the bars and stuff like that and everything. And they totally understand that. They don't hate me for my choices and for my beliefs. And I don't, you know, get up all up in their faces over theirs.
Right.
That's called adulting. Why can't people do that on YouTube? Why is it all bullying, hate, gaslighting, lies, and drama?
It seems to be entertainment for some, I guess. But and then it just keeps going to the next level, and then what I see is a pattern of retaliation. It's like one thing happens, but it's like it didn't mean to get to the level it happened, but people have the right to defend themselves, and sometimes it goes a step far, and then I sit and think, oh gosh, I know it's, you know, you already know what people are going to do. It's just going to keep being a retaliatory thing. And when does it end? When does the circle stop?
Right. And I get the whole entertainment side of things, just like I did when, you know, Ernie explained it to me about his channel. I understand that there's a lot of people who have made it really big off of being fake. You know, majority of these reality shows are partially scripted, you know?
Right.
And so what's the difference between watching on TV or watching it on YouTube, whether it's people or regular people? To me, none. If you like it, if you're entertained by it, then that's great. You know, like I said, I don't even care about people donating their money, you know, sending cash apps or super stickers or whatever, because they're being entertained or they believe in the movement or whatever it may be. You know, people should get paid for their time and their effort and what they're doing. You know, you pay to watch a movie, so why not pay someone for entertainment on YouTube?
Well, it costs us to have StreamYard, you know, so that alone is a bill on us. You know, it costs us $25 months just for that. So you're donating towards the channel too, just to keep it going in a way, I guess, if somebody wants to, you know.
Yeah, but I do believe that people should have a disclaimer. You know, they should be honest about the fact that their channel is for entertainment purposes, you know. And in a way, I have to say that Ernie did that when he named it reality entertainment. And he said over and over, it's all a movie. The people who chose to not believe what he was telling them and think everything was real, well, that's kind of on them, you know, in a way. That's just kind of how I see it. But
your chat is making me laugh.
I think on here it's got to the point where they've run out of ideas. The same stuff has been rehashed over and over again. So now, like you said, it has to be taken to another level because people have been brought up so high that now they're getting bored unless it goes, you know, really heavy.
Yeah. Some do it for the audience too, maybe.
Yeah. I see people pressuring other people, you know, to do something and pushing to do it, you know, almost like a dare thing. And I've
like high school.
I've even seen people say, you know, oh, here's $50 super chat, you know, make that call or do this or do that. I've got your back, you know, here's the money you need to go and do this and that. And then that kind of puts that person to feel like they have to follow through because they've been paid to do it in a way, you know?
Or it acts as an incentive to keep it going because they want more money. Because some people just want money. Like, oh, I just got money for that. What else can I do? It's just, you're actually feeding into it's negative reinforcement.
Right, Leslie B. Exactly. That's that real life stuff that I'm talking about. That, you know, there's a lot more to it, but I'm just kind of talking about the YouTube aspect side of things, you know?
That's true. And he knows the truth about it no matter what he tells and brainwashes anyone here. He did that. He knows it.
Hey, Gypsy.
Hey, Gypsy. Yeah. Oh, Constance. Constance, you got a link for Constance?
Yeah. You get it. I think I pretty much said my piece on all of it. I don't know. I might get heated again.
Let it out. Man, I didn't even go on YouTube today. I'm like, man, I won't tell you because it'll be a bunch more bad words. But instead I went to the beach and I did a lot of clips. I did a lot of short clips so I could piece them together. Took my dog to the beach all day. He's tilting his head at me right now. What? We're going to the beach? What? No, not now. Not now.
That's funny. Oh,
he got himself 3 crabs. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's more fun than this. You know?
There's a lot of things in life more fun than listening to everybody screaming at each other.
You're awesome, Chaotic.
Love you too, Chaotic. Constance, you there?
I was muted. What I see the difference is, like, we know, like, Storage Wars, they said those storage sheds were kind of set up. It was reality TV, but it was kind of set up, you know. So that's the difference between reality TV and Ernie reality TV is reality TV should never make anybody cry or be devastated.
Yeah, that's true.
I've seen so many women, and just Jody just the other day, cry for Ernie because she thought poor Ernie. So that's what Ernie should say. Hey, Jody, hey, I'm just doing this for a show. If nothing else, reassure Jody. So Jody,
that's true. That is absolute truth right there. If that happened to her, I didn't see it.
That happened to Lisa. That happens to so many people that feel sorry for Ernie. They cry for Ernie because they think Ernie's being picked on. The least Ernie could do is set these women aside and say, hey, honey, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just doing this, you know, for a movie. But he doesn't. He plays into it. And
he likes it.
Yes, he
Clearly.
used those women's tears to get
Well, I
more
guess somebody
sympathy.
feels powerful. It makes you feel more powerful, I guess.
Yes,
Well,
and
didn't
that's the
he tell
difference.
the truth? I think he did tell Lisa that majority of it was a movie and stuff like that. But still, even when he does that, you still don't know what's true and what's not. You know, so it's like you
Right.
still figure it out.
Yep. Once he says that, then you're stuck going, which one up? You know, is this the real? And I told him that when he'll tell me something, I say, okay, no, Ernie, is this just a movie? Is this a sting, or is this real? Because I don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
And that's why when you cry wolf, there was people in the hospital making fun of you because we don't know if this is the movie, the sting, or reality.
That is true.
That's where it gets dangerous. And you know, it gets very dangerous when he does the crap like he did to Jimbo by saying he had all those pills and money and cash.
Absolutely. That's upping it to the next level.
And see how Ernie Shell is still having the outreach of his life is still hurting people today with the man even gone. His bullcrap is still hurting people. The end game, everybody says with Mama T, what's the end game? What's the end game? Well, the issue with Mama T is nobody wants her on this side. We're not fighting for her to come over this side. Nobody gives a shit if she falls to Nicolina. What the issue was is she was doing just like Ernie. She's taking advantage of good people. People that see scammers on YouTube are always going to call out the scammers on YouTube. And she wants to call a truce. Well, a truce doesn't mean that I'm going to stop calling you a scammer. As long as you keep scamming and lying, I'm going to talk about you scamming and lying. So if you want a truce, stop scamming and lying.
Leslie's comment is something I was thinking about. Like if you're gonna do all those things like you're saying, and what part is the movie, tell people when they're so invested like that to the point, like you said, she was crying and everything. Well, you should probably at least think about telling people that have been by your side for all these years, being your mod, doing all this stuff for you, making videos. I think they have the right to know what's a movie and what's not. At this point, they're going to stand by you. They already like you. They're there for you. But why do they not have the right to know what's real and what's not real when they're so invested to the point that they're, some of them are getting invites over you with people and stuff? Don't they deserve to know?
Absolutely.
Well, some of them may know. Like I think they have, like I did, they have an idea that a lot of it is. But Ernie, he blurs the lines between what's his movie and his actual just lies.
By changing the subject.
Sometimes I think he doesn't even know himself what's real and what's not anymore.
And it doesn't help that Lori's making him a Superman hero.
Yeah,
that just feeds the monster. But what part does she might not know what's real and what's not. And she's going for what she believes in. And he could easily say this is part of the script or something. At least so she knows what she's doing, if that's what she's doing.
And I say, because I go back to the Busch Gardens thing again.
Oh.
When he saw what Tamari said, and then he told us, this is all part of the movie. What I'm about to say, y'all just know it's all just entertainment. Don't say nothing, And then he went on to, go live and tell a story about us getting kicked out and all of that because people calling and saying that this predator was walking around all these kids at Busch Gardens. Okay, well at that point, when he's saying all that on his live, if y'all heard it, he was saying it like, man, I can't even have fun. I tried to come and ride some roller coasters, and this stuff happens, hanging out with friends, and this happens to me, and he's saying it in that, y'all know Ernie's voice and how he says it, like, just messed up, man. That's what the trolls do, though. He was in total movie role. But over time, as he kept talking about it and different lives that he had, you saw him begin to believe that it actually happened, to the point where he really got mad and angry.
Yep. Wow.
And I was like, oh my gosh, it never even happened, and you're emotionally upset about something that you made up.
A manufactured victim. That's what it was. Manufactured victim. We see it.
Right. So that's why I'm saying, like, I think that he's, how they say, like, a pathological liar will say this.
Amen, Nancy. And that's exactly what happened to Alisha. He started this shit. Then she got doxxed. She was anything, but nice. After she wasn't even mean to him. When you're no good to him anymore, or when you wake up, you're in for hell. And a lot of his mods sent them their ID. I don't think Alisha ever did. I don't know if she's ever a mod. Yeah, she was. But I don't think she sent the ID. But a bunch did. Griff.
Say the same thing over, and eventually they don't even know anymore what's the truth and what's not. And they can actually, like, if you look it up, they can actually repeat something so often that they have false memory of it happening.
Oh, I've seen it. Yes, you're right. I actually know someone that does that.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. It's insanity to watch. You're like, it's almost jaw dropping.
But he only does that. Was it the behavior panel that said the organism does what makes the organism successful? So he keeps doing that because he knows that got him the cash apps and the sympathy money from My Monkey and Jody. Jody said, the first time I met Ernie, I met him, I think what she said on Facebook or something, and he needed money to pay his team to eat dinner. She said, so I bought the whole team dinner. There was no team. There was no. She just said that on Southern Girls panel just the other day.
Griff, don't you recall Ernie's words of wisdom? Reality is perception until otherwise proven differently. Some shit like that. So what he thinks he wants you to see is what you're going to see unless you prove it different. And I'm here to prove it different. I'll play that clip before we go. Thanks for hanging out whenever you can, Gibby.
And I was thinking, you know what?
Way to treat a person that's had your back.
Yeah, Jody, that money, and like Rose really wants to rescue our children, which is great. But all the time and energy that people have put into Ernie could really go to someplace real to rescue our children. Don't look for it on the internet. There's places in your community that you can verify, you can touch, you can feel, you can see, you can, and what kind of cult crap is your eyes and your ears will deceive you, but your God-given heart will lead you. If that ain't a cult, that's it. Don't believe what you see. Don't believe what you hear. And they all go by that motto.
Well, he was right, because my God-given heart led me in the opposite direction, because
Absolutely.
it gave me discernment and opened my eyes to all of the scamming and the lies and the women that were getting hurt through it all.
And I'm saying the path the other way. Thanks for telling me about the path. I'm on it.
I love your humor, Sarah. She just throws it out there, so But for anybody to cuss you two just kills me, because you two are the most neutral, the most understanding, the most crap talking people that you two are just the most, I don't know, down the middle of
Well, I might
anybody.
think things, but I keep a lot to myself because I feel like it's more appropriate to keep it to myself. And some things make me laugh. Don't get me wrong, but I don't say everything I'm thinking.
Well, I don't like to just go on and personally bash people. Like,
Yeah.
now that it's starting to get up there in my age, now and everything. I don't look like how I used to look. Sometimes I look. I'm like, oh my gosh, my hair's getting thin and stringy. I'm getting bags under my eyes. I'm putting on some added weight. So I'm definitely not going to go on and bash women for being heavy set or not, looking so great on a day or whatever. Like, I couldn't do that because I know how it would make me feel,
Yep.
And so I'm just not one that's going to go on and bash people about their looks or, hardships they're having in their life, like them saying Jimbo being evicted before. Okay. So Jimbo had a hard time at one point in time in his life. And, him and his family went through a very stressful situation, but they got back up on their feet, so why do I want to joke about that or put him down for something like that? I'm too afraid that kind of behavior is going to come back on me. The Bible tells me the Lord chastens his children threefold.
Yes.
And it's obvious there's obvious past medical issues that you can clearly see, that could have contributed to that. So I mean, that's like picking on a medical problem. I'm sure some of the struggles they have, when you have the main person in the house that's going through all the surgeries he's had and stuff and struggles with pain and stuff, and you have all those kids to feed, that's a hardship that he didn't ask for, and he will continue to struggle for the rest of his life.
Right. I don't want to make fun of someone for, if they're an alcoholic, if they're a drug addict or anything. I've never been either one of those, but I've worked for people and I've had people in my family, that struggle from those type of things. And it is hard, and it might be their fault that they got into it in the first place, but it's a struggle to get out of. And you don't know what they're thinking when they lay their head down on their pillow at night, or if they hate themselves for what they're doing or who they've hurt in their family because of it, and it's bringing them too much pain. Like I think about those things, like the big picture of things, like what people are really going through in their hearts and their minds. And I do not want to be the person that makes it any worse on them.
Yep.
So I don't go around bashing anyone. And for the people on here that say that I do, well, I'm sorry, but I have to disagree.
I'm gonna concur.
And what Mama T did today was the art of the dry bag. I had to point this out with Andrew Hilt when he'll come on and say, well, my kids it's my kid's birthday. I sure wish I could get him this. And, but darn, my payday's not till Friday. Okay. He did not come out and say, hey, I need money. It's called the dry bag. What Mama T did today was her sister didn't have money to pay for a new room. So she's like, she's going to use that as, I'm going to use that. My sister got evicted today, knowing that D-Boss and Manchester Vicky, and I forgot who the other was that seen it, say, oh my God, that's terrible. Oh, how can I help you? This is ridiculous. Message me. She knew. She asked without asking. Yeah. And that's what she does daily. She comes on there with her voice. She's always saying, I'm here. I love you. God bless, respect, much love to everybody. And she knows that people are going to throw the money out there without her asking. And that is a con. That's a con. The same as Ernie is a con. And
I don't know about any of that. Like I said, I haven't really been on. I have no idea what went down. I did see that Jimbo was live about something today, but I was busy. I was working. I think at the time was I cooking dinner and I said Jimbo was live today?
You got thrown in because your voice sounds the same. That's the only reason.
Yeah. So I don't even know what all went down, really. I have no clue, so I can't sit here now and have an opinion.
I don't know anything about the day either because I went to the beach and enjoyed the beach.
What they did was now they not only have irritated this motel company by being there, by her lying and saying it's not real, she's causing that motel company to work harder because now she's saying that's not true. So people who want to know are going to call. 20 and 30 people are going to call this motel to ask, and Mama T could just simply cut the loss and say, okay, it's true, and save that motel some trouble, but she won't do it. She's going to cause more trouble just to keep the lie going.
Yeah, and then it would be on other people, but it originated from one spot,
Right.
from the original
If she
story.
would've
I
died,
see what you're saying.
or she was honest about it, then save a lot of trouble. But no, she's going to keep the lie going.
Well, see, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't have an opinion on something that I didn't watch, that I didn't see for myself, I don't know about, but I do think that a lot of this stuff on here would stop if you're going to come up here and you're going to be a public figure, okay? Because that's what you are when you come on here and you start talking about things and putting your opinions out there or whatever. That's what they look at you as a public figure. Then you need to be transparent to a point. When you say something, back it up. If you are struggling and you're going through a hard time, maybe let's just say that your car broke down or whatever, and you went and you got an estimate done for it, and they said it was going to be $3,000 to fix it. Post that estimate and show, this is my estimate. This is what it's going to cost to fix it. I don't have it right now. Anybody who's willing to help, let me know what I can do to help you in return. That can be expected, I think.
And if you give $500, take that $500 off. Don't keep collecting it again and get 3,000 from 6 people. Say Beth donated 500, Sarah donated 300, Anonymous donated 200. Keep the people know a running total, and that way you're credible. You just can't say, well, keep getting money, and then be humble. If your car breaks down the next week, just know that it's probably you shouldn't ask. There's other people out there that people donate to. Give everybody a break. Even if just don't ask. Find another way. What would you do without YouTube? If you've asked this week and you asked next week and you've asked the next week and the next week and the next week, that's just taking advantage in my opinion.
Right, because there's a lot of people on here that could use a lot of help,
Right.
all the time. And even in our own little group, there's people that cannot. There's just no way that they can better their situation on their own,
And if like if Donna has $500 for a month that she's for charity, if she gives $500 a month to somebody that doesn't need it, that's ridiculous. When that $500 could go to somebody that could use it. And that's why I get so mad about the scamming people. If you've got 4 adults living in your motel room and you still need YouTube money, none of you are disabled. So there's no really reason that anybody should be giving you any money, because none of you are disabled. You could go around, like somebody said, put up an ad for cleaning houses. You know what a good job is that nobody does, but everybody needs it done? Offer to pick up dog poop. I will do your yard for $25. There's many people that would say, hey, go out and go at it. And you go do it and you're done. And you do it and you're done. If you get 5, houses a day, it's $125 a day. And it only takes you maybe 2 hours. You can do something. You don't need to sit up there and for money.
I saw those crap cleaners before, and I did like a triple take. Like, is that really a car that's there that is advertising that it cleans crap out of your backyard? Yeah, sure
it's a good business.
They go by the bucket, I think.
Yep. And all you gotta do is you have a paper thing you put over your shoes so you're not contaminating yard to yard, and you sanitize your shovel between yards so you're not contaminating yard to yard. And you go and tell the people, can you put your dog up? They put your dog up, you go up there, scoop the poop, and you're gone. And you go on to the next house. And there's older people, there's business people, there's even people like me, I'll be the one. And if somebody came over and said, hey, I give $25 to do it, and it's easy. It's an easy job, and that's something you get started. Really easy.
I can't think of the time that I've ever went on someone's panel or on my own channel and just asked for money. I do have, Jimbo made this backdrop for me and set this up for me, that has my thing on there if somebody wanted to donate, but I don't ask people, I'm definitely not going to get mad at anybody if they don't. I think I've only ever gotten 3 people that's ever said anything on YouTube, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't care,
Most of us are probably negative because we pay for StreamYard.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I posted Bella's little wish list for her birthday that's coming up for anybody who wants to help, because I'm not getting paid by the government for what we're doing right now. I'm not getting any help from the mother, and it just kind of came out of nowhere, just the situation was just kind of thrown on us, and she was handed over to us. She was handed over to us with very little diapers, very little clothes. I mean, practically nothing. We had to go out and get everything set up for her, something to sleep in, clothes to wear, diapers, all the baby stuff.
Voices. Yeah, that's why I was happy about that, to buy her an outfit.
I wish we could get streams to do. You know how when the stripper in the bar, when you put $1 in his, you put $1 in their pocket, $1 here, and go put $1 here. I wish that we could start something where we were all in a stream. If the stream is entertaining, instead of thinking you got to give a $10 super chat, if everybody just at the end of the super chat would just tip $1, like your meal, when you're done eating, just tip a meal if it's a good meal. Tip $1 if it's a good stream. Tip $1 if you laugh. Tip $1 if she touched your heart. I just wish that and then that nobody has to give a big thing, and then everybody, and I know, like with mine, I go buy more memberships to this stream or that stream, or I just share the wealth all around. But if I'm having fun in a stream, that's what you give money for. You shouldn't have to feel like that person's well-being is on your heart. Oh God,
Hey, hey, Smoky Mountain Mama, thanks
Hi,
for
everybody.
But I brought that up because people were commenting hateful stuff on that, like, really, you're asking for or a baby's wish list, like they were commenting hateful stuff. I can't remember it all. Some of them I deleted.
That's pretty ridiculous for some of the shit, excuse me, I swore again on your channel, that I've seen on here. And that's okay. And that's okay to repetitively do it, but you just coming up and trying to help a child out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The problem for putting a wish list when she came with nothing. That's backwards. Sorry.
That's ugly.
Right. And how many times, guys, have I tried to give back on here by, giving out
all the time
dinners, giving out
all the time
money for trivia games, and giving back to the community. And then I asked for some stuff for a foster baby, and all of a sudden I'm a horrible, bad person, you know?
And
They did
it was
a
if you
deal.
wanted to donate. It's the same thing as if you want to donate, donate. If you don't. That's what the same thing is with the baby clothes. You weren't coming out and directly asking. It was if anyone wanted to donate. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And they know
I
what they're getting, you know?
I was
What?
happy to buy her that sunflower outfit, and I knew when I saw it I was going to buy it for you just because I saw the sunflowers. Well,
And she has worn it probably 10 times. She loves that little outfit.
I figured it would be a favorite of yours anyway, you know.
Guys, I'm going to drop down. Thank you for letting me up.
Okay, thank you,
Oh.
Constance.
See you, Constance.
Hey, voices.
That was abrupt. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, I'm probably going to end this soon anyways, because, you know, I know that other people are going live too. I just
Oh,
wanted
I didn't even realize it was so late.
I know. I only planned on coming up for like 30 minutes, but I got a little heated because it's just so aggravating. And I'm not even so heated that they threw my name in on there and all that. I mean, I expect that kind of stuff. That's what I said.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous. You know, it's ridiculous for us to be thrown in it. I mean, everybody knows the truth anyways. That's why I was like, whatever, today I'm just going and doing my own thing and enjoying my peaceful area because this is stupid. But for everyone that just came in, we had basically a talk earlier, if anyone wants to catch the replay, about, you know, current events in this current crap
Yeah,
in the dumpster fire.
Of making phone calls that I did not make about a situation I didn't even really have any information or know much about in the first place.
Pretty much same. I don't even know what I'm accused of. That's why I went to the beach. This is all a bunch of crap lies.
Yeah, and I hate that whole thing that, like, well, if you're seen in somebody's chat.
That was about it for that one. Just a second. Here's the last one I was going to go over, but I'm not going to go over it. If anybody wants to go through it on their own, it's just Alisha saying goodbye. You know, it just basically sums up what we said there. And I think that's all I have today. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everybody's input when I don't know the correct details and not screaming at me like, you know, I just, hey, Yanni, don't scream at me like, you know, I'm an idiot and I should know that already because everybody messes up. So tomorrow we might do another one, but it'd probably be later in the afternoon. I have a whole bunch. Might send half of my cheat sheets to Easy's if he wants to do some of them too. Yep, and the 15th is coming up soon. The 15th, he's got to have his interview with Michael Franchese, remember? Okay, take care, guys. I'll talk to you later. Ernie, straighten up.